ago. And she said, do you want to see a baby be changed? And I said, sure, because I've never seen this. This is like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, where's the penis? But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't raising no fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something is missing here. It wasn't like, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly, as well. And so I'm not like paying that much attention. But I was still like, did the poop come out of, where did, I just don't know. I was very, very confused. And I know I'm not alone on this. I know I'm not alone. And our topic for this year, Mom, is just like I went identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy. I went. So what happened? Up to like the day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Well, Achaz was the I can say this. I remember. Was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, I remember. Who shortened the day dramatically. So, like I said, generally, boys and girls were kept separate. But as a little kid, sometimes boys and girls are like do not have separate facilities. But as you get older, you do. And as I got older, we did. But I can still remember. I could name this girl's name, but I will not. But there were 10 extra hours. I still know exactly. Isn't that incredible? We were. It was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladan Merodach, I'm not keeping his name wrong. Merodach Baladan. Basically, Merodach Baladan ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says. So I was really like, huh. But I still didn't put it all together. So Merodach Baladan said, what is this? So I told him Chizkiyahu was ill. He became healed. I remember being in school. Gave him back 10 hours of daylight. And this girl starts crying. And I wasn't by her. So this is incredible. I just was like, listen, there is a man like this. I just remember all these girls were like huddled around her. How can I not write him a letter and say Shalom Aleichem? Right? You got to get to know a man like this. And I was young. So the Gemara says, Kasvele, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasvele. All the boys are like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Peace be unto you, King Chizkiyahu. And no one would tell us. Right? Peace unto you, Shalayim. I still to this day don't know. But I have a suspicion. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. That she says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladan Hava. So Nebuchadnezzar, and I remember this would happen like occasionally, but then I got to a certain point in school where boys and girls were no longer together, and so the Gemara says, I had no idea. So I still don't know why this girl was just randomly crying. There when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. I really don't. Break, so when he comes back. This girl sucked her thumb up until she probably still sucking her thumb. But it's something she couldn't get. This bitch had a gross fixation on the They told him the letter. Really? Yeah. Probably gives amazing help. I'm just putting that out. So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him why this girl was crying. I still don't. You say Shalom Aleichem. I thought about it in the years since, and Shalom Aleichem. That might be what I have. Shalom Aleichem, great God. But doesn't make any sense. As the girl started to maybe start to menstruate, all the way in front. We were separated. This is Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar. Different. Like, I went to a different school where I was with boys, so it wasn't ever really clear to me what was going on. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how you supposed to write it? That's the story? No. So I say, right, can you imagine? No, so I didn't see a baby get changed. I left for 5 minutes. But that was like, right? And you can't get the letter right.
anything could have been happening. Who knows?
So you've seen this.
I want to say this though on camera.
Literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and
I think everybody tries their own poop at some point in their life, except for this guy because my shit doesn't think his own poop. Don't come, there's just something. I think everybody tries their own poop. Everybody tries their own pee as a little kid. They recognize that they don't like it. They touch it. And then they're like, okay, well, I guess we're not supposed to play with that shit. But if they didn't, we would be eating it to this day, or we would be. I just think everybody tries their own poop. Really? Yeah, the bathroom alone. I think people do. At least as a little kid. Like little kid. And then you realize this tastes like shit, literally. And then you're like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Or try your own pee. I can remember. I didn't really necessarily do that. But this one time, my family was having a cookout, and I thought it would be really cool. I was talking to my cousin, and I'm like, I wonder if I spit in a glass, like, and filled it all the way up, and then drank it, what would happen? It's like, oh, you should try that.
So I will say that's what we said before. In the
anyway, so my other cousin, my older cousin, we ended up telling this person, and
was not written and dignified enough when that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against.
But people are curious as little kids, and I feel that somebody out there is going to be like, thank you for saying that you think everybody eats their own poop at some point and drinks their own pee, because
sometimes it's always interesting to see, like,
I bet that is something that happens everywhere in the world. Amazonian tribes are doing it. People who think they're living in the 25th century are doing that when they're little kids.
So what do you see in the story?
The Chinese are doing it. Jews are doing it. Muslims are doing it.
A willingness to take an idea and to implement it.
African tribal people, everybody's trying. Really? I bet. I've never been able to, like, I don't think there's I bet there's a scientific study somewhere, but I've never heard of it. But I bet everybody,
and then as long
there's a book, everybody poops.
What makes great people
we never had that book because we don't. But
ideas,
maybe everybody else does.
Willing to put in the effort
really?
To implement.
I whiz like a motherfucker, though, allegedly. I'm the whiz kid. All right, so back to our story.
And Nebuchadnezzar has this insight. It's not like, okay, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a
all right. So you think everybody eats their own poop? At some point, I think everybody tries their own poop. And there's like something to that. Like, what if it tasted really good? What if you were missing out this whole time?
So Moses goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Merodach Baladon Ben Baladon.
And like children may see dogs eat poop.
What does it mean Baladon?
And they might be like, oh.
Listen to this. We'll say, Amri, Baladon Malkahaba. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened?
Maybe this is like a normal thing.
Apparently, he had some type of illness.
I mean, you have to understand how little kids are. And this is very brave of me to talk about. Nobody talks about these things. Nobody. I know that they're perfectly natural.
Good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about
beliefs
and
experiences, and I feel like people appreciate this. Maybe not now, but 10,000 years in the future when nobody's pooping, like this guy.
With a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach,
what is this bullshit?
Becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being,
what do you mean you don't poop? I can tell you this: if you eat a pure protein diet,
this was covered to his father who was still alive.
Really? I've gone at times of my life years.
So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. It's actually pretty striking.
But I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it.
Want to bring on this pasuk
on Shabbat,
which is from Malachi. The example
they didn't know this was a thing, but I know it's really, yeah.
There are a lot of other examples of people.
But for those people who
it's
do
interesting
poop,
to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says,
they try it. There's also this thing of a child
Amar Lefnei Melech Bala B'Yushalayim. V'Yisrof as Beis Hashem as Beis HaMelech.
It's called.
So the example. Who is the example of the
Meconium,
servant who revered his master?
which it sounds like
the
some kind of element.
But
it
now we're
is
transitioning back. Remember again,
a thick, sticky, tar-like black or dark green substance passed in the first 24 to 48 hours after birth. It is normal and composed of amniotic fluid, mucus, and cells ingested in the womb. Within a few days, it transitions to brown, green, or yellow.
In the Kinos and Tisha B'Av,
all right, she didn't even have that dog. I'm perfect.
For children. The cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that the Vudzaran goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Vudzaran was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, so now let's just get the geography right over here. Vudzaran is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. All right, so
we're going to try this. So my Rabbi sends her she's not here. And she...
So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. It was in
Antioch,
right? That's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? What's it? That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors and when you can touch your husband, all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live. And please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent. And please, like, be very specific about the colors and stuff,
that were so sharp that the metal could cut through.
And have it be so that it would be approved by the Coffee Talk people and any rabbi anywhere in the world. Here we go.
So fine. Boy, let me hadar. Amar mistafina delali avdu bi ki echi da avdu b'sanchirev. So this is this. The Vudzaran is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is the Vudzaran ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sanchirev, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sanchirev, the massive defeat that has been brought.
So now
get a cup, 300 of the sharpest axes of metal,
and we're going to talk
all of them break on one door of Shabbos. Does not look like a good
in a way
so the Vudzaran is ready
would make any rabbi anywhere say,
go back home. Nafka kala Amar.
We're going to be able to pull this out.
Shavar bar shavar. So basketball came out.
Cute Barbara Streisand.
Shavar bar shavar literally means a jumper.
Linda Richmond was.
Jumps. Rashi says,
I don't know
Shavar shavar is the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar doleg. Kum of the kava shel Yushalayim. The Vudzaran Kamar. So let's say this.
I can't really.
So the Gemara says. So apparently that
the
jumper.
Let's talk nida. Not in a dirty way.
Was part of
I just don't have that.
As well.
Not in a dirty way. God forbid. But in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step one. The bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, not for brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus, boom, she becomes nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding, no passing objects hand to hand. No sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy. Separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not close. This is called harchakot. distancing rules, the collars,
on one hand, it's painful because
the collars, very important. Pay attention. Now, people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally, not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing. Like a strawberry thought about blushing in flushing? No, anywhere. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a Yotzet Halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let women ask women. Progressive, we love to see it. The waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does hefsek tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the 7th clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nida is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if everyone had built boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amber Clem, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nida, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly.
You killed a dead nation.
Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be COFFEE. It would be CAWFEE.
Right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur.
Okay, coffee talk, round 2. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing a full Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nida. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond. Dialed through 11. So Nida, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Adam, red. This is blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood. Problem, Nida, call it. If you see Adam, you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say, maybe the lighting. You say, Adam, we're done. Yayin, wine color. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, Old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still count, still Nita. Barad, pink. Now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Lavan, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not Nita, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahor, yellow. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side-eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just vibes. This is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear, taken very seriously. Colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says, if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism, anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nita isn't, did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibes, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Topic, why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever? And still make everyone nervous about it. Discuss. Still not it. Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about Bedikin cloths and Bedikin clothes. I want the nitty gritty. And also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent.
So in this moment, says something amazing happened, which is
I want that for all of the words.
They say like mashu lo normali,
where applicable.
This is not normal. This is not a normal zach over here, right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says,
all right, now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mach, dachuk. And you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like their aunt from Great Neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is Badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A badika is done using a cloth called an eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The eid, the badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint, no nonsense. Think hospital white, funeral serious. Why? Because we are judging colors and patterns lie. Efsek Tahara and Fesek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops. Before sunset, the Badika says we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with E. Results, if it comes out Lavan, white, Mazel Tov. You start counting. If it comes out Adom, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, no, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makta, this is where people panic. Mach, cloth. The chuk, pressed, held in. This is a second cloth, gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the Makda chuk comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekiim. Sheva Nekiim. 7 clean days. Each day, 2 badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new dim. Not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results. Pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red, blood, game over. That day doesn't count. Yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Chum, shachor, brown, black. Old blood energy, rust vibes, coffee ground sadness. Counts as blood. Varad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahov, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, envelope. I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document and somehow make it spiritual? Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think.
What does this mean? That someone is able to
actually,
and judge? So this idea
you're doing a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that, write it like that anymore. So there are these pills that a woman can take, and basically
such an acute sense of
limit her period to
that which is right and that which is wrong,
like once every
all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell
3 months.
MS. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara.
In that situation,
Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as
wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikvah as often?
That she says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings.
All right, cool. We're back to regular speech. Still coffee, energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikvah less often because mikvah follows bleeding half the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikvah only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikvah. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills? These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida, and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But, very Jewish, but spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida. Some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilos, halakhic questions, even though they go to the mikveh less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Crop respectful, anonymous. Yes, that's a thing. Is it? Yeah. Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major post-scheme halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom bayit, marital harmony. Important. You do not start or adjust hormones for nida reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter.
One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, nida rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intention. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding, fewer periods equals fewer nida cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year. If you want, I mean, you could do it anywhere you want.
They could do all of those things in the presence of the
Right.
king.
Is that the end of your fucking story?
The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint. And the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous.
Right, so I gotta finish this fucking story. Alright, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking pads or tampons. So I can tell you this. We had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, Friday night or something, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was
that will come from you.
toothpaste and not toothpaste, not even a paste, toothwash and a fucking Shabbat
right, the king would often castrate his
toothbrush. Who knows what the
in order
fuck
that
that
he
was?
should not be distracted by
Did it have like
tissues,
like Kleenex or whatever?
It
would have
was like cut off.
maybe like
was castrated during their days. That they had a successful ability
really?
to remove.
It wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have like toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower in the bathroom. Maybe it had like the little shampoo and what else?
Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kivshana Ish.
Mouthwash.
The story furnace that we spent yesterday on Daxid.
Just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need. And it had pads and
the scent of smoke impact there as well.
And I never really questioned it. And another thing, it's good if you're ever in a, let's just say, you're playing house with some chick, for whatever reason, because everybody who watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most halakhic person in the world. But I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changing fucking lives. Like, I've given them to them. I would have them, and I'd give them to girls. Really? And they'd be like, it's changed my life. You just wash it out. So that's a big thing. Menstruation cups are huge. But back to menstruation cups were anything. But pads and
potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring.
You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses. Alright, is that the end of your story? No. So here's the story. And then we're done. So, I don't know exactly the age, but
That's called Sefer Daniel.
Boys and girls are totally separate. Like, meaning, how separate were you?
For Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know.
You could
Sefer
go.
Daniel was named for Daniel. Someone asks an interesting question.
You could go all day and not see a woman.
So interesting.
Really?
The says pretty much all of the words,
definitely.
Also, I want to point out.
Really?
In our Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah.
It's like separate as possible.
Only one sefer called Ezra,
and
it was divided out later on. So
under the
very interesting. Most
configuration,
of Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah.
Again,
so
not
why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah?
Yeshiva University, LA, boys and girls. Those are separate buildings. But even they have like male, women and male teachers sometimes.
Because ultimately, Nehemiah,
so it's not
completely too much credit for himself.
But as much as it could be.
Remember me, my God,
and it was the most separate, like anywhere around. Like it's as separate as you could.
Remember me.
Really?
Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and
so I'm telling you, like, we were just separate.
David was asking for Rahmanas. And for Klal Yisrael as well. But this is incredible. So
even to the point, like, girls had their side of the school, basically, and boys had our side, and there was like
because he spoke disparagingly
separation.
About the earlier ones.
But there was a main stairwell. And now you gotta understand, like this. How would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite
incredible that
Dead Poet Society, but
disparage the leaders that came before
as close to Dead Poet Society as my family could find.
Their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about that is, even though
it was like affordable Dead Poet Society, but still very expensive.
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews.
Without being a Buddhist.
That says
Dead Poet Society
drowned in saliva, right? They're drowned in spit.
But it's what you would consider like a day school.
What does that mean? That they cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the
we
Jew,
treated it
never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the sefer name in the name. You might say furthermore, and
we became very close as boys.
And by the way, how do we know that we
shit on each other?
So the says
we make fun of each other.
Good argument.
But that's the point. I feel that you consider bullying, but not to the point. Like there was always a limit. And to be honest with you, like people.
So how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people?
Like how was the bullying? Like
where there was a dramatic vision.
I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because dynasty. And this is during the heyday of Seinfeld. And I had glasses and perhaps a little stocking. And whenever I fucking walked in that school with that jacket on, I hear, George! Hear this all the fucking time. And I was fine with it. Because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this fucking Yankees coat, not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre and I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October. We're gonna fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking movie. Anyway, I'd hear George all the time, and it really never bothered me. I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the
so guys that fire Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi.
But it got to that, at least. We give people shit.
But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision.
And I remember seeing some kids cry, but they were just, I need to say, they were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they.
So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagab the ilu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Afagab the ilu lo chazu midi mazlai chazu. even though they didn't see anything,
I mean,
their mazel
it's
saw.
just part of growing
What
up.
does this mean? What does it mean?
I remember 2008 was the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. You're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And but I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and be like, get the fuck out of here. Next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do? Alright, that shit bothers me.
It's fascinating. Sometimes in life, I want to say, sometimes like a person.
Nebishness? I can't stand nebishness.
It doesn't even make sense.
And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool.
They don't know why.
And
sometimes
I feel like
my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact.
That's how I know that's how my Judaism would be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So
what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas.
So there's a main stairwell.
Or this
main stairwell, you could get anybody in. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, it wasn't the girls' stairwell.
So you can't say, what should you say?
It was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell. Teachers coming down that stairwell. And
there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is.
Especially if someone were going to the office or something. Students come down that stairwell.
Fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally
paralyze me. Well, there was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for
which means
scoliosis, which I think I have. They just like kind of look. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that. But like, give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She's just like, yeah, you're good. And there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so, but if you ever got sick, they would put you in this room. And I just, I remember my parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it out. And
connect yourself to HaKadosh Hu. That will give you the cock
to pick you up, and then if you're still sick at home, but it was like I didn't spend a lot of time in this room, and I always wondered why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here. Like, it looked like a fucking MASH hospital kind of, and
this is not real. So that's thing with the go.
And it was just like no boys I ever saw go in this room unless they were really sick.
How do you feel when you say that statement?
Anyway.
What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like
it was just
the
like
idea over here is so many times
like the boys knew. We knew all the fucking ins and outs of this fucking school, but this area we never really.
So sometimes what you need to do is
I remember
you break the hold on fear.
We just
by
never
saying
really
something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself
there was this
forward.
fucking mean stairwell.
Fear, number one, move yourself forward.
And
anchor yourself to
this school, I hate to say it, but it was just.
If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
It was very expensive, but it was very poor.
Even in the midst of most immobilizing fear. Incredible.
The kids there were poor, generally.
Remain raw. So the Gemara says,
it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for classification, religious classification.
In general, a mem in the middle of a pasuk.
And
right, is open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed.
you have to understand the details of this stairwell. This used to be a mansion, and then it was some other stuff. But like, I remember this was like a mansion that had tunnels, like secret prohibition tunnels that I always wanted to go into. Tunnels have always fascinated me.
and
there was like a pool that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion. And they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would only throw parties there. It was like a party mansion.
There's like a system of checks and balances. It's like Rothschild was ready to go and make Chizkiyahu Melech. Vince says, what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
how did I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets Society, far west is Dead Poets Society.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, he did so many miracles.
That's more East Coast.
And yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira.
But this was definitely not a normal school.
He didn't sing Shira.
I have a friend of mine who would always say, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very independent, different stuff. Fascinating people.
Because the Midas didn't shut it down.
And
preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I must say, what do you see from here?
I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. This thing could never be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when there's like, when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that, but we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch. And like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant. And we didn't really have a really good handyman. We knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got clean, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning something, you just give them all paper towel, Windex or whatever, the place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean. Getting spit wads off the fucking ceiling, that's another story. But like walls are clean, everything gets really clean when you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously. It's really amazing. The place just like it's like ants, like just go, and you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient. And we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell would be clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about it. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we would, we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. What was that? Like we were always fucking with each other, going into essentially chakras, like I'm learning. And so all of the wings came to Duma. And we go and we read so essentially again, if you go to Rashi, Rashi says over here, after prayer, so interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wing, but instead Ruach is Neshamas. Anyway, this is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So the stairs, well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house. It was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say, and this is always his thing, if you'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint
So
from
what does this mean? So the Shomer says, so ultimately again,
just when you have lots of paint that builds up, it happens in like automotive spray groups and things. It becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing with in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper. I don't know what eat tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall is. I remember looking at the chips on the corner of the fucking school, and it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And then there was this bathroom. This bathroom.
These two elements, and at the end of the day,
they're all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about them. No urinals in the whole fucking school. No urinals. Which is always fast. Really? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in the fucking
came along and said
school. There were sinks everywhere. And there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking
situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira.
Satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, and that was basically it. We had like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and a fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much till this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, you know, like as a timeline. Anyway, I talk about this fucking social staircase. So there's this staircase, and let me describe it. They were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, tile, whatever. It's like, imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile, and the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? And the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how it's fucking works. It's a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars. And you would go up the stairs, and sometimes, like, I don't know how, one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just, like, really fucking sharp, like, saber, like, that would just stick out, and be like some kid would just, like, go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid, or jam it the other way, and some teacher would go by and, like, try to fix it. But there was just nobody who was going to fix anything. And I'd say it, but like it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff for hundreds of students. Like it was just. Anyway. They talk about the stairway. So this weird checkerboard stairway. And it was just you walk into the door. It's like this. I'll say like a poor man's dead poet's saying. You walk in, it's like that school and bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building it's seen some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they open the door they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like there's no the handyman's like does not exist. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to. You'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I mean, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous, and it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me, that $100,000. And I remember my dad was like, why do you need an elevator?
Defiant with his words
Nobody
to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
And one of the heads of the school said, if your son gets hurt,
if you look at some of these names,
and for any reason, God
was actually
forbid,
given some pretty significant
is in
titles. This
a wheelchair or something, you're not
Rabbi Akira. So leaving aside a Sanbar for just a moment, Rabbi Akira means great.
But at the time,
how was Sancheriv given these names?
this was shortly after the American Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. This is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, whoa, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important. And elevators are really important. And escalators and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go and it lifts you up and puts you on a stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important. Anyway, because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like, if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like, and is it MC Escher? Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher. MC Escher?
says that he was a foolish king.
There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this, with like the stairs all over the place. And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, oh, and then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe, or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and
he killed Jews,
but not a whole lot.
Jews.
But
he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So
you go to this fucking school. There's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there. And it's super fucking slippery. Like, that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed. But the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know, like, on minutia, you got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, what does this have to do with Nina? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge,
just as nice as our land.
And
when they came to a place called Alman,
if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. You'd just be like, hobbling. Really? Oh, it was. Yeah. And I'm telling you, the school had a lot of fucking stairs. This other thing I want to say is one time somebody took a quarter and put it. Everybody wanted quarters. That was a big thing. I've got to say, my mom made sure I had quarters for
something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the safety, or how he spoke just about the land itself.
Because we had popcorn. That was a big thing. Like, we were. Popcorn was a big fucking thing. I remember. Kids were bonding. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent families. If there were, I could like name them. Like, hundreds of kids maybe.
Their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated.
And they would like remember the prices of the popcorn. It was 50 cents, and it was like a meal that you could have. I did a lot of study on it, and so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, those of us who had working parents would have this ability to have something after school. And I had this tube of quarters. And sometimes kids would maybe go in my backpack to get, but whatever.
So it says, therefore, your clothing.
And that was another thing. Everybody had lockers. Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing, you could get ginkgo, which is somebody going
so remember again,
in your fucking locker. But we learned about ginkgo and how it's like a very old type of tree.
Their neshamas were incinerated, but their
But that shit would be on everything. It'd be there for years. It'd be ginkgo everywhere. There was only one fucking ginkgo tree on campus. No knew where it was. We didn't know how
Hashem himself, right? Because Paro said,
what about this fucking story?
So Paro himself.
Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter, because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the story, but I was so cool. Even when I was in the youngest grade, I could go up to the. Another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never had like foosball. I've never seen foosball was so big. And I did not like the way the rules of the proper rules of foosball are you can't spin the fucking things. But man, we go and fucking spin these things. And they had it was like this. It was like I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more recreational shit in the school. But once it broke, it was done. There was no fixing it. We had, when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just, it would flop. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like, and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball, and then the guy would break, and then it'd be like, and they just got rid of this fucking foosball. We put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in. And I remember we played older kids and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys, and we played football. And so the thing is, we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older,
you worked your magic. And miraculously, that night,
I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch them. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score in 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we did that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, they were drafted for all of the boys. Then we in the fall or in the spring we do March Madness. And then we had field day, just the biggest fucking day. It was just the biggest. It was just the best fucking day. It was just the best day. And at a previous school, we had Olympic Day, which was really bad. I remember these days very like, Field day was like a reason why you went to the school, because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports. And so there'd be like seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors, and the seniors have to look out for the younger kids.
Hashem Amar Eli Allah Haaretz Hazot V'Shchisa.
Like
So
some of the
this
years
is very interesting. So
when I first got there,
fascinating ideas
walk
about
to the local
Sanhedrin.
park,
The
which is
Sanhedrin
also
felt
a
that
zoo.
he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael.
We would just
He
see all
felt
the
that
nice houses.
this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again,
we had people looking out for us, and then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center, and that was like
without explicit instructions from
a
God.
big deal.
Hashem Amar Eli.
It was just an interesting school. We get to the fucking
Hashem
story,
has said to me, "Come to this land of Israel," which is pretty wild. So
but there's this fucking
is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? I'd
seen soda machines that were like bottle soda machines from like old, like the 50s. Wasn't that cool? But it wasn't one of the more modern ones that had like, I don't know what they were now, but like soda on the right side. It was like soda was like here. And there was this rumor around the school that sometimes this fucking soda machine would give out multiple sodas for the price of one. But it was just like a rumor, and like nobody had ever seen it. It was like how do people describe it?
And instead they have gone ahead and taken
like
to
if you ever have seen The Office when Pam sees that fucking DVD that just hits the corner just perfectly, and then it really does, and she's like, I told you, like it was like that. And just people doubted that two sodas could come out of this thing.
No kidding, right? We have no idea what he's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So
it was like, says, this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had Coke next to Pepsi, next to Dr. Pepper, next to Mountain Dew.
This nation
I think there was Crush, and
this nation has forsaken Malchus based of it.
It was just, what did it have? Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, nothing cherry, Mountain Dew, which was big.
Right? The Shilach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently.
And it would just be like whatever they put in. And it was all to benefit the athletic.
Who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And they gave that all up.
Which were always a joke.
They had forsaken that.
But then they got really good.
And instead, ultimately, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is, so Sanhedrin,
I was really fortunate. I really knew this. That I had quarters. Like, may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters. And we had a slot machine, and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters. It was like two. It was like candy too, and I put quarters and they just fit perfectly. And again, sometimes they're like, this thing is fucking light. And I realized something in my backpack or something during recess or something like that. It was like, what? There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Maybe in the bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system.
So apparently you're getting pigeon was a big dessert.
Nobody locked their lockers.
Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the night again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. And listen, what does that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like if Shabbos Bahar brings down, what's the chiluk between
under general circumstances, wouldn't have been at the school. But he was at the school for a little bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What is
his mom
love about Avodah Zarah? If you go to space and
he had like an older brother, and the older brother like
it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if they're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works.
And he's like looking at
this someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to
anyway, is everything
all the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a system of theology that allows for all of that. Right, so all the stuff you want to do, suddenly it's not only a mutter, but it's a mitzvah. And then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember this kid had this,
all the
and
essays, right? So all the stuff you really
you
want
went
to know,
in this
you want
fucking
the
locker, and
lines, you want Tafis, you want to look like that, becomes all of the mitzvahs.
it wasn't
That's
Playboy,
Avodah
it was
Zarah.
fucking pretty
So
intense,
wherever
like
you see
hardcore.
Avodah Zarah,
And
you see
that
a
lasted
heightened
one day.
form of
And
hedonistic thinking.
somebody ratted on this
It's
kid,
actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology.
As we
It's
got
about that
older,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us.
we had
And
these
therefore
other
tells us we
lockers,
can't
and
do
I'll
a
just
lot
keep
of
it
stuff.
seriously.
Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said, but I want to do that
Had
stuff.
pictures of,
So
I remember when I was
system
in
of theology,
a really young
in order
kid,
for that, for all
or
of that
there,
to occur.
I was like in
So
seventh grade, and I saw this one guy,
he's eating all of these
what's his
things,
name,
but
but he had a
satiated.
picture
Why?
of,
Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah.
but
Ovid Avodah
you
Zarah.
weren't supposed to have, they never, it was like an unwritten rule, you shouldn't have pictures inside your locker, but nobody really fucked with you if you did. They had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she was so pretty, and I look at this bitch every fucking day, going up the stairs to shop her. And
sometimes when we come
I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very, I always thought he was very cool. And I thought, when I get older,
remember, all of us have a void. We have an
so
empty
when I got
inside.
to that age,
And we're always trying to fill it.
I
The
had
issue just
pictures
is,
of
if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
artists that I
then I'm filling it with the
and
right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
then,
then I'm filling it with all of
as
the
I
wrong.
got to
And
be
it's
a
incredible.
senior, I started hanging out with
So the Gemara goes like that.
college and
Very
very innocent.
So
Nothing,
again, because of Klal Yisrael non-compliance, Hashem says that
truthfully,
bring
like,
against you
very
king of
halachic.
Ashur. The Chalach Yehuda Sheker v'Avar Atzava Yagia. Ella, my time on it shows us therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all
Alleged.
this stuff.
They're just telling us
Navi
all this
said,
would be.
most of point out.
But then
Sancheriv
I,
was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of
Not
your non-compliance,
anyway, and I
because
get
of your
pictures
terrible
of it,
behavior,
and I
I'm
fucking
bringing
put them up,
against the
and
king of
my
Ashur.
friends get
So
so
Sancheriv
jealous,
says, okay, God wants me to do
get
this.
pissed
So
off.
if God wants me to do
And
this,
so
Gemara says,
one
if
day,
that's the case, Elamai
I
Ta'ala, so I was
fucking put all
punished.
this
If
fucking
Sancheriv actually
packing
did the
tape
will of
of
God,
these
why was he
fucking
punished?
pictures,
The Gemara says, Novi
and
Asher Shvatim is
I
Navi,
closed my
Ihu
locker,
Yardatiklu
not
Yushalayim. Very simple.
realizing that the
Sancheriv
opening
was the tool of
mechanism
Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He
was
was the one who was
like
responsible to exile the
basically
10
taped
tribes.
shut.
He had no
I go to open my
business
locker,
in
and what the
Yerushalayim.
fuck?
But Sancheriv
How'd you
set
open
his
my
sights
locker?
on
Everybody's
Yerushalayim
trying, like,
as well.
sword and stone this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. But I was worried, so like, if I tell a teacher and they open my fucking locker, it's just girl.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstep.
So I think I just
You have
oh shit, I guess I can't do my
punishment from
homework
the 10
or
Shvatim,
something.
the 10
And
tribes. You
I
set your sights
got,
on Yerushalayim.
the next day I
that you
brought
don't
in
have
like
any
a
power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayif, so the entire nation.
the
Who's the entire
door
nation?
handle
It's
off
interesting.
of this locker. Still nothing.
With
Still could
entire
not get in.
nation.
I
But
fucking
interestingly enough, not
had to like crowbar it and get this fucking thing open, and like my locker
so
was all
ultimately,
that.
again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case, I showed I kill ourselves in the arts, and I tell you
I
that
talked about this still
I didn't go. I got you. Look at
back to the sewing machine.
So ultimately, again,
So there's always
not
this
like
room
the
that
only
you
way.
get
This
to
is reference to
sew
Malchus
with
Yisrael,
nobody.
who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
Nobody
Malchus Yudah.
Nobody had been able to do it. And I'm telling you, when we had the opportunity, any free moment that we had, we would fucking
you
run
could have
to the
control
fucking
over Malchus
foosball table
Yisrael. Why?
and
Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the
like
yoke of Torah.
wait our turn to
And when you
play,
throw off the yoke of
and we'd
Torah,
have to play
you have a
against
lack of
older
divine
kids.
protection, but you have no
And
control.
I still know
ultimately
who I
again,
played. I
over
still can
Malchus
tell you
Because that
who
Malchus Yudah,
who I
they took
thought were
upon
the two
themselves
best
the yoke
kids.
of Torah,
At
and they were
least
deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the
years
splitting
older
of the
than
Yamsuf and the splitting of the Yarden. So
or
the Gemara says,
something like that, and I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this ball fucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." I'm like, fucking that's how fast the guy's going. Anyway,
right? Rashi says over here,
they would go and get sometimes people would go and get soda.
You'll become a source of
And
degradation.
I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go and like this and take the soda. Thing is, years later they got rid of this machine, and I'll say why. Did I tell you about that? Still live, hey, we'll get there.
So
then they put in like a machine that just had bottles. And it was like, yeah, it just had bottles. And
so ultimately, again, Sancheriv makes the mistake And he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim.
And they were more expensive.
So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, Lahai Pariyasha." Rashi says over here, "The king of Beam, Daron Kazel, Adon Kazel, the king Misha."
I talked about that still. Anyway,
so now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having?
I don't remember the exact
moment. As much as Chizkiyahu was successful over
I remember
there's a lot of anxiety.
Study hall, which is big. I go to the study hall, and
why did
you could go to the bathroom, but you had to sign out
this fear of
and sign back in.
So
you could not be, once 3:30 hit, you had to be somewhere. You had to be in detention, which I never really had that
was going to come was going to go ahead and march against.
You had to be,
what happened over
or study hall. It was like you could not be roaming the school. Absolutely. Or you could be in the computer, but you had to sign out.
Like this. If
I would go to the computer lab.
That I'm bringing Sanchedav against you. But don't worry,
really,
because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar, give me a favor.
Anyway, so this one day, let's just say, I don't remember the exact date. I go and ask, can I go to the,
by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu, because he didn't do anything. Because Baruch wiped out the entire army of Sanchedav. There was a massive Kiddushin. There was a massive, wave on Amuna. The Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay, let's call it even. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sanchedav and don't bring the salvation.
I might not have been paying attention.
There's too much anxiety, too much fear that's going to cause. Just leave it alone. And the Yak covered Cheshbon of Nishbach and my Sinale. Cheshbon therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing Sanchedav. Shnei Amar, Nishbach, Hashem Tzibakos Lemor, Yemlo Kasher, Nisi King, the Kasher Yatz, the Hitakum, the Spor Asher, Ba'atzim, Ba'ahar, Abusenu, the Sun, the Olu, the Sabalo, the Alshich Moyasor. So the Rothschild said, "Yavon Sanchedav b'Siyaito, Yasa Avos the Chizkiyahu b'Siyaito." I'm going to bring Sanchedav, but Sanchedav and his chevra, they're going to become like a trust.
This is what everybody says is true. How the fuck did I do that?
So I want to point out what a profound theme out of this is, right? That sometimes, right, people say, we have this thought sometimes.
So I maybe still had a quarter or something like that.
Bring this down by Yaakov.
Let me try that.
That after Yaakov
hit the fucking thing and boom, one.
Yaakov found out
what
that
Yosef
was alive.
I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got 3 sodas. So I put 2 in my pocket.
I'm so happy.
Maybe put it in my backpack or whatever.
That's so beautiful. Everything worked out well.
Like in my pocket or something. But I just thought to myself, how the fuck did I get 2? This has always been a rumor. I go, you weren't allowed to talk in somehow. You had to have like spaces and shit. Be like trying to tell me.
You could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of pain suffering. That's why the pasuk says,
and next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in.
But Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was midas hagri, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God,
I do this for like a week or 2.
But don't do it.
Still only getting 1, but I know that 2 is possible.
Just leave things alone. There was so many times in life. We have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I'm such a doctor. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, but why did you do it?
That one
very nice you brought the salvation.
But the same guy who brought the salvation is also what? The same guy who brought the crisis. So I became the walls of the Bible. Don't bring the crisis and you won't get the salvation. So that's the principle of the If it might,
that's where the devotion runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's going to be like that.
That's what you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like boom, boom. No, then you're just getting one. It has to be boom, like exactly the same time. Like
and the yoke of Sanchedav will be
like
lifted
whack-a-mole game or something, but like at the same time. And boom, 2 come down.
What's the oil?
So I go,
this is beautiful.
I start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got 2 sodas.
Because of the oil of Chizkiyahu.
Like, yeah,
what's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Next time
there was constant oil. Constant
we have study hall,
oil represents life.
whatever.
Constant
I will come back with 2. I'll go in with 50 cents, and I'll come back with 2.
What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said,
they're like, how'd you do it? Fucking magic. They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out?
With this sword. We stabbed with the sword. Now,
they're like, show it to us.
We're going to kill people left base medrash? No, it's figurative.
So then the next day comes about, and I see some of the older kids going in there.
A recreational pursuit. Torah is life.
And I
is life.
Come up to them and say, hey,
don't have it,
you want multiple sodas at once?
They're
like,
that's only been a Torah. It's very nice. It's beautiful. Dr. Tversky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out,
I tell him, like,
which says, I'm always intrigued.
If I get two, can I have one?
They'd be like, how people fall asleep during the drasha. He said people fall asleep during the drasha. She says, it's not a new phenomenon.
If you have 50 cents more, I'll get you another two, and you can give them another.
Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood.
Boom! In front of everybody, and they'd be like fucking people surrounding me. And two come down and be like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine. Everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the time down just right. And
says, no one's nodding off.
I was like, it was like sword in the stone. I was like fucking King Arthur. Like, I finally fucking figured out this machine. And
words of Torah are life-saving.
And maybe like a week could go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, hey, come here, can you help me? Like,
whatever. It's not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair.
No, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition. And I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like, that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But,
Torah is not something nice. Torah is
and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there, and I can win the slot machine, is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that, I get it. That's theft. But this is like, at the time. Really? Yeah. It was like, look, if you're going to have a shitty ass machine, and I learned how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda, it's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom. Boom. Did you even have a thing on it for 50 cents?
Come on, what happens?
It didn't say one can for 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And
also, again, in those days, the Gemara says,
I remember,
people had very simple material.
I became the man. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And
so let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially.
I remember
they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields?
Take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, 3 come down.
The ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Yehuda,
like hit a whole bunch. And maybe I wouldn't get 4, maybe. But I remember these things would fucking come down. So I got to the point where I remember the athletic director who fucking stopped this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was like, hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here, and I win it. Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go up, put my 50 cents in, and boom, 2 come down. And he's like, excuse me. And I'm like, yeah, what up, dog? And he's like, you just got 2 sodas. And I'm like, yeah, I did, because this machine sucks. And he's like, is that is that the moral thing to do? And I'm like, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say one soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And I was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, once he said that, I don't think I did. Really? No, and I remember two of my friends got caught in the candy. You were not supposed to get in the candy. And they got into the, I don't know, the room that the candy was locked in. They got into it somehow. And they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay. Like, hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine. And everybody was doing it. That was another thing, too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge, too. What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water. It's just 3 feet down. Whatever. There are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you going to do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda, then
10 steps mentioned in this passage, to which the Gemara says,
hey, this fucking school is such a really? It was ultimately again. It was really unique. That's all I can say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking, like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And
was actually quite beautiful. Was saying,
this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much BO and farts. It was just BO and farts and just adolescent male testosterone. And there were, this bathroom had 2 stalls. And it had 2 sinks. And it was as big as,
who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of
like not even close to ADA, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking, nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like, you're on your own. Fortunately, there was toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job with. I'm a toilet paper expert.
From the city of Anatot. You go to Anatot,
and even though you don't shoot, yeah, I'm still an expert. What do you want me to do about it? So, these 2 stalls. And it was just adolescent piss and perhaps cum and shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really. Dog, some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror. Be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls. And I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like,
there are less than 10,
there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom. And you can't even go in the fucking door. And like, just you open the door and it'd be like, kids getting, like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of BO,
was still in existence.
Poops.
Now, what's the sin of Nov?
Piss.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated
sweat,
as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch.
Anyway,
he uses to relinquish the throne, and
tell you about
his
this
mistake with Amalek.
So what happened with
what happens? He pursues David. David chooses.
Well, so I was kind of like the Fonz for this school that I could just go boom. Like the Fonz used to be able to go boom and hit a jukebox and it would just play. I would just be able to boom and the soda would just fucking rain down. Really? Yeah. And then the next year they got a different soda machine that were bottles.
I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of gold that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and will discuss all this?
I think they did.
A man by the name of
they got new everything and all the prices went up.
Of Shaul, and he comes back and tells Shaul that
I don't think
the
I
city
bought
of
too
Nov
much.
has
Back
sided with the rebellion of David.
Of this
The Kohanim have no,
when everything was cheap. That's how I can remember. Kid would just be fucking
they're helping the king's
like
son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to
get a soda,
they wipe
take
out the city of Nov.
Drink half of it, throw it across the fucking.
This was a huge stain. We'll see on Khan's, on Shaul, and on the reasons we'll discuss. So
and like hit the side of the fucking wall, and it maybe went in the trash can, maybe it didn't. There was no recycling at this school, none, no recycling. You had to be like, recycling's a thing, and they'd be like, huh? Really? There was no recycling. Everything went in the trash. Really? No recycling. And that was just how recycling wasn't a big thing. Anyway, there would be soda spray on the wall for the next
in which he was going to
4 years until one kid during that cleanup time would go and clean that up.
For the massacre in
Nov.
The last day of that window.
There was this one part of this right by the bathrooms where you could put your legs up and like climb way high in the air and then like hold yourself up like this, and people would just walk underneath your legs like you'd be like.
The day that he marched was the last day in which God was going to.
There's always this thing people wanted to go into.
For the Nov massacre,
which had like
had Sanherib attacked that place, he would have been victorious. He would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for crimes. So now get ready for this.
They'd be like right below you.
So the Gemara says, I'm going to also mention So
boys and girls were
separate. So on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls,
as much as it could be.
His astrologer,
which is unlike anywhere.
If we march now, we will be successful.
Of enormous.
So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sanherib responds, Orcha the boy the Saguye Basari Yoma. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, had what we call Kfitzas Haderech.
Except for like a kid's mom.
The journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kivat Yerushalayim. So I'll say the idea over here is that there's a perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And
so we're
this is the last day of no retribution.
And there were a few smells. The amount of BO after we would play football, I can remember the teachers, male teachers come in like this. Like, you guys got to start wearing.
What he does is he keeps piling rugs,
deodorant, and we were wearing deodorant, but we were just sweaty, so sweaty, just wiping your head, and it's just dripping. And we would only get 20 minutes to play. Oh, I wanted to say, so as a little kid, I remember my mom asked me, so before I went there,
he carded Yerushalayim. He says,
"Do they have a football team?"
Is this it? Is this the magnitude? Is
this
Yerushalayim?
But they do play football recess, which is all I care
I went ahead and I moved my whole army.
And the teachers, which was totally unique.
I conquered all of the countries until now.
And we have all of this 60 kids.
He says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So it's a lot of
grades got older. And then 7th and 8th graders would play each other. with some teachers, and then junior
across
and seniors would play softball. But usually once you get to like playing too many sports. Anyway, but we'd have like these armies of kids that would just get seventh. The difference between a 7th grade boy and an 8th grade boy is big, and just getting tracked. And I remember always wanting the ball, and I might have only gotten my 7th grade year.
Tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe.
You just wouldn't get involved that much if you were a kid. So I'd be a blocker, and then I'd rush people. And I remember fucking, it was 2 hand tap, and I'd fucking sack guys. And, you know, they wouldn't know, it would just be like a barely a touch. And like, does that really count? Yeah, it should. Anyway, but if a kid got a sack, he'd come in fucking cock of the block.
So, whenever somebody says,
especially if
it's coming. Can you ask it? So he says, of course. He says, the truth is.
But as I got older,
it's not so beautiful.
I always wanted to touch the ball. And it was like, remember, the teacher would come out, we have a ball, and be like, this is a big fucking deal. And then, fortunately, my family got a ball, and I kept this ball. I had this one of the infusion ones that would blow itself up, and I took this fucking ball. That was the thing. I'll say this, I got to end this fucking story. Did I tell you about the stairwell yet? Anyway, these kids, my friends of our family, my family never had any fucking balls. But this family had everything. This is how you need to be. You have a soccer ball in your car, a basketball in your car, a football in your car, like a baseball bat, a wiffle ball bat. They had all kinds of shit in their car. And whenever we went anywhere, we go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had something. They want to be that family. Having a ball to make your kid cool. And I really mean it. I had a ball. That's not right. That's cool. So we took the ball everywhere. And people would be like, where's the ball? And I'd be like, oh, you want to? Yeah, the whole thing. Come on, let's play. And we'd be throwing the ball around, whatever. And as I got older, then I became a quarterback.
That he was also a ridiculous Balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this.
But then we played the little kids, and I was like, I eventually became that position that I always wanted to be. The guy got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot. And
knows if this cloud of life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see,
and this is like a real.
Begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake.
We usually play against the kids the year younger.
Let's go today. And tell me soon.
That's how you get to know them and become friends with them.
I'm a bit tired today.
And
we'll go tomorrow.
There's like an open field, and then the end zone. Yes, anybody who ever went to school, they will tell you there was no like real back of the end zone. It was just like.
Right, what's the
there were trees, and you kind of just you didn't want to go that far. But like the end zone, like basically the field went like this, and then once you got up the incline a little bit, that became the end zone. But the end zones are really big. And
as most things in life, I
had this friend of mine who
so let's remember again. So
was a different kind of kid.
He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow, what happens that night? We already learned
kind of into some things that not all of us were into.
Comes along and kills
he was good at catching the ball. And so he kind of became a guy who I have this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him, and he would catch it, and I remember he'd catch it. There were a couple kids who catch like this.
They wake up in the morning and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000
and then one time he ran across me.
Says, this ball, this gives us a very important lesson.
And as he ran across that,
which I said literally means
he
look at Rashi towards the end of the short bunch. I
don't mean face. I mean sometimes I remember we all stood around him.
The fight goes away. Out. So which is another way of saying that there was when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity.
And
you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man.
His eyes open. Okay. Well, are you all right? Come on, get up, dude. Let's play.
We're not crying.
He wasn't getting up.
But at the end of the day, it's dramatic how The Rebbe gives him
Like, come on, man.
The Rebbe gives him Yerushalayim, and he squanders it.
He was out
because
for
again,
5 minutes, which is
because of Gaiva.
long
The
period
message
of
is
time
procrastination leads to loss of opportunity.
Under these
The
circumstances, every moment of being able to play is so big. We fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I would just not even eat my lunch, just fucking throw my lunch in the trash.
The Novi over here, this is Shmuel speaks about a man of Yishbi in the Nov, who was of the descendants of Arba. Harpa is Arpa, and we're going to see in just a moment the sister of the sister of Rose. Who Mishka Kino Shlosh Meos, Mishka Mechoshes,
he eventually got up and just kind of like walked into the school or whatever, but it wasn't bloody or anything. And the next day comes, and I remember he was like, I've had a headache all day. I'm like, why do you have a headache? He's a big man. Like, we were just totally forgot about what happened.
Everything.
And the kids who hear me say, so remember it? The kids who were there, and they'll be like, that's right, he did say that. And this hitting the tree changed his personality.
Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech.
He went into different things. He went into like, he went from like, he got really into like, kind of like Nirvana and God. But
he says,
like very much in the hot topic and all that shit. And he was never like this before I threw his ball and fucking hit his head. And
wow, through you, the city of Nov was wiped out.
And like people would hear me say this, that's right, he did hit his head. Meaning he had, and he had this huge lump, like a huge lump on his head, thick hair, but underneath his hair, he had just a giant lump, and he would just kept complaining about having a headache.
Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They died against the Plishtim.
Don't blame myself, because this is, anybody knows the field that we play, there's just like one tree, and
so what does this mean? So
just ran this crossing pattern, and
he says a tzaddik is responsible
fucking
for
nailed this
negative
tree
things
so
that happen
hard.
as a result of his actions,
And
even if his actions were not.
I don't blame myself. I don't think
So
right
at the end of the
but I
day,
think about
David's
that
actions set off
incident,
a chain reaction of events
completely.
that result in the massacre at Nob. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best,
things. Like,
ultimately to shield
I've never
the people
known of
of
a
Nob. He
head
was doing his
injury,
best to try
which
to
is
operate
what
under it, but at the end
he had
of the day,
imagine he had
it was
a pretty
his
bad concussion,
actions
but
that
back
caused
then nobody paid attention to
So we'll say
concussions.
this is a
CTE
dramatic
wasn't
idea
a thing.
because
Ask
then Yoda
anybody,
says
it was
that
just
you
not.
have to understand something.
That
Sometimes
only
in life,
became big.
we
Like,
go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now that
this
wasn't
kid
my
hit this
intention.
fucking tree,
And again, I
and
acted
no
in good faith,
protection, nothing.
But
But it wasn't
understand that
bloody,
as a
so we
result
weren't
of
like
my
too
action,
concerned. We're like, oh,
someone
walk it off,
else
we'll be fine.
encounters pain. Someone else suffers.
But this changed
Even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It
personality
just happens to be a
to the point where,
byproduct
like,
of my
last I
action.
heard about this kid,
Someone else's pain and
he
suffering.
would ride a bike
There's his chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's happened by painful. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in massacre of
mason jar of LSD,
and
he would
ultimately
just
the
trip
death of Shaul and
for
his
thousands
sons.
of miles.
Remember again,
bike ride,
the
and he would
Klal
just go
Yisrael
back
loses the
and
war
forth.
against the Plishtim.
I was just like the
Klal
most
Yisrael loses the
fucked
war
up
against the
thing. And
Plishtim. Why? Why did
this
Klal Yisrael
kid,
lose the war
he was
against the
never
Plishtim?
like that.
Remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the
It really
Plishtim?
changed.
Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David. Because he was reckless,
so you were like the
and
Fonz. I was like the Fonz. I could hit the fucking things. And I always had the football. So
they're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded.
I was
He
never
thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after Plishtim? That's how so messed up everything is. Says
but
that
he
David
could play
HaMelech's
at
fault.
recess.
I know it's not David but Tzadik's responsibility for the even the unintended repercussions of his actions. So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so guys, David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice.
So
here's the
stairs,
choice.
There's like one stair, like plateau.
Here's the
You
choice.
look in and it's like a poor man's fucking
I could either wipe out all of your descendants,
poor man's
or you could suffer.
difficult society.
Which one is it?
Then there's another step. There are no fucking ramp. Well, there is a ramp, but it's like fucking,
you know. Which one is it?
Lieutenant Dan.
So
New York. Okay, so
David HaMelech says, I would rather suffer
and
than
then
Chas v'shalom
another
have my
ramp. Then there's
descendants
like
right now. Let's get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day,
there's like tracks, like these metal tracks. Once you get in there, the stairs get really slippery, and there's like this metal. I love the show this photo. There's like this metal
hunting for food, not hunting for sport.
Stair edge. But again, if you fucking step on it,
so the Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer.
Really? Really? Yeah.
But he missed the deer.
And
so the Gemara says, and
there's like
stairs down and stairs up. Goes running after the deer. And realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army. And
you're with all the boys, we'll take the central stairway for whatever.
So what happens?
Not taking the boys stairway. Certainly never taking the girls.
Who does he run into?
Really? I remember.
Yishbi, Goliath's brother.
There were parts of the
school the first guy he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him and he says, "How you hide the calculator Goliath?
Really?
This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother." What does he do?
There were always parts of the school that we wanted to go in, but we weren't allowed to. It was really an
interesting thing that he did.
Even the faculty lounge. We always wondered what was on the side of the faculty lounge. We always figured it was like wanted signs or like fucking how to teach that. We never knew. And then when we graduated, we poked our head in. It was just like a normal wall. We were always fascinated with the areas we could go.
So a miracle occurred and what happened? The ground
and then like there's that fucking yearbook which
so in Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David HaMelech.
I think the only time I ever went in there, there was another house like on the grounds of the school.
Okay, so either way, so Yishbi realizes, okay, he leaves him for later, but he's tied up
in the grass. School purchased as I got older, and it was in the front yard of the school. We were playing football. Somebody threw me the ball, and I went to catch it, and the like,
so we'll say David HaMelech, one of his generals, by the name of Abishai ben Sruya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So apparently the Gemara says he used Dalit Garbi Demaya, 4 barrels of water. Okay? Chazinu, Chasme Dama.
I thought it
saw drops
of
blood,
but it was a big deal.
And he understood that was meaning he saw it wasn't from him. So something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Kines Yisrael Leona Amislay Shneimar Kanta Yom Mechba Bekasat Shlamina David Malko Yisov Sarashar. So what happens? He sees the blood. He sees the dove flapping around. He realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dove. It must mean Klal Yisrael is in trouble. Now Klal Yisrael was just fine. So who must it refer to? It must refer to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, listen to this. Also, they say, well, Ashton goes to the palace. Right? The king's not home. And it's Erev Shabbos already. So Amar, Tanan, in Rothschild Suso, then Yoshana Kiso, then Yishtamshin Bisharbito. The Shas HaSakala, the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't do the king's stuff. The Shas HaSakala, what about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger. So what Abishai ben Sruya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So I say what happens. Also, Shalvei Midrashim. He goes to ask Shaila in the basement.
But it wasn't like a base.
Ultimately, again, time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing idea. A Jew always has to know what the halacha is.
Then like a plateau.
Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shaila.
I think Sakana,
this of course I'm friends with. I have to be quiet for the Pashas. We ask first and ask later. But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person
and as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building with which you weren't familiar, and you'd be like, what the fuck's going on there? And years would go by, and you would never ever get the chance to see it.
Listen to this.
So there was one time, I won't go into it, where we got to explore part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real magic. Oh, this is like a
what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters.
This was really nice.
So as he's riding, he's right the Plishti area. Who does he see? Arpa.
Marble.
Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of. Now, whether this means actual. He sees Arpa. She must have been a very old lady, actually, right? Arpa, who was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi. So what happens? So Chazi Arpa Ime.
Like as the school got bigger,
she was spinning while she was
different
weaving.
parts of the building.
So what happens? Ki Chazi say, Pasakta la pilcha, Shadarti Luya. So what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha ben Surya, so Arpa must have known that Yishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abisha ben Surya running, terrorists pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him.
They say that the sense most types of memory is smell.
And
I believe that. Sometimes I get a random smell and I'll be like,
excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? She sure does. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her.
Kids.
Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara, Kat Chazye Yishbi Binov. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Binov because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in No. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Yishbi Binov. Amar Hashta Havu Beit Train. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So get ready for this. So Paskin and David
as we're all going to the top stairs,
he wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air.
You ever seen a cartoon where they like tried to show what a smell
down in the ground,
and they like have the smell like that goes
figured that I'm just going to land on the spear and we're done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right down in midair. He says the Shema first, the Shema Hashem. Ultimately, with David and Shemai La'ara. So ultimately again, he says the Shema Mefurash and suspends David HaMelech midair. Suspends David HaMelech midair. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
And it was
like the Gemara. So V'nema Le'ihu. Why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name in order to suspend himself?
And some of the older kids
are like, fuck is that? The incarnated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? And they're like older.
Again, generally, we take that sometimes, again, we spoke about this.
Even some of the kids in
sometimes when you are in a situation, you can't see the trees.
Can you believe that just happened?
We spoke about this.
Can you believe that just happened? Now, I can tell you, I've heard, I smell every fucking smell from this fucking school.
Every kind someone whose advice you rely on. Kids, I have this one fucking see you outside of you.
I'll even talk about it. That's how good it was. I don't know what it was. It was the absolute best part in the history of words. I can just say, yes, anybody from my class, they will say, they'll remember where they were. They'll be like, oh, I have to sit down. It's like one of those things, like a dateline is 60 minutes. Yeah, sit down for this one. And they'll all tell you. Exactly. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again.
So he tells, see, so you would have thought David was going to say, listen, I was chasing a deer and I just ended up here.
To this day, I've never had a thought like this before. Or like a day where it happened.
The whole story.
It was like I had a boiler milk in my fucking stomach.
Do I want to get the punishment?
Not the drink, just like literally a boiler.
Have my kids wiped out. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah.
This school had no air conditioning. They had like
and not you. So listen to this. It was
everything. I just remember.
So as people say,
there was such bad smells.
There were
ginkgo,
but I should not suffer.
There were,
so what does that mean? It's a
natural and sweat,
parents to have rahmanas on their children.
Sometimes like spoiled
think the shot is like this.
Old milk,
what
like all kinds
says is listen.
Thing.
All you can plan for is the present.
Vomit.
Right now, but the Baruch who's giving the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom.
And I remember my one friend,
a lot can change between now
and
the
stink
future.
bomb.
You have plenty of time. You know, Baruch
put it
going
in
to
the
visit the by your children.
And it
You have
cleared out
plenty of time.
And that was very pungent, like rotten eggs, like sulfur. And I remember the Dean of Boys comes in and he's looking around and trying to figure out who did it. I remember watching this thing break. Like somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered and blew out fucking diamond. I remember that. It just stunk really, really bad. They had to open up all the fucking. I can remember teachers at school smelled so bad after we came in. After playing football, all sweaty, they would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would. And when you're young, you're just fucking full of hormones and adrenaline.
So Yishbi is running after them.
Like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like,
so they said then they kept running.
Like
then when they got to Betrayed, they said, you know what, two lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion.
And it became cool to be like fire.
Yishbi was much
You're a
stronger.
good fire. Like, that would be a really good one. Anyway,
so what happened?
why?
Because
it was just funny.
At some point in time,
whenever anybody did anything, they have to go like
so
this.
listen to the plan they
Like,
did.
Some kids
They
couldn't
turned
take
it on
it.
and they said to him,
And this one day, I had the worst fucking
why don't you
gas.
go visit the grave of our
Not because I had a fart
and
so
what they
much.
just told him
but
was
the
what?
smell.
Right? We killed your mother.
It was on like it was like a sweet
Supposed to listen to this.
potency that has never been
emulated
emulated in the history of
He
humankind
mentioned the name of his mother.
ever
The fact that she was
since.
dead, it weakened his strength.
Nor have I had
And they were
it
able to
previously. It was just, it was sweet
Even the hardest of people,
punch.
even the
That's the
hardest
best way I
of
can
people.
describe it.
Everybody
So
has
the
a
first-
soft spot for something.
First,
So
and the
for
other
Yishbi,
thing is,
he was a
you
mama's
never,
boy.
or
You know,
you absolutely,
he might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother never
way
was
to
killed,
school.
it hurt him.
So you
It hurt
save
him.
it
And at
all
the
up.
end of the day,
So
we
you
get
got
in, they
to
were able to
school
overtake
just
him.
because you did.
You're
You're like in
so listen to this.
an
This is the
enclosed
meaning of the
place with
pasuk.
people. Once you got to school, especially when you got in the lack of audio,
So listen to this.
the
So they
boys, you
said to
just
David,
fucking
David,
let
after
farts
this
out.
event, they said, they
And then they
swore.
fucking
The men of David said,
people
you are not going
That's the
out.
thing.
You are not
People
going
would throw
out anymore.
punches, but it
You're not
wasn't
going
like
to battle anymore.
nobody was getting it.
And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be
People
seen. So
wrestled.
this episode, essentially, what they did is the
fucking
king of
punch in the
Israel was
arm until you
grounded.
were bruised on
King
the
of
arm
Israel's
or whatever.
grounded. His soldiers say to him,
But
you're not
nobody
going
was
hunting
doing
anymore.
anything to
You're not
really
going to
hurt
war
him.
anymore. You know,
Yeah.
Rothschild saved us all of this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, it was an amazing Maisa. Amazing Maisa. It was like,
So it was one day.
a 7.5-year learning commitment. Just to go ahead and get dramatic Maisa like that. Because A, the story is overwhelming, and because so many incredible lessons just from one little story.
Yeah.
Shlosha
First class.
There are
like
three
upstairs,
powers.
I don't know
There are
what
three
it
people who had the miracle of Tzitza Sadat. Who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they?
Allegedly.
Eliezer
Yeah.
Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzuya.
It was
So okay, so
son-
Avishai ben Tzuya,
yeah.
so what's Avishai ben Tzuya we just spoke about?
And
Eliezer
everyone
Eved
who
Avram, Eliezer the
was
son of
within,
Avram,
like, a
V'avo
few
hayom el ha'ayin.
meters
They
of
came
me,
that day ultimately
they
again
knew,
to the ayin, to the well.
and
V'meimra dahu yom
they were
hanafak,
like,
dahu
dude,
yom hanafak. So we'll say this is Eliezer
fuck
in
is
Parshas
that?
Kaisar.
They like
Comes
knew,
from
like I was like,
I came
I
that
was
day. I
mad for
traveled
that shit.
from
They're
Canaan
like, dude,
to Haran and I made it
that's
in the
like
same
the
day.
worst
Yaakov,
fucking smell we've ever smelled. And I'm like, I know. They're like, no, you don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs, but weren't nearly like that. I mean, it was like making kids tear up. Like, and then the fucking bell would ring, and it'd be like just sitting there, and you're like sitting in the swamp gas. It was just.
Remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home.
So then, second
He's going to Lavan. Lavan lives in Haran.
second class.
When he gets to Haran, Amar Efsha
And-
Avarti Al Makom Shespalu Bo Avosai.
And I do.
Va'adilo Hispalal Bibo.
And the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fucking sometimes it'd be loud,
That's my
like
forefathers done. This is
like
reference to Har
the
HaBayis.
vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something.
So he
Like
decided to go back.
it was
to
just
Har
like
HaBayis.
boom,
So
like
Kiva
a
here have been back to them. Other cups
like
they are. So see when
like
he
a
decided to
rhythmic
have, so understand. He already got to
instrument.
Haran. He said, I can't
Anyway.
believe I passed Har HaBayis that davening there. He wanted to go back.
It was like the
miracle and allowed him
drum
to get back
head,
to the
like
Haran. Har
boom.
HaBayis expeditiously,
Anyway.
very quickly. So what happens?
I do this the second hour. Dude, that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire life. Like, that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavor. And I mean, it was tremendous. It was. There were kids who were talking about it like,
the tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Ribono Shalom's home.
It was knocking kids into new
I'm not going to have them sleep over.
And the teacher would come in and they'd be like, oh,
the sun set.
Opening up the fucking windows.
Later on, the pasuk says,
just,
after the fight,
and I was like,
the
this
pasuk
is
says that the sun rose.
the
sun rose for him. Did it only rise for him?
This shit is like Agent Orange. So, man, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like,
it had set earlier for him. Was it as reference to
like, we understand normal farts, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor.
Also, after the episode with the Malach of Isa, rose
they're like,
has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Isa. So now let's go back for just a second. So David Melech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children.
You know that you can go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of the small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's gonna help.
Crazy.
There's no fucking
she was a mother
Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know
Febreze. Her son Achaziah was killed.
You're gonna, if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning,
she wanted to be queen.
You're gonna be
she wiped out all of the
until
other male heirs to the throne.
You get the fuck into the next class. Really? Yeah, that's how
she wiped out pretty much the remaining
actually,
members.
Usually though, it wouldn't be. We stayed in the same classroom and the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it than having the homeroom or whatever. Just have the teachers rotate.
It's okay because from the city of No,
anyway,
there was also
why
one
move
survivor,
30 fucking
a Kohen by the name of
13 boys? Why move 13 boys? And I just move one teacher. Anyway,
suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from No, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of
one
David
kid
Melech.
in the fucking corner, just like rocking back and forth.
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, we're not that there was one survivor from No, like Ahimelech, excuse me, Ebyasar, David Melech's entire family would have been wiped out as well.
Now, this wasn't like the loudest part I've ever had, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smell. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different farts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's farts.
Now, the officers brought with them
there's been nothing before like this, nor nothing after. It was truthfully the most unique concoction in the history of smell.
About their ability
it was sweet.
To be victorious of Yerushalayim, that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
Yeah.
And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats.
Tell you guys about the stairwell. Anyway, we'll get to it. So,
and another 60,000 infantrymen.
It's like second period. Well,
fine, Russian. There was in other chariots as well. We'll discuss the size of the army or the soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even bigger. The King Baal this was the same size force which marched against Abraham.
And they were like
4 wars against the 5.
They wouldn't normally like gang up on me if I could hold my own, but like I understood. I'd be like, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, no, you're a friend, but we're gonna be doing this.
Some say the length of Sancheri's army camp was 400 parsecs. Which we'll say is huge. Rochav, Saba, Susav, the width, right, of the total neck
and the kids
of the
are like, oh
horses.
shit, he's gonna do it again, and they're like bracing themselves for this. Like the whole fucking 13 boys.
The total number of people
the teacher's
in
like, what's going on?
camp
And they're like,
was Masayim V'Shishim
got a gas
Ribo
is-
Alpayim
really?
Chas
Yeah,
Echad.
gaseous matter.
Was 2,600,000,000
With everything, baby.
minus 1.
Sexist
Listen,
motherfucker.
obviously, this is hyperbolic.
Anyway,
But the idea that you were talking about is they never
were like,
saw
he's gonna
such
gas
a
us.
large army amassed.
really? Like a
Never
fucking
again.
chamber.
And it's before when
And-
he sees Yerushalayim. He says, really? Really?
I mean,
Can you
this
imagine
shit was
taxpayer
like
dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he
the
was
Zyklon B.
Yeah, she's not answerable to anyone. But the nice, I can't mean
It
the level
was
he's describing with the ones over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. So,
Third
I'm sorry,
period.
this is before the Malach. No, all this is before
But
the
I
Malach.
knew I had
So we were
to.
to
Then
So what
lunch
is it?
and
Minus
recess.
one.
I think we got 30 minutes for lunch and recess. We'd spend 10 minutes at lunch and 20 minutes at recess. And
doesn't
then
mean
we'd be
less
back
than
in
million,
school.
less 100,000.
It made it be like in our
less
seats.
100, less than
With
1.
5 minutes to
Usually
course.
when it's a takeover. But when it's, I think
Never forget
when wars just take over,
physics
you know, really
class,
means
which is
what? Who cares? Right? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like we're not asking you know this one. Right?
I'll
Also,
fucking
that's
line this up
not
for you.
Listen, the point
Right,
over
so
here that Gemara
imagine-
has is, like I said, this is a huge army.
So there's 2 lines of tables
So you show them Avru
and a
B'Shechet.
board.
Listen
If you're
to
ever
this.
in trouble,
They might not
the
describe
punishment, they
this
wouldn't.
army passing through the
You put
Jordan
a
River.
dot on the
So that's
board,
it, to pass through
draw
the
a
Jordan.
circle around
in
it,
order to
and
get
then if
down
you
to
stay the
Israel.
circle
So
long
what
enough, it
happens?
would
Get
go
ready
away.
for this.
It was
So
a
the
50
first
minute,
group
30 minute,
passed the
45
Jordan.
minute.
The
The worst punishment you get was a double
first group
45
passes
before
the
getting
Yarden.
suspension.
They had to swim through the Yarden, and son of the coma. The second ones who went
The
had
two,
didn't have to
there
swim.
were
They
2,
had to stand erect while
rows.
passing through. What's the idea is?
and my seat was in the
Such
back.
a large number of people passing through a body of water. What ends up happening? They diminish the body of water.
And-
Meaning you take water with you. When you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water
remember-
just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shenema Atzam Yagi Afromim Halu Afa Braglim V'Lo Matzu Mayim B'Nar Lishtos Ad Sheviu Mayim Mimakum
And
Acher
these kids,
V'Shatzu.
the teacher was like
Ani
in the
Karasi
front
V'Shatzu
left
Sinai.
corner
So what's
of
this?
the
The third group who came, they were kicking up
class, which is
dust with
opposite
their
of
feet.
where I was.
So it's- means that
And then there was
by
like
the
this
third
open
wave
area
passed through, there was no water left
to my
in the
right. So
Jordan
like, how would
River.
you describe it? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of here. Well, like, okay, how would you do it up here? Okay, the chalkboard's up here.
So they had to bring
The
water
door
from elsewhere
is like here.
to be able to give the army.
There's like 2 lines of dust here. And then they're just tables
So here's the problem.
with chairs.
What does that mean?
So the
The
teacher
pasuk told us, you're telling me about a
is
2,600,000,000 person
up
army.
by this
Never
the,
says
the
the Malach wiped
whiteboard
out
truck,
185,000
with
soldiers.
some other
And
students
that was
over
the
here.
size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is
And
Rabbi Avo says, Halolu Roshei Gayasos.
I don't know if
Those
this is exactly when I did this,
185,000.
but
Those were the
the
commanding officers.
Heisenberg
So what the Malach did was, the
uncertainty
Malach wiped out
principle
the leadership of
has
the
always
army.
been something like
Once you wipe out
really
leadership of
interests
the
me.
army, then what?
And
Everyone else is going home.
I didn't know that's what it was called, but I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here.
Literally,
My
again,
seat
you
was
gave the
like
fact to the skinny,
over here in these 2
the
rows.
fat ones. The fat
And
ones
then
reference to the
over
officers who were the commanders.
There's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go and I go to talk to the teacher, and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like the class is going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the 2 kids he was talking to, and I go up to them and I say to him, is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, will you be able to predict the future? He's like, well, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them. And that to me was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshit to get myself an opportunity to be
Gabriel
at the
is
very
your
corner
model,
of
is your
this room.
sick already. So Gabriel was dispatched
And
to kill the army. Is your sick already? So he said,
became the
everybody
epicenter
on the Tusha, but Meves, Mishacious, and Gracious.
the biggest
So Gabriel
bomb
says,
since
essentially, I was born
Hiroshima
ready,
and
right? I was
Nagasaki.
right. My sickle has been ready
walked
since the 6 days of
from there
creation. Shneimar,
through the double desk chairs. I went around back.
The time of year.
I did a figure eight. I did a figure eight, so like this. It's the opposite of what I'm doing.
So Gabriel apparently is the man who's in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well.
I remember there were a lot of people where I was sitting because
so this is what people say that in general, when you have an enemy,
very good friend
so make sure to say good morning to him.
Just
go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to me. Very disorienting. So the idea being that the Rabbi says to Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work,
he was normally the one who
also take care of the Assyrian army.
And
which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about how to deal with conflict.
Remember, this part of my life where I just felt alone. Not completely alone, but just like,
and the best way
I was still in shock that is
don't fight.
But that didn't really affect this. I'm just saying that that's why there weren't any kids there.
You say shalom aleichem.
Like right next
you
to me.
say how are you? I'm not
as a kid,
conflict with you.
the next closest kid
and it's disorienting
to me was like towards the center of the room.
If they're mamish roaring for
I remember having done this figure eight.
Others say that
and I looked at this kid.
Into the nose of the soldiers, and that's
I'll never forget. And he was just, it was his side profile. And he was just staring dead forward. This kid would stare just dead forward into the fucking. I'm telling you, kids, if you've ever seen, what is it called? Back in World War I, it was called shell shock, and then it was called. Oh, it was called like.
What did he allow them to hear?
Post-traumatic stress disorder. It had different names, but it was like bunker trauma, whatever. It was like this kid had the 1,000. I think it's 1,000 yards spare. This kid had 1,000 miles spare. Normally, he'd be like, "Hey." He just was out of it. And you'd be like, "Dog, you've been staring at the fucking wall for 45 minutes. What is it?" And I had to stand next to this kid because he and I had similar names throughout like all our school. And this kid, I remember,
if you add up all the numbers mentioned,
I saw his side profile like this.
Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 Rabbi say? Sencherib was spared. Shnei Banav, his 2 sons, was spared.
This caused him to turn his head.
Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared.
And it was like, he was the first person to know. And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids were writing, other kids were asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, can you know where, couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed? And then I like didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like?
I go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room.
How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared.
And I'll never forget to look on these kids' faces. I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like,
because we see Sencherib and his 2 sons. We see that Sencherib and his 2 sons.
I just remember. Let's get him.
Again, his 2 sons killed him.
And
so the fact that his 2 sons,
there's a teacher there
which takes place after this
who was like
at
the fucking epicenter of this thing and didn't even know it. It's like, I think there's a thing like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb like hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And
all right, then I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for
in a unified
the year of Tafshin Pei, dedicating all the Drushos this year's schools.
the heat of his pungency, the sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight you if you do this again. And I knew it. I knew it. I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. You want a piece of me? I would say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they wanted a piece of me that day. And they fucking all got it. And they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just going to let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker has a doctorate. He could have lost his position. But nobody's going to take it from this. Well, he would have just been able to be like, Doug, I'm going to fucking test this fucking smell. It was so. I remember he was just in shock. He was like,
smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and leave. And
I remember just being like, it was like,
what does this mean?
It was like napalm, it was like Zyklon B, it was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the street over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it, I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucker is.
Also known as
it was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like a, back in my day, it had like the great red spot, and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, but it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just, that's what I imagined. It was like, you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like, kind of looks like
that which is right and that which is wrong.
Jupiter kind of like a mishmash of shit.
Anyway. So if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see. Can you smell justice?
Just blocking these blows. They never got him right.
Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice,
I just blocked them, and then I remember
and they killed him.
Thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting dozen plus people fuck me up.
The Jews.
And
other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans.
He was like, so I would like defend myself in front of all these dudes.
Ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva.
They all were like, they came at me like this, so maybe they weren't as well.
Tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential
ventilated as they could be. But I remember sitting there like standing there. Like, there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car. It was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? So that was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, "Go to the bathroom."
What does it mean that they had no blemish?
Really? Yeah. And I was like, okay, cool.
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood bladder. In other words, they were healthy.
You ask me if these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were. And they'll be,
yeah, in the palace of the king.
Worst smell in the history of smells. I remember it was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that ever since. And I don't know what it is. If you're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally. And I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that.
On a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama.
Meconium?
We have to exercise self-restraint.
I don't know what that smells like.
That we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity.
It was like
we too stand before the king at all times.
It was different than that. You know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart, but it wasn't like conium. It was like pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them, and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like, but hot. They wouldn't be like, it would be like if you took hot sauce and
like a eunuch. Right, the king would often castrate his servant.
Cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just. You know how like in the cartoons they have like the fucking smell that goes like.
Avodah was castrated during their days. In other words, they had a successful ability to remove like into somebody's
That's what I did. I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure eight and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn. And they're like, no, that's what, no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No, that's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no, oh, it's the worst. Okay, but then there's nothing more to it. I remember I think they told me to go to the bathroom. But I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fight. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I didn't take any punches. Really, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell?
So ultimately, again, with the concept that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation.
Checkers.
It says, it could be that it was both. That literally
that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax.
But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. According to me, it says that they're mamish svisim. So the pasuk says, "The veisu sayad vashem tov."
LBT's luxury vinyl.
The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. All I know is that I think there's a certain, like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking. Could very well be that before they were made svisim by the king, they had children.
Luxury vinyl, it's luxury vinyl tile. No. I thought it was. There's no
What does it mean? I would give them an eternal name. They will not be cut off. I want to come from Darsh Makafra B'Tzipuri Zes Sefer Daniel Shenikra Al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named obviously again by or for Daniel. Michtik. Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michtik. Kamili de Ezra Nechemia. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. So I want to point out. Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh, right? We have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri Sefer al Shnei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah?
Actually, this was not LBT.
A little bit too
this
much
was
credit for himself. He did not have a
remember
me, my God, for good. I have a David Nami.
So it was linoleum. Anyway, checkers, and then there was this metal.
Remember me.
Get really, really slippery.
Taking credit, almost like he had a little bit of requisite.
Remember, I was talking about
in order to go ahead and
you walk into the school, step up, and then another step up.
David was asking for
if you go down the classroom where I ripped ass, the epicenter is like right ahead. You can actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up.
Doesn't matter to have a safer name for him. Why?
The main office.
He spoke disparagingly about the early
So I gotta
ones.
say some.
What does this mean?
Not my own medicine.
So, I will say this is incredible.
And
that Ezra disparaged the leaders. Disparaged the leaders that came before him. Ultimately,
there were like
them
some
of
older kids who were going up
their
first.
position for personal
We're kind of following them. And I hear
even
from
though
above these other kids. Did you ever see that Seinfeld?
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. We saw this in yesterday's daf. The opinion that says.
Okay, so when these kids smelled my fart, it was like that Seinfeld where
drowned in
Frank
saliva, right? They drowned in spit.
the.
We saw it to Marshall, who said, now what does that mean? That they
He's
cause
got
the
the
nations of the world to
Jewish.
speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity
Matchmaking event?
Never Chas v'Shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the Sefer name in him. The Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. Now, by the way, how do we know that how do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says,
tomato, potato, potato.
Good, right. So a lot of Rashi said,
It's whatever you want.
Next slide. וראיתי אני דניאל לבדי אס המרה, והאנשים אשר היו עמי לא ראו אס המרה, אבל חרדה גדולה נפלה עליהם, ויברחו ויחבא, והאנשים אשר היו לו. So Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it.
Jewish singles.
No one else saw about Daniel. The fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates not that Daniel was great.
All right,
the Gemara says, who were these other people?
I have to talk to
who were
her.
with Daniel but didn't see the vision?
Why? Because, I don't want to get copyright strike.
So they were there with Daniel.
He doesn't know
They
anything.
did not see the vision. Daniel saw it. Don't say Tzadik Kalam Dalaf 94a. Anyway, different now. So it's interesting that Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Enun the Ihu lo Nabi.
When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're getting, especially this one kid with the 1,000.
Daniel apparently was a lower grade Nabi.
Really?
The Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So I
bet it's still in their nasal cavity.
They didn't have the vision that Daniel had. Then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright?
The minutiae of my story. That's where I get you.
I'm sorry.
I'm Mr. Minutia. I'm Mr. Big.
Their muzzles saw.
Sexiest motherfucker of all time.
So often they muzzle refers to
why?
like astrological signs. In this context, I think it means as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them. Watches over this.
This smell, it was so sweet. What the fuck happened here?
Yes, again, there is like
what the fuck happened here?
Connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over
this.
Here,
except it wasn't from eating, but it was. The smell did this to people, kids. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday.
Sometimes in life,
that's the sound that they made when they smelled this.
And the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be a lot.
13 of these motherfuckers came to fight, and I took them all down.
But they don't know why.
I defended myself very well.
Saw something, even though I didn't see it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So you must my takante. So what's the takana for that? Well, the response is, let's say a person is gripped by fright. I'm not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Likri Kriyashma, or say Shema, the kind of makom hamitunofes, and ultimately again you're standing in a place where
is that the end of it?
So you can't say Shema. What should you say? Say the following.
I love when he goes, that sucks. I love how he says it.
Okay. So what exactly?
No, it sucks.
So perhaps
I love that.
You are teaching us. Rabbi is teaching us.
I'm back, baby.
There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I was saying, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why.
Who do these two people remind you of? Hi, parents. Really?
Paralyze me.
Yeah.
What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze.
They remind you of
move yourself forward. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is this: if you remain in place, what's going to happen?
I have to talk. I don't want to get something.
The first thing we're seeing by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two,
Phoenix, rising.
Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the old word, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear.
Flashback.
Let yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the clock to move forward. And I will say lastly, what you do, saying the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical.
Ask any.
So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say,
I am sure of it.
This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that I can't.
You're sure of it? Guaranteed.
What's your reaction to that statement?
Guaranteed.
You giggle a little bit, right? Just like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real.
Still remember them coming after.
So sometimes what you need to do is break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. Gripped by paralyzing fear, number one, move yourself forward.
Really? Yeah, it's on the sixth motherfucker on earth. Anyway, did I tell you kids about
if you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
So be able to move yourself there's like sidewalk,
even in the midst of the mobilizing fear.
Landing,
so it's
like fucking bully or
so the Gemara says, sorry,
double doors,
general mem in the middle of a pasuk,
like a
right, is open,
ledge,
is open. And only the mem at the end of the word is closed. Then there's this word, mem in the middle is closed.
Pretty sure there's nothing luxury about
this. So it's incredible. This pasuk is by Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach. The Sancheriv go Umago. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wants to make him Gog Umago. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umago, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes.
You go down the stairs. Right there was the epicenter of where I did mine.
And Sancheriv. Gog Umago. I want to read this. Really? Nasal breathing.
So
the Midas the actual strict justice comes to the Rebbe Shalom.
Whatever.
It's almost like
just
like there's like
consider that
checks and balances like Lahavla Kosh Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas this is what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Chizkiyo
ground zero. Right? That bitch was ground zero. Now you got the stairs to go up. There's the
So again, Chizkiyo, ultimately again, you did so many miracles
office,
for, and yet unfortunately, you didn't sing shir.
There's a fucking window or something that had like frosted glass. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there's some part of the school you've never been to. It was like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then
the mem was
kids. I was weird. And the other thing, he had these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them.
Shut it down.
And you have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking had 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time we all after school used to put our books down when we were waiting to go home. And I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire bottom. And I put this backpack on, and it was super, super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet. And we get this call, and it's one of the teachers. And it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, oh, their backpack is really light. What I still thought it was heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack.
He didn't sing Shira.
Anyway.
I'll sing Shira. I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We got these fucking rucksacks, all these fucking books, like turtles going up the stairs. We didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the second stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids were over,
Rashi says,
and I just hear someone just start saying, no fucking
universe
way. And I'm like, what is going on? They start calling this delegates, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is that? And I'm like,
so the Sarah Olam says,
and then I get it. And then I get it. And then I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about.
Okay, so let's go.
Kids.
Now the earth has set Shira on his behalf. Like he didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, Razili, the secrets of the world are for me. Says I changed my mind.
Have you ever smelled a fish hatchery?
Amr Nabi, Ali Aili, Ad Masai. So the Nabi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Nabi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So now saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazas Abbas Kova Amra, Bogdim, Bagdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bagdu, what is the name of Amra? If you're going to be Scott, and the Asu,
remember like in the cartoons where the fucking smell goes and goes like this?
Enemies of enemies.
Well,
meaning that unfortunately,
I remember
being
like,
until Mashiach comes.
Is that it smells?
Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lail, Amr Biochanan, Ola Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma.
Going up the stairs,
so all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lail. So essentially, again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shamos Nifkados Etzlo.
Or like one of those fucking
Rashi understands that Ruach
Japanese chefs with,
but instead Ruach is Neshamas.
Cutting into
Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So or everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar,
like when they get caviar.
When is Gula going to come? I would say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely
from sturgeons.
The world.
You ever see when they get the caviar and they get like fucking, they like massage it? I mean, I would have expected to see somebody massaging a sturgeon at the top of the fucking stairs. Like,
so what does this mean?
And
so the Shomer says,
I wasn't even at the fucking first plateau yet. We're at like the
dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Actually says,
the office like level, and I couldn't tell if it was worse there, or if, as I got higher,
morning will come. But before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible.
I couldn't tell. I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads and both of them smelled like.
So, right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, into Bayun. If you yearn for it.
And
if you yearn for it. The Baruch was not going to give us anything.
My class is on the third floor, so I got to go fucking dive back in this
again, we have to
fucking thing.
So
as I
elements.
Go up the stairs and my feet are like touching that
here,
tile.
The Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Cheshbon waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly, he's not going to give it to us.
And the guys are fucking laughing.
If we could have
and it's like the higher these people go in the stairwell, the more that they're laughing.
Let's say first wide lines at the widest line. So it was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth
the last
came
plateau
along
before
and
the
said
top,
Shira.
and there's like a frosted glass and fucking dusty ass windowsill, and this
other
little
examples of situations where
the
Klal
moving
Yisrael did not
plateau,
say Shira
and
until someone else reminded us to do it.
It was as strong there as it was
Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So in Marsa Tami, Rabbi Papis, Nagul Moshe B'Shishim Ribo, Shelo Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisrael V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And it was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So it's interesting enough.
Or sturgeon.
What is that mean? Rav Amar Shehever Cherev Chada Al Besaro. He circumcised himself.
Salmon.
Yisrael was so impressed with all of my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says Shenase Chadudim Chadudim Kol Besaro.
It was any other day on that.
Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. Shmuel say it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again,
and I still don't know necessarily what happened.
He was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world.
We were asking the older kids, what is that?
And they were laughing. To the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says, Amarav, some of the kids in our class think we're laughing. You see, a very important piece. So, and in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershin is dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Those are fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that. Okay, so Yisrael, remember again, Yisrael left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gerrit. He circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misenchev Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Let Chizkiyahu say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sanchev and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. Or actually overcome the Yifra, exact punishment from Sanchev, who has 8 names. So we're just supposed to the names. Chizkiyahu T'chsev Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu Ben Nitin Lanu Vati HaMishra Al Shechmo Vayikra Shmo Pele Yoetz El Gibor Aviad Sar Shalom Aiva Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name Chizkiyahu? So this one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name. Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar Chizkiyahu Shma Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shema Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name; it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheir, what are Sancheir? All Sancheir's names. The Tzibdei, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheir. What about Sancheir? Right? What was that? You forgot about that name. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheir, we're going to see, spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Akar, Shesach Nicher Tvarim Klape Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheir, if you look at some of these names, Sancheir was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar, Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheriv, right now, remember Sancheriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel, what's Rabbi Shmuel both said? So one says that Sancheriv was very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, the purpose is to take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry, my Rabbi said. The one that says that he was foolish is apparently he said he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So as you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in Gemara says, where did he supposed to say, find out how incredible this is? Right, so Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took our sons, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, where did Sancheriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Amar La Hari Sulug. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnus Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Where it says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, "Oh, this new land is just as nice as our land." Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Shrin. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. So here was always careful about how we spoke about the sanctity or how we spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivodo kod ki kod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here. Tachas gufa mamish shaguf kain u'neshamas v'achas. They both say this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kavodo v'lo kavodo mamish. Sancheriv's army, that we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Ki had Rabbi Yochanan, Karilei l'ma'ani mach bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. This is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? You must like even when they're thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Gemara says, "Amar Tachas Kvodo Mamish Kisveifas Bnei Aaron. Mal Alon Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. Afkan Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim." So we'll say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriev's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Gemara says, "Tanashay David Roshel and Karcha. Paro Shechirei Ba'atzmo Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu Mera B'Atzmo." This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, "Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo." So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev Shechirei, go say on the base. Sancherev Shechirei Ayidei Shaliach, and Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nifra Mimenu, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro gets sick day. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. Ksiv Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzrayim B'Soch Hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. Ksiv Darachta Bayam Susecha. Sancherev Ksiv B'Yad Malachecha Charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, B'Yad Malachecha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancherev, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh, so again, Sancherev doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Meno Ayidei Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. B'Ksiv Vayetze Malach Hashem Vayach B'Machane Asher Me'ach B'Shmoni B'Chamishim Elef. So it says, remember again, this was this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klaisva to defeat the army of Sancherev. So he's the thing, so if Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night, he says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol who did it himself, but ultimately again, like you say on Pesach, and even on Malach, this was Malach for the army. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancherev blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punished indirectly. Kanina Bar Papa Rani Ksiv Marom Kitzo Ksiv Marom Kitzo. Shavuot said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Marom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Marom Kitzo b'Yeshaya, Malon Kitzo b'Malachim. Marom Kitzo mashma dira shamnata. So it says, so one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, and one on earth. Amar also Rasha. The tchila achre b'shamnata, yachakach achre dira shamnata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancherev. Sancherev says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Ala Aras Azos Shliso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancherev is Sancherev felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He felt that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before we get Rashi, so I said, Ata Hamivaladei Hashem Alisa L'Makom Hazeh. So Sancherev says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem Amar Eli, Alei Ala Aretz Azos Yishchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land in Israel. We'll say, which is pretty wild. So Sancherev is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancherev give HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did you ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, Yishon Rabbi Dikamar, Yan Kimasa Amazev, Esmi Hashiloach HaOkim La'at La'at, Umisos Es Ratzon Uben Remal Yom. So let's say, so what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancherib overhears the Navi. And here's the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Ner Shilach Ha'ochem La'aklat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Rothschild and Rinaldo. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm going to say the Molik Targum the Haikra Lo Hadi Yadana Kala. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comma. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the Klatz Ama Hadem B'Malchut B'David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus B'David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach outside comes as spring fed, it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus David, who governed them and looked after them in such a beautiful way. And they gave them
what up, P-boy? How you living, Pam?
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and
all right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? Do you have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
He was in Russia. How was he such a
You don't have a what? All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have?
It's not like we stop worshiping Hashem. Very often,
okay, I'm going to look right now. That's okay. That's okay.
How does Avodah Zarah work?
All right, my friend. Right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out. It looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you, so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I give you an example. Okay, so you see the example is called Honey Badger, Hoba.
And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? Always to a high standard.
Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link.
In order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach Leramayo is eating all of these creatures, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's over there about the Zara. Over there about the Zara is a heathen.
Okay, go to the link that I just sent you.
What was Hiskiel's meal? Hiskiel would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He'd be full. Let's say he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Which also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our relationship with.
Do you see that I sent you a link?
Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in lives. and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur. Ella, my time, and it shows us therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this stuff, and he hears the Nabi literally said, "Most I'm trying to point out, Sancherib was the king of Ashur."
Do you see the link, P-boy?
Because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sancherib says, "Okay, God wants me to do this." So if God wants to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why was he punished? If Sancherib actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, Ihu Yordaket Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancherib was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancherib set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Nabi tells Sancherib, you overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayif, the tired nation. Those are the tired nation, which is the Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case harishon akel artzos v'artzon afali ba'achron yechvid derech hayam everything gadol hagayim lo karishonim shekilu ma'aleim al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. אבל אחרון ומלכות יהודה שהכבידו עליהם על תורה וראויים הללו לעשות להם נזק כעוברי הים וכדרכי הירדן. So it is fascinating. So Sancherib, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, so Sancherib, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, they become a source of degradation. Right? The laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancherib. So it's interesting enough, Sancherib didn't have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base of Yerushalayim. So אחרי הדברים, באמץ האלבס אחר מלך אשור, ויבוא יהודה, וייחן על העם הבצורות, ויאמר לבקעם אליו. So ultimately again, Sancherib makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, lahai Hadash." Rashi says over here, "If you begin Zaron Kazel, LaAdon Kazel, if you Misha Emes with this Gil, Basar Kazel." So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Hiskio deserving of this? Right after all, against Hiskio was a big tzaddik. So why was Hiskio deserving of having Sancherib marching? In other words, we'll say, as much as Hiskio is successful over Sancherib, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Hiskio was such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancherib marching against him? So listen to this. What happened? So Rosh Baruch Hu swore that Sancherib was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Hiskio. What happened over there? Amar, Hiskio, my sinner Sancherib, Umisar Galev Yada. So the Rosh Baruch Hu, here's what happened. Rosh Baruch Hu was like this: if I tell Hiskio that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you. But don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar lo hava beina, lo b'isusa beina. Rabbi, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Because remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu. Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Because Rabbi wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring the salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Then my sina lay. Rothschild therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Nishba Hashem Tzabakot Lemor, Elo Kasher Denisi King Haisa, Tekasher Ya'ati Itakum, Lishpor Ashur Ba'artzim, Va'al Har Abusenu, Bisar Me'alem, Olu Bisavalo Me'al Shech Moyasor. Rothschild said, Yavo Sancheriv B'Yaito, Yasa Obus B'Chizkiyahu B'Yaito. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Hebron, they're going to become like a trough, sort of like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? And sometimes I will say, we have this thought sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shel Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu, that after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shel Shabbos says, the Baruch preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you could have spared me. Ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to Yitzchak. Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. Or was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hagim, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. If everything is going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such a dog. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter proposal for Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Baruch Hu. That's where the Rothschild runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit later. Says the Gemara, Yasser Sibon Me'ashek Mecha, Va'olom Me'alech, Vatzav Lecha, V'chover Ol Mivnei Shman. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Miknei Shaman. What's the Shaman? Literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the body transition. This medrash all over Malchus Yudah in times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? Na'atz cherev ha'pesach beis hamedrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the beis hamedrash, and he said, "Va'amar kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah yitaker b'cherev zu." He said, "Whoever leaves the beis hamedrash will be stabbed with this sword." He said this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left the beis hamedrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. So that's what he was saying. It was like, sometimes we look at Torah, it's Torah, it's nice, it's beautiful. And like, okay, another person has a beautiful idea. So, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he learns on that, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what he's say people fall asleep during the drasha. Right? Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. These are the days. This is a dated marshal, like a formal neighborhood. Right? You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions, and the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine that the no directions be like this? Right? Says no one's nodding off in the middle. Why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, and words of Torah are life-saving, then you will never nod off. Sometimes Rabbi speaks, God, right, whatever. Not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair, right? But the mindset, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, like how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, constantly I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant of the words of Torah all the way from Givas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. One more minute. So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, I will say, by the way, in what? Not in the sex brachas, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look like they're referring to it here. Right? The halachos of Tumah and Tara. We'll say, what happens when we get to us? We give Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? I want to say, those halachos, everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying waste. Why did it lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on Ruchnius. I will say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu and and ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Tzadkei Melech. I will say it's much more to say. We'll stop where I will say. Okay, end up pretty much. One incredible week.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, tree, Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. It's very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount. And if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming an X space now for more than 350 straight days, and not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type Rabbi or Shill or Share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there. And I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
That's what it looks like I've overdrawn. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what they see in Bracha. I will say. So what's the shot that leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents a silly bracha in one's house. So first of all, let's give me a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, overflow the cup of Havdalah, because again, we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra, that indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh, there's leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? Rabbi says, kadesh is moderation. It's even not just from what is mutter, also even in the world of that which is mutter. I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, and I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur can also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. You see the end of Kimisase. Interesting So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto min eres, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eretz. Rashi says over here. So the Gemara says. I'm sorry. Koach kishui ever shalom minar she'inamoni. So Rashi seems to say over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some type of something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. He becomes impotent. Right? So koshi ever shalom. So again, minar she'inamoni. Shneimar. Eliomer, Kashtafa, Elia Sha'atan, Mishtal, both Namish Bevasa, Kitar Kashtaka, Dava Akar, Hamistakel, Hamachashi, Ba'arayos, the Ashes Ish, Kashtamas. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's living his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Even if we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result? Hashton in Eretz, his bowl is empty. Now again, what actually saying is almost like a erectile dysfunction. Okay? He's just not going to be able to father children. That's also on a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all concealed. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual and literally it could sap a person of all of this strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? You only go so long without sleep. We feel like we're shouting one, right? At the end, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my co-op is not. Right? So there's at a certain point in time where there's no more gas for me to pay. I think that's like our telling us is keep the person you use your energy for. Because there's certain things that I'm seeing in the realm of energy. And the truth is, alliance, immorality is one of those things. Empty your boat, right? Empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sack you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in a video, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. I found you love. That's right. No, have the cuddle the time. Person should always be humble. Last says over here, have the honor of the shifter. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. There's a concept of mini-bati, which means a home to that saras. And interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have saras is just to get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. You don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. And the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't take saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my shit. What's the meaning of the passage that says, so the Ima in Sha'ol Eitzalechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Lechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? I love the Chadis, it's actually Ma Lechem Machlis Kumotzi. Just like the Lechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol Machlis Kumotzi. So to the grave, takes in, you bury the dead, so Motzi, yes, amazing. Shalom, Kavakola, Umar, Motzi, and also the Kolikolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits it with Christ towards the baby. So Sha'ol Shemachis and Kolos, in addition, Shalatim and the Kolikolos. So the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Kolikol, right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. there's going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the Omer in Kresanation in the Torah. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that this Kresanation. Those are the ones you're going to see fixated on putting the first of Kresanation. The Gemara says this is a good guy. How do you know? So we can trust that the Torah hold up so in the closing that one. Those are fascinating halachim. Tzaddikim, what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back like yes, I'm really much what will not die. Special, right? All these questions come up. But that's the other guy. So you just miss resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. Incredible. So the people died then afterwards, and the Lord says, Tzaddikim don't die. Once Tzaddikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון ויוצא מירושלים קדוש יום רבו. אבל קוסם לחיים ירושלים, מה קדוש לעולם מקיים אף לא קיים. So the Pasuk compares Tzaddikim to Kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so should the Tzaddikim come back to life, so be an element of eternality as well. Amid Beis. Then Tomar, Osam Shana Shasha HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem. As Shasha HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baruch Hu Shneimar. The Niska B'Hashem Lodado B'Yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of the greater death. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like we have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? The Prophet is going to recreate another world from me, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the Prophet will start again. What happens to Tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? What do you want to say? Not so much night. So if the Prophet also can find to shut it up in their mind. Now, Rothschild makes for the Tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. So you look at what's the water. So the Pastor said, "Well, maybe what's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the Tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water." The most common of his young Shema Shema used from Shad. I maybe say they have Shad, maybe they have any difficulty doing this. However, the Kobe Asha Yahamu Koa, Lave, and Shemays, and people will be given wings like eagles, Yarutu, below you go. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And the other thing is to ultimately, this is such a beautiful decision. That's the thing, that's the meaning of it. The great aspect of becoming a sadhus, the great benefit of becoming a sadhus, sometimes you go to transcend everything that life throws your way. Happens to Tzaddikim, the way they have to also literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So in the so you might think as follows. So what about, we're going to talk about this in a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that the telescope brought back to life? Like the telescope that's transformation. Now, after the telescope brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the Tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So you might say, "Someone like Man Damar, the MS Mashal Haya." It's interesting. He actually holds like the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, like the Atzamah Sayyidation, the valley of dry bones, that was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen. Let's try to make it as parable. Sanya. So this thing of the suffering is like the rather dramatic mashal. It's Sanya. And the Rosh Omer, Mitzvah Shef, the Cheskel, I'm going to the the people in the Cheskel brought back to life. They still on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Not Shira Amru, what did they sing? Not Shira Amru. Hashem Nemes B'Tzedek U'Mechayim B'Yachim. And Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru. Hashem Nemes U'Mechayim Nemes Sha'ol B'Yao. And Yudah Omer, Yudah says, Hemes Mashal Haya. And Yudah says, now I said, Rosh Hashanah is very interesting. And that's the truth. Mashal Haya is very powerful. The Mashal doesn't say, oh, we're going to come back. But MS Lama Mashal, then Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS means that it didn't happen. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, it's a mashal, what's going on here? But it says, Ella, the MS mashal. Rather than in reality, don't do as a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, it's fascinating about whether or not the episode of the Cheskel with the Atzamah Sayyidation didn't happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental mashal test. Incredible. I was saying, no, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. What happened? The Pesach brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went to Israel. They married. They had kids. So he went to Allah. He didn't say, Allah. אני נבנה ביניהם, ועלות מצפיר שניח לי אבי אבא מהם. So Rabbi stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life on the festival, and ultimately I get to use of the spirit that I received from my great-grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who brought back that most of the street? I'm not even Ephraim, Shemanu refutes to tell. It's incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story, but there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you know what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. They didn't know. But when they Ephraim, Shusela, Ubalak, Sachas Beno, Alada Beno, Sachas Beno, Uzbada Beno, Shusela Beno, the Egypt, the husband answered that. How was it about it? So it's still by people of God. By some time at the end of the Rabbi, by a bow of the Nachamo. And ultimately, again, so it's even more. Father, if I'm more today, what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this period of time, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris when it started. So when 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the explanations that the festival brought back to life. Incredible. They must have told us anybody other than a couple of Christmases. They're not going to say, so again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesed. Interesting. They denied Chesed, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a festival. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even no mitzvahs. Not Rothschild, everything like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. They're not, had someone say, there's a shoe device, or it's not on this, it says, everybody are done, people at the Hekal Kulim Shkatzim B'Ramosim. These were people who unfortunately dedicated and declared the relation of God. Yeah, now, the Abba Be'er beginning from Kabbalah Sheretz, the end of Shabbat, the new days. So, Kuka Ashir Shabbat, Ksiv Hassam, the Iran Shabbat. Okay, Yochel says, Elu, Leitzin Shabbat, Gula. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Gula. And what's Bikas Gula? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, so the first couple of them back, what happened in Bikas Gula, and Yochanan, Miyar Itzo Ad-Rabas, Bikas Gula. So the shot is even Nebuchadnezzar says it's the second white line, and the bottom side, please, originating to be was flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So they must have Hayu B'Hani Bakrim, Shayim Natin, Shahayu Ganim Asachar B'Yochel. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally it was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, a quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, now, again, there's this concept in halakha called dam hiyut, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and bleed. So these Cashmere women saw these Jewish boys and they had trained this flow. Other about land, so to his older husband, about Melech, and their sons, their husbands told the king, see, Melech for Harzim. So the king killed them. He killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But again, how you show us, but still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? See, Melech for Harzim. The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disappeared. Overwhelming story. So where it says these are the bones that the Fresco brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikhat Gura. It happened in the Gura Valley. The church people of the Bucharest is now implemented the Bucharest. You might transition to some incredible stories regarding the Bucharest. So remember again, the church people of the Bucharest as Hanania Mishal Ba'azai and Kishrei. So remember context. The Bucharest primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually the Bucharest deified him was Daniel. And contemporaries of Daniel were Hanania, Mishal, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hanania, Mishal, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So the church from the Bucharest as time John Bazai, the Kishrei age, I'm not properly Pesco. Lift back the news of the Pesco. So again, at the time the Chaim John Bazai fell into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Pesco, the Pesco's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, Azariah. Oh, that's incredible. By the generation, all of these great men. So as Chaim John Bazai being thrown into the kitchen, Hashem tells the Pesco, go and bring back the dead in Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, it's crazy as it says that Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's busy with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Maki Bashailu. So Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amulo, Kalarin, Sha'elu, Makai, Yalisha, Because Judah. They said, the friend of these guys being Kalarin, Sha'elu, is bringing back the dead in the Judah Valley. Pasach, Amar, Asoli, coming back with him, because Moe, Kama, Takitim, Mahusim, Machus, Olam, he shall turn it in Dar Vadar. Also, in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to us. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So mother will come out of the six rockets and he takes the wheels for his struggles, shall it double the same return. Rosh Hashanah had the Malach not come and struck him on the face. Achashlim aside, he says, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than God Allah. Right? You understand? So that's the past. So as beautiful as everything that God Allah did in Tehran, Nebuchadnezzar looked at it even more beautiful. I was saying to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater share than God Allah? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has crossed over Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beit HaMikdash and exile Kali Skull and send their people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there's no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. Each of these miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah and Mishal and Azariah were thrown to the Kishrei. Number one, they had suffocation. They're known as the culture was actually beneath this underground. The rose of that that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's part of the wall of the kitchen cracked open so that people could see into the kitchen what was happening. So the foundation cracked. The big idol of Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face. The newspaper ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year Pesach as a mission because Judah, and Pesach brought back the dead in the Judah Valley. The Kula Gemara Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are traditions. But I don't know if you'll crush it. We know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? When the Bukhanesa not a show for Nicholas, or a Kashatanyo, Sakino, Pakusa, Adar, Vizilia, Nidvan, Nidjai, Gad, Vario, Yukavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatun Medina. So, Oxid, PC, Guven, you go, Oxid, Miskanchi, Ashtavania, Sagania, Pakusa, Adar, Malta, Hazin Gavera. So, this is in the first Pasuk, there's four something. I said, so in the first something, in the first Pasuk, it was 4 more names, and the second Pasuk, it was less names. Which indicates that ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. So, even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. And now, the Gabra, Iraq, Hapsu, the Sabaleo, Pashkeva Kalanson. Can I understand what I'm referring to the Kipshana? They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what is this? If you look at that, so let's say that's not saying that. I turn it out bonus. Shalom. The Harifain is not Azai, the Harifain is beginning to Paragon. It's really still a Kipshan. So when Kayan is not Azai, coming to the Kipshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing, their dignified clothing. So you know what it says? So I was trying to show you and the Buha and the Fukhat and the Daishin Son and the Pano. Those are incredible Gemara. What is Rosh Ben Yaakov saying? Rosh Ben Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become all unstable, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we are so packed in an undignified manner. Lord says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, you know what did they do before they went to the kitchen age? You know, they fixed the bekashas, you know, with the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They also, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm ready to open. I want to say, all right. Like 93A. So you don't have to do so. Okay, sorry, this is beautiful. So are you greater than my love? On the divine, I bought Shai and the house and the Golura, the couple of issues the whole, the Rajna deal advice, don't the power of this, and the Sadiq is next to the house before the mouth. That was like, the truth is that it's not a finish. Of course, the Sadiq are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shai love. Right? This is why, because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity, or overcome adversity. So it's never touch it. Then, of course, Sadiqim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not trying to come back to anybody. You should actually have to kind of show that I didn't give you an age. Well, so all of the tough to an age, so you saw up in there. It was incredible. When Canaan Yishmael Azaya came out of the kitchen, and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The top cool so and they saw up there. A little bit again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, so let's say, this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Canaan Yishmael Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Moshe that we receive is the Muslim nations of the world. We had Pascal, the Amru, the Chashem, and Tzaka, the Lanu, both the fine theology. I'm not sure what I'm going to say. Might be was meaning of us. Amarti is a beautiful one. Amarti Ella the Kamar, Ochzeh Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir? In the middle of it again, I said I will go up on the palm tree but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti el lebetamar eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree represents Christ. So the Bible essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the flowers. Like what I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. The actual the Ella science of effort to play in the Isaiah. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Canaan Yishar Isaiah. What's the better way? I was going to tell you, Gemara like this is very affirming. Because sometimes in life, we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. And all these different feelings. And since then, such a spiritual relationship, and all our expectations. The expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yeah, again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. There's still branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Mark goes back there. I might have said, when you say Ish talking about Sus Ado, who only being Hadassah Shem Mitzvah. What's the meaning of this story? Like this Rebua, obviously, this is from the Torah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What's the matter with you? What does that mean? First thing I saw, Jesus was talking about the Torah. His prophet was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was created. So he's ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that. Destroy the world. The English world. The man is running on the horse. He's the man. He's the reference to Shneimar. Hashem Yishmil Chama Hashem Shemo. How sis the waving a red horse. He can push off the apple Hashama Olam Kulo with dam. That's my mind. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Even Nishaka Bechayim Nishaka Azariah is Kara Daito. But as soon as he saw Chaim Shalom Azariah, ultimately then he calmed down Shneimar, who only been Hadassah Hashem in the Tzula. Still amongst myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? In Hadassah Tzadikim. The myrtle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the only as Hadassah. Then the Tzula El Baba, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar, Homer the Tzula. So now, sorry, by the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I was saying, just a tremendous person has to from there. You go someone's ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, can I Three people changed his mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. It matters. Just one person. How much do I really matter? We will say we matter more than we could ever imagine. But 3 men, and I use by the way, I want to point out who for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I want to say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I did. So Rabbi says much which is great. After Tanai Mishal Azari came out of the kids' time, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so where do you do that? You know, where do you president, what you want to be asking is pretty fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara, he died. He died as a result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention. And the piety between the subject of so much attention, that level of attention is not healthy. He died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, the Rok Tabu, they drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what is that? It's also an incredible marshal over here. So the marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Shafari should get a marshal that he had a keeper shell of it, probably installed by the Vaishno. So also listen to the place outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said, because after Chaim Yisrael Azariah came out, so the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Rothschild says, what does it mean that Chaim Yisrael Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the wedding. So when people talk, so they speak a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Yisrael Azariah died in the spit, in the saliva? It means that even Chaim Yisrael Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all them spitting at Christ, not spitting, but talking, giving them musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So once they see what's happening over here, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to be the life of Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. Eventually, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's words. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, no, stop, nothing, called me to brother. So it's such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you going to do that? They went there to Israel, right? They retired to Israel, they had children. Kita מקור ישראל, ובלוזה אומר says, בעין חרמייסו, וישוע ובלותה, וכמו אומר ישראל, ולשמה שמוליד ולא שני אמר, שיבו נא יהושע הכהן הגדול, אף היושע לפני השם, כי אנשי מופס הימה. So Moses, the man talks about Yeshua הכהן הגדול, who lived at the time, again, of Chaim Yisrael Azariah, I thought I was just a moment, and the Pasuk relates that Yeshua הכהן הגדול is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? The Chaim Yisrael Azariah, after his story with the Kibshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael. That's now he had families. Okay, so Daniel and Hechana. So by the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chaim Yisrael Azariah were being thrown into the Kibshon? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. Which was last week, gas pasta. So he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta kebab. He was there to bring chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like of Egypt, had the best chazir, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Hanya, the Torah Sarofe, Amar in part of the chazir yotzim elachsan shalachan shein chol tinaim shalach b'shol shlotimim. No, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. On a certain type of robust livestock. So you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good leadership up. So what did he do? So it says, Zutri IC below that higher. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have them in there that he was making them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Baba when all of this occurred. There are 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story Chaim Yisrael Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and not the Chaim Yisrael Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was that moment to shine, and therefore Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here, because he also had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace, and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come through. He also wanted it to come to Hanan Zanazaya. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to vow. Daniel wasn't going to vow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kitzuraish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? But see, the Adi Mother Nebuchadnezzar never applied on the next side of it. Funny God, Daniel. Come out from Tzvakot Zogeniso, Al-Aqov Ben Puyo, Al-Sukya Ben Masiyah. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Karim Mishran Azariah. So says, obviously, again, so there are other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So these two guys, Aqab ben Puya and Sidkiah ben Masiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a sheker. So so Hashem So they're going to see this moment. These two false prophets, Aqab and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So you want to see what happened over here. I'm going to be a furnace, they are made like roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed. So it's not about us in the body itself. We are opposed to Eshrayim. So what they do, my office. What they do that was so bad because of the return to the furnace. Listen to this, my office. Also, got me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Aqab Amarlah, Kama Hashem Hashmiel Sidkiah. It's Sidkiah Amar, Kama Hashem Hashmiel Aqab. Interesting. So these two guys told me prophets go to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. So Aqab says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. And Sidkiah goes over to her and comes to you with the word of God. When Aqab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, So by the way, I thought that's amazing. Which is interesting that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? It doesn't say, like, get out of here. Like, right away, it says, okay, she takes this to her father. Takes to her father. So Amallah, Elohim Shal Ehu, Elohim Soni Zimo. Look at that, because somebody doesn't sound like that, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So next time you come your way, send them to you. Yes, we go up. So showing up again when they come back. So going to Nebuchadnezzar, send them to Nebuchadnezzar. So I'm a little man, Nebuchadnezzar said, tell me, who gave you this message? I'm not going to God. I got him, so that I shall tell you, but I'm going to ask, sir. Nebuchadnezzar, listen, guys, I do a little back checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar, I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about this supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. Right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm not the visual outside. This is great. So Sidkiah and Aqab saying, well, 1 second. Why are Hanan Zanazariah work anymore important than us? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all coming in. So again, just because my Mishana is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So we kind of say, you know what, I have the idea. The way I checked out Hanan Mishana Zariah's prophetic credentials was with the just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, so you of course, then your word is gold. Akav is easy to say, hold up there. Otherwise, it's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us, Akav, and Zidkiah. So no problem. Phone a friend. Like, no worries, like, get your guy, you can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your first museum, go ahead. Absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I said, I'm rich, and I said, you choose your short clean goggles. Sorry, they see your short, not the side. So they said, okay, we're going to choose your short clean goggles. Once again, remember again, we just heard of short clean goggles. Was the clean goggle at the time? Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Azariah. So Tzidki and Akav say, okay, we choose your short clean goggles. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So he must say, so what happens? They flew into the furnace. Akav and Tzidki were burned. And Yeshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay? Only the Malach Hashem. Hashem Allah Satan. Yigar Hashem B'chas. Yigar Hashem B'chas. But I'm going to let you down into Tzidki. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar shoots with Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. So I understand why Akav and Tzidki were burned, is obviously again the false prophets. So my question is, my time Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived without that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. It's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Nine Son of Azariah, right? I got it, they're great, they're fine, right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compared everyone to Hanani Son of Azariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, you're short like that, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but the clothing was singed. What happened over there? In the and the church is pretty simple. They had to combine marriage for three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to call Avram, but Avram was only one. People kind of trying to restore him. Right? He says, but Avram was also going to a fire first. There was only one of him. And then he emerged, told me on speed. Hassan Muhammad Sham Bahadeh, but it's young as a shoe Salinura. Hassan Sham Bahadeh is Savage Shoe Salinura. So ultimately, again, so Scripture Short and God says, here's the difference that ultimately Adam was thrown into the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no resistance at all. I was thrown into the furnace with the shine. The fire had resistance. You have an impact on them. Once the fire was giving some level of sweetness, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. Straight Ubi Yibishi, the fact that people also Yibishi, that's what people say. The famous adage. If you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one stays red to left one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person who is very righteous wants to say the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick will be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough Rishayim, and unfortunately again, the Rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of us. So once, by the way, my time in the audience, what's the real reason? So you must feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental rights, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound perish. Remember, Yeshua, you know what the government said. Yeshua was very sorrowful. If you got to show Yeshua what the government said, I'm not saying the bottom knows the message in a good Sakuna, but I'm I'm going to come from Doris Bakafra, it's a code. My pixel was in the passage. She has only even not solely, so it's in US. Ruth goes to use different powers. And literally, then the Pasuk says the Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it might change us all. Why did it be 6 barleys? Really, some nuns, literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So we must say, he got the Shabbat Lita Matana Shish Solar, but Boaz just give us one person 6 barley kernels. That doesn't make any sense. The Rothschild started Gimel Ahmed Gray's 93D. Error, Shish Sin. Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if he got this at Isha Lita Shish Sin, is women being able to carry back 6 saw. But it's a lot of barley. And the Ramazan, Shasidim Shisha Banam Lattes, and the Russian Kraken Shish Zachas. So in fact, interesting as the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a reminiscence, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? Who are Ruth's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed us across their way. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Ruth's pedigree. Ruth's pedigree. And I'll say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? It's a pivotal moment when the army was going back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back tomorrow, and Ruth goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in incredible mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, it's it. I saw the like the son of Yishai, Yodea Nadim, the Gibot Kayo, Vish Mokhanov, Vidnavon, right? The Navon Davar, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas. So they will define each of these oranges. These are the 6 brachas. Once again, this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. So listen, now, Doeg meant it. Sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to be not even disparaging, but meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea now, music. Yodea Rishon. He knows how to ask good questions in Torah. Ibor, Yodea Hashi, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ish Milchama, Yodea Lisa Lincoln in Milchama for Torah. He knows how to give and take in the battle of Torah. Ish Torah, Shemara Ponibavachot. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in Havachot. The Navon David really done his own David. He's a Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Iman, God is with him. Shalom is the most of the ultimately, whenever David says a halakha, the halakha always follows him. The Kulam and the in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And my son, your son, has these same attributes. The Amra really back Hashem Iman, and also the beginning of Imam and Holiday, Chalash back to the Kanyur. But ultimately, when Doeg said Hashem Iman, the thing that we need is that halakha always follows David. That David always has it in the capital sense. Shaul didn't have that, and he didn't enjoy the same. That's when Shaul became jealous, and then of course sets off his entire dynamic when Shaul sees David as a threat, and really tries to kill him. Shaul said, and Shaul said wherever he set his eyes on investment from his enemies. David said, wherever God will turn, ultimately going to be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. The government has an element of success over Shaul. Incredible. We love the door. How do you know that it was good? We said these things. So it says, Ksiva Kamayana Kamana Arim Yukashim and Arim Ksivasam. The Shin Ishmi Abdi Shaul Biyama Own Neta Hashem Shmuel Blake Adomi Abdi Hala Omer Shir Shaul. Good. Metzimas Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Ruth's descendant, remember, Boaz gives Ruth 6 pearls of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brachas. Now we just saw David enough one of those descendants, and the 6 brachas on David. Mashiach, So it says, example, what's the bracha Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Chokmah Uvino, Ruach Eitzah Ugibura, Ruach Das Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, I'm inspired me as Zandri. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I'm going to say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisurim and suffering. And we're going to say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately if we learn Torah, if we don't learn Torah at night, the house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Morach Badoy, Mashiach, is very interesting. All right, well, so you know what, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Good, so I just want to point out. All right. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the job. We didn't finish all the way. So I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. That wasn't much more in range, but stress went tremendous.
Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This tree planting, everybody can do it.
All right,
everybody can get into it. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can just literally big good. So big shout out to you that you get some. Guys, I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Peanut that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emojis. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. So to thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Johnson Misbach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the human resources this year as a push for the Soros Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Ali Muratova, Tanya and Steve Zinn, the loving army of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, Zechron Livracha, and our day of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ida Kasavsky and Lillian Blackstein, Zechron Livracha. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them are showing Shalom now, the families in the Shalom, all of those who need us, wish I was a good call for you, so that we start with Shem Nefesh, and all of our hostages and all the soldiers should be successful of all of Maaseh Yidei. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Sadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Sadik Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer. Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi says as follows: anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions, will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, ein tzvi achlo akimo yachol tuvo, ve'ein tzvi elo talmidei chachamim shneimar tzvi asher Hashem korei. V'amar Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar says follows. Interesting halacha. Kol she'en mishayer pas al shulchano in rasim rach liyomim. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, But Rabbi Lazar said that whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately is as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, "Shneimar orchem legad shulchan, malim lemanim lasach lokasha, hadi ikashneim b'hadei, hadi lekashneim b'hadei." So apparently, the way of Avodah God was the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So you leave little pieces with the whole loaf. That's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what is Shemid Bracha. I will say. So what's the pshat that leaving over bread represents a Shemid Bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, "Kadesh is atzmicha b'mashem mutalach." Is moderation. Is even not just drawing lines mutter. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's a shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat every day, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashton min eres, his bow is emptied. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashton min eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui ever shalom minar she'ena moed. The Rashi seems to be over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So koshi ever shalom. So here goes minar she'ena moed. Shneimar area mer kashtecha area sha'at l'shtar ba mamish berbasa kitay kashtecha davar achar hamistakel hamachashi ba'arayos de'ishes ish kashton words. So first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so Rashi understands it being almost like literally like a erectile dysfunction, like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual, and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Like, we feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only play. In other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my koach is not. Right? In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality. And therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in this tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. That's right. Remember those are. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Which what's the right? Proof of this is there's a concept of nige batin, which means a home to that tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. What's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol lo'otzarechem eres lo'tzave'amayim? So the ima inyan Sha'ol eitzarechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the motzi, yes, amazing. So the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So the grave, which again, when someone's buried, right, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just tchias hamesim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of tchias hamesim. So the Gemara says this is a good raya. Tzadikim shasach hashbarach olach bechiyos and in a chozim yafram. So this is fascinating halachah. Tzadikim, Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back like tchias hamesim during Yemos Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. Which says, all these questions come up. When it comes to Messianic era, it says we need tchias hamesim, resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. So do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says tzadikim don't die. Once tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar v'aya nishar b'tzion v'anos l'Yushalayim kadosh yomer lo chalakasam l'chayim Yushalayim mak kadosh li'olam kayim at yolam kayim. So the pasuk compares tzadikim to kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Ribbon Shalom is eternal, so too when tzadikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. On the days, V'im Tomar osam shanim shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'hem es sha'as elsa shanim sha'as HaKadosh Baruch Hu l'chadesh v'anas olamot. Shneimar, the niska b'Hashem levado b'yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this. We're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two. Or three, whatever number we're up to, right? This Baruch is going to recreate another world from new, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, wow. The Rosh makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Those of us say, what's the water? So the Pashto says the world is going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. The Shabbat says, by the way, it's such a Shneimar, Akilo, Mira, Bahamir, Eres, Mot, Harim, Beliv, Yamim, Shema, Tamar, Yishlan, Tsar. Maybe you'll say they have tsar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. However, The Kolbe Hashem Yachalifu Koach Ya'aver Eir Kin Sharim. Tzaddikim will be given wings like eagles. Yarutzu v'lo yigo, Yilchu v'lo yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful yisod. Tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have. Tzaddikim have wings. The great avodah of becoming a tzaddik, but the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this in just a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life? Right? Yechezkel did Tchias HaMesim. Now, after Yechezkel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak man damar the MS mashal haya." So this is interesting. He actually holds up the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right? He had some Sayedeshos, the valley of dry bones. That was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen. But rather, again, it's a parable of Sanya. So this in of itself is a sort of dramatic machlok. It's the Sanya. But those Omer, Mesim Shefya Yechezkel Amdor Aglayim Amdu Shira Umesu. The people of Yechezkel brought back to life. They stood on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru. What did they sing? Mashira Amru. Hashem Nemis B'Tzedek U'Mechayim B'Rachman. Yeshua Omer Shira Zu Amru. Hashem Nemis U'Mechayim Morid Sha'ol Bayal. And Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, MS, Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, now go say, Mashal is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So Mercy, it doesn't make sense. All over the Khandia. In MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal, Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, so then it's a Mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the MS, Mashal Haya. Rather, here, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? Shabbos say, by the way, a fascinating machlokes about whether or not the episode of Yechezkel with the Atzalon Sedation did it happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokes. Rabbi Elazar Reino Shav Yosef Levi Meisim Sheheki Yechezkel Allah Alu La'aretz Eretz Yisrael Inasu Nashim Validu Panim Ubanos. It's incredible. So others saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Yechezkel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara said, Amar B'Yehuda ben Mesira Arangel v'Amar Ani Mipnei B'neihem V'Alodu Tefillin She'eniach Li Avi Abba Mecha. So incredible. B'Yehuda ben Mesira stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those who was brought back to life from Yechezkel, and ultimately again these are the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So much of who makes him check Yechezkel. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Yechezkel brought back? Like most of the screw wild. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, and so also Ephraim's numbers are relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you ask what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shnei Amar, Ubnei Ephraim, Shusela, Ubara Beno, Besachas Beno, Balada Beno, Besachas Beno, Uzvaga Beno, Shusela Beno, Neizim Elazar Elad, Ba'arvim and Shagat, Shalom Baruch. They were killed by people of Gat. We see by Saul Ephraim at the end, Yom Rabbi, by Abo Ephraim and and ultimately, again, so they were mourned. Father Ephraim mourned for him. What happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake in the calculation. Remember, by this kind of song, Shem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris ben Abisai. So when year 430 comes, they think, it's time to go. It's time to go and leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong and they were killed. Those are the Atzalus that Yecheskel brought him back to life. Incredible. Shmuel says, so again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesemesim. Interesting. They denied Chesemesim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Chesemesim. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even a baby. They had no mitzvahs. Not the Rothschild, like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. Says, these were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the Yisrael. Shneimar, va'avo be'erev b'hinei k'votad nisvenes v'be'en b'sheket ha'lumi b'Beis Yisrael v'chukar akir sabit Siv Hassan v'yiran ha'im sabit sabit. Rabbi Yochanan says, Elu mesim shelevika dura. These are the people ultimately again who died in Bikas Dura. So what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and the Cheskel brought them back. What happened in Bikas Dura? Rabbi Yochanan, Minar Isha Ad-Rabas, Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehugan Nebuchadnezzar Shesisol. So it's the second white line, where the bottom side of the piece of his head TV were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he said, "How you buy Bachrim? So you not mean Shahayu Mekiganim and Sachana Bioflo." There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that really was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan kumut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kastian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm going to bow there, so hopefully they told their husbands, and their sons, their husbands told the king, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But but still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So he says these are the bones that Yecheskel brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. You are transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so the Rothschild, so again, at the time that Chaim Shal Azar thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yecheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, from the incredible these great men. Says that as Chaim Shal Azar being thrown into the Kivshon, Hashem tells Yecheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. We don't check that also. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Vasha'ilu. So instead of saying, Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amar Lo, Chanarein Sha'ilu Mechayim Nisim because do that. So he said, the friend of these guys being Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasak va'amar asoli kamen Ravlevin, it has moi kamen takifin, machusin machus olam, v'shaltane im dar v'adar. We'll say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yutzak Zav Roseach also Russia. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Shut him up. Why? So Move lo ba marat sitra pid bikesh lios koshos shpachos sharon davar sefer torah. Was is incredible. Had the malas not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David HaMelech. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the passage. As beautiful as everything that David HaMelech did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's shira could have been even more beautiful. And let's say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make greater shira than David HaMelech? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person is possible. Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject the people to all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what you could accomplish. Incredible. Six miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown into the Kivshon. Number one, it's not a Kivshon. Normally the cauldron was actually was on the ground. It rose above the ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifas HaKivshon, part of the wall of the Kivshon cracked open so that people could see into the Kivshon what was happening. Chomak Soda, the foundation cracked. Nepach Salam Alpana, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrifu Aramalchos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half day Cheskel as a Nisan because and Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. We know about the death of the 4 kings from the Apostle. What does the Apostle say? When Nebuchadnezzar from Michnash, Gad Vario, Ditavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatun Medina. So, Sid, Isi, Kuben, Yudon, Sid, Miskanchen, Ashtavania, Sagania, Kusa, David Malka, President Gabriela. So, what's interesting is in the first passage, this sounds like a Sesbayama, right? So, in the first passage, there's 4 more names, and the second passage is less names, which indicates to us that ultimately, against some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Find there also. Tana also. And Yaakov. Afilu b'shas hasakarot is incredible Gemara. So tell me also Ben Yaakov. Afilu b'shas hasakarot lo yishan adres atzma mirabonis shalom. This is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar ba'adin gavra elach kafsu b'sabaleon pashtel kavason. Kanai Mishael and Azariah, according to the Kivshon Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Shalom say that's Rashi and Daf. I showed you that bonus. Shalom. Shaharichaim Mishael and Azariah halavush bigay tifarton. Yishloshku lekivshon. So when Kanai Mishael and Azariah went into the Kivshon, they were still wearing the royal clothing, the dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "So al yishar shlo yira mevuah umefuchad." Let's say this incredible Gemara. What is the Yaakov saying? What is the Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, Kanai Mishael and Azariah, what did they do before they went on to the Kivshon Aish? They fixed their bakashas, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They will say, by the way, This is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I will say top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. 1938. So if you don't Tzadi Gimel, so Rav Hashar, this is beautiful Gemara. People so Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shneimar. Ana Chazak Gavar Abba Shani Mahalkim Gorura. The Chavalo into the home. The Rabbi is right. Come the power. So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the Malach. I will say the truth is that it's not a finish. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's nothing pashut that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to have to come back on anybody. The Shashi has to cry in the Shalaz and the Kivshan Aish. Well, this is incredible. When Chanai and Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The tough and literally again they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The Gemara says, "Yesh lachem elokak hazeh." So it says, this was a Muslim to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanai and Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest motion that we receive is the motion of the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. But Amru, Hashem at Staka, the London post of Conan Theomas. Amru Shora, Mariam Yos. Marty Sibus Mina Basit. Marty is a beautiful one. Marty Eleven Tamar, Oh Zeb is Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, Shir Shir? And literally again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah the Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree represents Klal. So the Prophet essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the tower. Right? What I want more than anything, we also hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, again, Chanani Mishal Azariah. That's a better way I can tell you. You notice like this is very different. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. All these different feelings. And it's important to understand such is the nature of relationships. That's kind of what the Prophet always had expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if the Prophet didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches. Wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Mar goes down there. Rabbi Yochanan, Mike said, "Reisi alayla dinei ish rochei basus adam who omer ben hadas l'shem mitzvah." So what's the meaning of this story? Right, this is Nevuah. Obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean? The Prophet was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into it, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. Al Sus Adam, what does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar for Omen Ben Hadas Nashem Mitzvah. He stood amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadas Nashem Mitzvah. The middle branches, those are tzadikim shneimar by the Omed Es Hadassah. The ancestor. The Mesula Elabado. What's the swamp? The swamp is Bado shneimar. Homer Mesula. Cherbi ben Araseka Ovish Miyam. Rogez Nasim Shroki Badum. So now, outside, Badum Nasal Badum. Arapapa Shmamina Susya Kidra Mal Elachaba. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction. The white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just tremendous social hassle from there. The Rothschild was ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was three people. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we should ever. Ever imagine. Three men, Shanaim, Mishael, and Zayah. By the way, I want to point out, forgive me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people, but yet, again, they saved the world. There's no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So Rabbanon Leichas, so Rabbanon Leichas, this is great. None of the Kibshan. Where do they go? Like kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so where go to Disneyland? Like where do you where did this most of them? You must have asked me something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haron, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now what does that mean? So there's an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should get a marshal, the idea to keep the share of our because I'm being installed by a renovation also. So listen to this. It's outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said because after fire Mishael and Zayah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chanaim, Mishael, and Zayah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanaim, Mishael, and Zayah died in spit in the saliva? It means that even if Chanaim, Mishael, and Zayah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them muster, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. And Isaiah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives up to Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's spirits. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the arts stop and us Nashim, but we do Banu Banas. Those say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, like they were tied to Israel, and they had children. Banos, Ketan, the Gemara says, Maklokis time, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Aramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rothschild, Allah is something else. Nashim, we do Banu Banas. Ne'emar, Shibuna Yoshua, Kohen Agadol, Atta, Very Acha Yoshua, B'fnei Hashem, Ki Anshem Ofes Hila. So Moses, the Gemara talks about Yoshua, Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, again, of Chanaim, Mishael, and Zayah. I'll talk about it in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua, Kohen Agadol, is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? After the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also, by the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this, right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were being thrown into the Shara'ish? L'michra nara Rab B'Tiberia. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on like a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like of Egypt, had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, the Tobi Sarofe, Amra in part of the Chazir Yotim Alaksan Shalom Shein Chol Tchinaim Shalom Rishon Shaloteli. No, I don't say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. On a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish account. So says, what did he do? So says, Zutri Isi below that time. He brought very young ones, so no one had a havamina that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. 2 were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel, and that's the Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel is away. So the Kanye be Psilei Elohim Tisufun Bayish. And he also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Behacha to Lolemru Kalye Lekabenura. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Shara'ish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? It said, finally bowed to Daniel. Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's obviously again. So there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these 2 guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkiah ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were a Biyashak. Sid, the Lokech ben L'chol Kol Sidah, Hashem Lemor, Yisimcha Hashem Kitzidyo Ka'achar Asher Kolchom L'chol B'Ish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Kam. So you're going to see in just a moment, these 2 false prophets, Achav and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Not totally incinerated, but singed. So much as Yanashar also of all of these. So what did they do? What they did that was so bad, it caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this. But also got me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys posing as prophets go up to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, right, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkiah goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay, so the Gemara says, so Azla va'amra la lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Right? Rather again, she says, okay, and she takes this to her father. So Amr la Elohim shel Ehu son and Zimo. So Nebuchadnezzar says, something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? He also so Nebuchadnezzar says, Suzora, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar send them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says, then tell me, who gave you this message? God, but Nebuchadnezzar said, listen guys, I did a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar, I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? This is pretty. So Sidkiah and Achav say, well, one second. Why are Chaim Zyrus words more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chaverim. So again, just because Chaim Zyrus say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what, I have a good idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishnah Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't know, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achav and Sidkiah say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. Hanani Mishnah Azariah. There's only two of us, Achav and Sidkiah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries, you know, like, get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead, you know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go into the fiery furnace. So this is crazy what I say. Amrush, they said, you know what, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Lacey Yoshua, enough for saying. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Listen, remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Azariah. So Sidkiah and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the so what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Sidkiah were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay? Only the Malach Hashem. Remember Hashem Allah Satan, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Yigar Hashem B'chal, V'amalei Yedan et Sidkiah, Ad Alamai Taima Ahayim Purta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks his Yoshua. Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why Achav and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously, again, we're false prophets. But my question is, my time Ahayim Purta Nura. Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I just want to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. It's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Tanai Mishal Nazariah, right? I got it, they're great, they're tzaddikim, they're fine, right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Tanai Mishal Nazariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yeshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of 3 people. I'm only one guy. Avram, so I bet Avram was only one. So the answer I knew was Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire first. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged from your escape. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so Tushya Shulchan says, here's the difference, that ultimately I was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his ear as well. That's what people say, the famous adage, that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones can ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. So the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately again, the rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So the Gemara says, by the way, my time Yanish, what's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure going to is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And Yeshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound failure. Yeshua was wearing short clothing. If you got Yeshua was wearing short clothing, I want to show you, but I'm not so much. I'm going to tell you from George Barkafra. It's important. My text was in the pasuk. Shish hasaorim ha'evan nasonli. So I say Megillas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the pasuk says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it says, my Shish hasaorim. What does it mean 6 barleys? He literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara says, if Boaz just gave a poor person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It was like Tzadik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella, she sinned. Rather, he gave her 6 sa'ah. Now that's a lot of barley. So if he died to his woman being able to carry back 6 sa'ah, that's a lot of barley. Ella Ramaz Shasidim Shisha Banam Lattes Modelis from the back of the Sheikh's Brachas. So in fact, interesting what the Gemara says. In fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remedy. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be blessed with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, really 6 sons. David in this example, who are Russia's 6 descendants, who are getting each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. I will say, by the way, this is Russia's pedigree. Russia's pedigree. I will say, by the way, you know what she takes it all to? It's a pivotal moment when the army was going back to Iran, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and this goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware we're at a crossroads. So this is the importance of living life in a kind of mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through the list. Here we go. David, the Sid, Vayan Echa Ne'anarim, Vayom Isi Ben Yishai B'Salachim. I saw this right, this son of Yishai, Yodeh Nagim, Yigibor Chayil, Yish Nochama, V'Navon, right, V'Navon Davar, V'Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So So 6 brachas, again, with the fire of each of these arms, 6 attributes, 6 brachas, now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. That was saying now, Doeg meant it. Sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, it meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea now, you always mean that knows how to play music. Sheyodea l'shol, he knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibor, Sheyodea l'hashim, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama, Sheyodea l'isa litim l'chamta shel Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panabah. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Halacha. In Navon, he's a Navon, and that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Ultimately, whenever David says Halacha, the Halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful, and my son Yonasan has these same attributes. Nosa de Bidei, Nami lo Haladay, Halashtai to the Kandiday. Ultimately, again, when Doeg said Hashem Imo, Hashem doesn't mean that the halacha always follows David. But David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. By Shaul, it says, wherever he was set his eyes are going to decimate, talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do we ever know the Doeg who said these things? So it says, Sivan Palayan Achamir Arim and Yukach Shemir Arim. Sivasam, the Shem Ishmi Abdi Shaul B'Yomahu Nezar Hashem Shmuel Doeg Hadomi Abin Har Omer Shirei Shaul. Good. Next, you must Mashiach. Next. So therefore, Russell, the point over here is Russ's descendant. Remember, Boaz gives Russ 6 kernels of barley to highlight. He's going to have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 brothers. Now, this is another descendants, and the 6 brothers are double. Mashiach, the Sid. So I say, what's the breath of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Ruach Chachma, Ruach Itza, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, inspiring that mitzvahs yisurin perishable. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisurin and suffering. So you want to say, what do you want? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we started yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit, is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our powerful, even in terms of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Morach Badoy, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, we'll say, you know what, you're going to do, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Go say, I just want to point out, all right? Good, I got it, we didn't finish the doc, we didn't finish all the way, so go say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal, that wasn't much more in the range. It's good, tremendous.
There we go. Sorry. Like a PTSD flashback.
All right, guys, you have a great day, everyone.
So much fun.
Yeah.
There you go. It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out. There you go.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our annual commissary sponsor. Those who are covered to serve as dedicating all the human work this year as a good for the soul for those for Israel. Our sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying Steve Zinn, and one another to his father, Harry Khan, to end the record, Sivish, Ben Yosef, Corey, and the Ziv, Yadin, and Bernie families in memory of William Ziv, Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Israel, all the American Torah, all of the shows have no the families in the country, will bring all of our hostages home, and our heavy soldiers will be successful, the whole and the unsaved in the dinner. Let's see, that's what else we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzaddik Days 92. We have to get up on Tzaddik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Amud Aleph, again, an incredible storm, one incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Officially, we got there like 8 years. So give us an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemara like this. But, listen, so if you have the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph, and now 91. Other than Rabbi, unless it's we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antonius. One of the Antonius was a Roman official. A little bit of the start of the bit exactly who Antonius was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Yudan Rabbi. And so Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antonius actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antonius says the following. We're going to show up. Hold on, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Please, you all know. The body could say, it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to discuss them. Shirim Shapir Shanabi, how do you look like Kevin? Don't look like Kevin. Because the body could say, look, I'll show you the diary. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, good chata. No, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shneim shepirashti mimenu, harini korachas ba'adir kitzipor. There's a Neshama that said, look at me. From the beginning that I left, that's by shkolik in the body. Look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's the So Antonius was asking, what's the question over here? Antonius is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. Ultimately, that's all you have now. So this is beautiful. I'm going to show you a mashal. So he's going to give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal.
That's a crazy trick. How about one more time for Tony Starr, ladies and gentlemen? I love it.
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. But now that the person has shown you the king had a beautiful orchard. On the very sweet and out fire. And in the orchard, or in the field, the king had very nice dates. Very nice dates. Like a very nice face. Yeah, the king put there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So I wonder if so let's see how it's better be smart. So these were the watchmen over the field. So I wonder if you go to So the crippled one said to the sword, to the blind one, the colors now is funny though. I see that there's some really nice things in this field. But the Hekivani is going to be in the offer. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs, my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the cakes. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the cakes. Remember looking dog So sometime later, the owner of the field comes along and he says, oh, no, the fellows likes hiking and one of pigs. So probably they did a pretty good job consuming pigs and eat a lot of pigs in the hiking soil all the time or whatever for a long amount of time. So this owner comes back to better, where are my pigs? So I want to assume that when you see 9 years, also sometime, I want to figure. So again, what happens? So the watchman denied liability. How do they liability? So the blind guy said, "How what do you want from me? I don't have sight. Couldn't have been me." The crippled guy said, "What do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly can't be me." So what does the Baal Asada do? Here's the here I got the slip and done also to Ahad. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Maybe the Shema, the Zark of a group, they don't also have. So every sentence that's not going to be right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally throws it into the group. The gun also Catholic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as their entities. Yikra al-Shamayim me'al, ve'al ha'aretz lovdin amo. Yikra al-Shamayim me'al, we call to the heavens above, Zul Shama, ve'al ha'aretz lovdin imo, and he causes to the earth for judgment together with it, Zahagah. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. The really simple vacation is if you said you're doing it, whatever it says, it's not that. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of everybody? And it's like, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the group that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Bible says. This is classic of Rabbi Yitzchak. The Bible says, because the Neshama didn't strive hard enough. Stop. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up, it's a mixed sin. The Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a good idea for the Neshama, but so it's good. I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not. I just like, I want to be a part of this. I want to be involved in this. And the Neshama defends itself. The Rabbi says to the Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You have to send yourself and the body is struggling. Therefore, when the group is struggling, that's when you need to do that even more. Therefore, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's in there about is why the Neshama is held accountable for the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to start, and therefore, when the struggle is most acute, that's that part when you don't walk away. Also, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is, and one is present. Whatever present in our relationship, relationship with other people, relationship with the things powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously there's times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says about doctor when it gets hardest is doctor when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But instead the Neshama itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this ready. I've been so ready. Check me not coming up with space. Yeah, this is awesome. This is seriously for me. This is like for you. This is unbelievable. It's a very good thing. I've been getting your attention. We'll pick up the first of probably so. So this is I'm going to do this already. If they're not coming up to the exact Chicago out, listen to this. I'm doing this already. And that's the problem you see from the questions. These are not personally sometimes in the Gemara questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, poke certain theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, or just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to dispute us, this is Antoninus legitimately curious. So Antoninus absolutely probably does listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. They'll say that. I was like, hey, watch this. There's $30. Right, last couple of days I was talking about the flag. So if you ever feel it, and you said like 5 minutes ago, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It happens to be, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So we really don't appreciate it. We're busy the whole day, also indoors the whole day. The amount of shit you sit on the road, though, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up. You gotta remember, like flag. You'll see it sitting there. It's not the neatest ask. Why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So it's easy. So Rabbi's inverse the question. Everything's in reverse. I'm going to have it with that. Now you have the alphabet. So in other words, it's the reverse. When it goes reverse, why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, everyone's asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. If No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. In order that the sun should be shalom aleichem, should be shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the common operation with that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the boat. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi means both sides of the boat, it makes sense that this case is a little bit longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the Eastern Shalom Kodah, Rashi is powerful. Shashkin B'Rayim. The people Shemadanas Adonai is the left us from the Shachar of Echo's Baruch. We say, wasn't the Shekhinah is in the west. So remember again, using this English model, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and bows down the Kodesh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it sets, it goes down representing balance. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shemar, it's Rosh Hashanah. All right. The CC Atalba. The CC Atalba is here. The people from the detail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rising east, come to mid-sky, bow there. So not bow there. Bow there, and then just set. I'm just asking, why does this have to make its way over from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, back outside of the park, when set right there. The question which Gemara says, we should call them the overage weapon. Because of workers and travelers, and also ladies and gentlemen about you, we should call them, you can't call your matches it on. Shekishachama be'emtza rakia mi'ir b'yosef, u'sir shadayim yishal b'yom, b'yholim shal m'rachto, ad shekashet amadu drachim, nam v'halim yovim, masay yachshov v'rakish. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say this what happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the working day is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the next amount of time for travelers and the workers. So that's what a tremendous muscle possible. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does it maximize time for? Working and travelers. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than our anything to us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he can cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So there's the reason why the sun travels from east to west and set Rabbi, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What do you mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if I'm trying to maximize the time, because he wants more than anything from us, it's to work. Yes, he wants us operating with our cylinders. He wants us maximizing the work day. I think like a career, like any other career, and your spiritual career, he wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. The shower, it looks like you never done. Simplified questions. So then it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? This body is interesting enough indicates to us that the Venus believes in the neshama, even though we're going to say. She asks, when does a person receive the neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira. So it's like Pekida means literally again the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi puts that it was really again the beautiful Gemara Sefer Snida. But the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach takes the Tipa. And the Tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it?
Which means not only is he funnier than me, which he sucks better dick than me too.
A blast. Okay, good. But again, it's like, so the Malach takes the blast and he brings it before I could be qualified. And he says, people see my tail around. What is this? That's called Pekida. Pekida, because Pekida means remember, it's from the Baruch Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So at the Venus Ice Rabbi, when does the baby get his neshama? Isn't that that moment that goes the blast? Or maybe when it kicks on, the serum is going to be again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, okay, the shots are true. So what he says, in the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so I'm already. So I'm going to say it doesn't make sense. Actually, I think for Shabbos or Omega Shlosh Yom below Mela. They are Masrachas. So again, he says, you can't do it. For example, a piece of meat. Like, you can't do a piece of meat out. Like 3 days, and it won't go bad. No, it needs salt. It needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like the meat needs salt. So how does the blast, how does the fetus exists at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Allah Mishas Pekida. So Antonina says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time of the Shabbat, so from the moment of inception. So Amar Rabbi said, Gavar Zel and Dari Antoninus, or Rabbi said, so this is the Bible. Rabbi said, Antoninus is right. Furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, Shulei Amar, so literally again, so the guy from Shas Pekida, the moment of the moment of the Mela, brings the Tipa to drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuchi, Mayua deserves you. Mayua keeps you. Which I always seems to indicate that when the Shamra is given to the entity, in his initial blast form. Incredible. Let me say you touch about though, because that we talked about Neshama. I said about Neshama. So when does a person get the Neshama? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time that the idea that the fetus is formed, baby is formed, there's like the scenes, there's flashes, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, it says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, and the time that the fetus is formed in the world, ultimately, and that's when it's Yitzhak. So I think it doesn't make sense. I'm going to include one from my email later. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, so you notice, if the baby had Yitzhak, the fetus had Yitzhak, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something about what does the Yitzhak do? The Yitzhak causes us to kick.
My trans sister said she witnessed a stab.
The entire essence of the Sahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's what happened to the Sahara. But here's an interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara, channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a coffee inside of me. that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. And everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be that he has the sort of humility and keep its way out of the room. It must be that it achieves the Yitzhak when it comes into this world. Emily Joshua here. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi says, Rabbi going down after this. So Rabbi wants to get his back. This is right. So you're absolutely right. Then it must be that the room receives the way of dream. The new Messiah, and ultimately again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Kain. Because by Kain, it's a metaphor. The pasuk is the opening, the entry to the world. Sin crouches. The Yitzhak is there. Everybody says, listen, this needs to be back to the focus of Rabbi interesting. That the Yitzhak comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. Everybody said that this is so that the first of all, it's interesting to see, and we know this, we know from our own lives, that what does the Yitzhak do? Yitzhak gets me to kick down boundaries. Again, if I could harness that, if I could channel that, then what a profound engine for personalistic growth. I'll let some notices. There's like the contrast that keeps sleeping. And one of these things will say, so bomb, Ida, if you say, how do I feel about that? Yeah, as you got it, I have said, the so much of even to live go with by my even only by Rabbi. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different things in our first lesson, so you might go to the explanation. One person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I say, one of the questions that we have, we saw back yesterday is that, how do people come back to the explanation? Clothed, unclothed, they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities. Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, it's not only in the movement in this method. In reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. They will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then yes, and this Kadosh Baruch Hu goes out and heals you. That's tremendous. Let's go back to it. Ula brings down to Tzir. Let's say second white line. It's out of the coming days. Ula Mixir. Even Hamavis like that's up and much actually very alcoholic. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear and every face. Yeah, not very much. No, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One person sees indicates there's no more death. Other person sees indicates that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of another person. The cells will live much longer, but they will still be death. So which one is it? Both have show, and we saw down the whole big go cover. One is about Jews going down Jews. So if I get by Jews, there will be death. By non-Jews, there will be death. I have already got a map on what are non-Jews doing in the months of Mashiach? What oh, this is interesting, like, is it just a simple non-Jews? Like, what is that? The Gemara says, Michael Hassan,
I love it. Maybe remind us how long you've been on stand-up.
So because again, apparently the recognize, first of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and Moshe Mashiach. And this is really not, this person to accept the idea that Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to come to our Sharia needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the Sharia needs of Am Yisrael, to be fully focused ultimately going on the spiritual growth. And what's interesting enough, this is embedded in the whole subject, which is what is Messianic era? Like, what is this? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of them the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothed, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, and they're always close to the same concept, which is and I never saw it except in Russia. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay,
That sweater does kind of
This
look like
one
the
is
trans flag. I
this
got
is
a
about
warn you.
also
You guys
contrast of
notice the
sequence.
colors
The
on it.
Rothschild in both
So that's what it looks like. It's
Kimon
blue and
Hashem Tzibakos. Sid, Vaya
Technically, I have
Ora
it hanging over my bed, so I know.
Vahama Yi Shiva Sankor Shiva
I
Sayo.
love it.
So
Vinny,
it's
when did you have the kid? How old's this?
there's two different sequences. First one is
Okay, where's she at?
that's the luminaries, the sun and the
She's at a
moon
hotel,
will actually be
and I got a
dark
babysitter,
in
and
the sky. The second one
everything
seems
just
to
worked
indicate
out.
that will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as
Anything
bright
weird going on
as
with the
the sun.
4.5-year-old?
So which one is it?
Normal
Which
kid?
one is it?
She's
And
very
you want
normal.
to
She's quite funny.
you want to say this guy. Lokasha, Kalima Sochia, Karo Habo.
Okay,
As
well,
well, this is
recently,
interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again.
and I've been teaching my daughter to be silent
So what is this? So apparently, most of us in Olam Haba, is the light of Hashem. And it is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries of the sea. In most of Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In the Shmuel, the Amar Ein Olam Hazeh, most of Hashem, the Shibud Golos Provot, but when the Shmuel says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golos. Shibud Golos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? You don't need your help, you don't need your love, you don't need this, just leave us alone. That should be obvious. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this? What do you about the There's Lokasha, Kama Machana Tzadikim, Kama Machana Shechina. This is beautiful. So I'm speaking of what to come in the camp of the Shechina, so you don't need the luminaries, because the Rebbe himself shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Never understood. So whatever content you keep seeking, I mean, I'm Musta'aki of Sid, Machatzti, Bani, Erba. So this is interesting. The Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will heal. So he wants all of which part. Mashi Nemis and I mean Chayev. Mahagar, Mashi Machatzti, I Erba. Kushbaruch says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This is what I said before. Then how does TSMC work? Currently, TSMC works is first, they get brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and kills them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of TSMC. But again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately they're going to get process. Of course, that's the one part that we do not discuss over here, which is interesting. And probably the million question is, how old are we? When did we come back? Like, what is it? I'm back a little younger. You know, so that, again, so like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, let's say, like there are shows that ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right? You're a little awkward. Like the nice, how does that work? So there's like a lot of stuff. Once you're already happy the first time around, like again, like the get a second chance, and do things a little differently. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture's always going to be incomplete. The Gemara is not about it. I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately, Hashem says, I can't definitely bring back to life. Your coach should tell you, so I go back, I said, but maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. It's in the actual law, but this is it, Nachashti ba'ani erpa. So at the end of the process, Hashem says, literally, I wrote and I will heal. None of people report the effort, just like breaking the beginning is talking about the same person. Lisa, the high in the effort. Since again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only interest on the same effort. And I will say, you serve as a proof since the SMS. Incredible. I'm already there. Now it's the in the Torah. How do we know about resurrection and resurrection in the Torah? So I know how. Also, this is fascinating because here, we are now quoting a passage from the Torah. Right? Up until now, most of the people, except that I find my thinking, I started from time to my own look, so that's in most of the people, as you can see, are from Rabbi. How do we know they're from Rabbi? How do we know? You have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya that is from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe and Yisrael says Shira Azos. So then, right, then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shalom Emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? You can't Tchias HaNisim in the Torah. This is a proof of Tchias HaNisim. Proof of Tchias HaNisim. Right? Future tense, that they will get words. There will be a time in the future, the Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze V'Dava, singing again at Omer. As Yivne Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. Balanem, it doesn't say he built it rather as Yivne. You come with Tchias HaNisim in the Torah. So also what this represents is there will be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. What's the name of that? So how does man going to sing? Elamai, Tchias HaNisim. Yoshua will build. Yoshua's God. How can Yoshua build? Tchias HaNisim. Elamai, as you can slow a bummer smoke, chocolate smoke. It's interesting enough that the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy pasuk. Shlomo built a mizbeach for Chemosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. How can that be? Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for a Zara? Elo ma'ala ala kosas yibana. What's that different pasuk? Shlomo has to build a mizbeach for a Zara. So why does it say that he did? The Torah Melech did not curb Yahweh Zara appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll read the Shema lady. From where do we know about Tchias HaNisim? In the Torah, from the Shema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, Yisacha, Odi Alamu Chasema. It's a beautiful film. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. All the Alamu Chasema, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, it doesn't say they praise you present, and what does it say? And then the hallelujah, future tense, they will praise you. They will praise you. The count Tchias HaNisim in the Torah. So Moshe says, what is this future praising? Future praising is very mystic Tchias HaNisim. Beautiful. Says to my brother, beautiful. Whoever says Shira, whoever sees Shira in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to see Shira in the world to come. Shina Emar, Ashrei, Yoshe, Yisacha, Odi Alamu Chasema. So also so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you see Shira in this world? You see praise from the Torah in this world. Ultimately, again, you will see the Tchias HaNisim on the most priestly Olam Haba. On the most priestly Olam, when you will say, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim La'atar Hashem B'Hashem V'Ne'erim Yidashvim. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of the good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shekhinah. That's Olam Haba. And let's say, there's sometimes a person who's very is there like a TV room, is there like a shlepi coming, is there is there a phone? Is that it? Is that it? There was a lot of times you see that that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with that Kadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that's something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say something interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, if your world, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Anything else you're thinking about your life we should know before getting you out of here? So once again, the voices of Tzofecha, of those who see you, right? They will go out and call out the enemy, they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So we feel about Abraham and Yochanan, Asidim call Medim, Kulan, Omen, Shira B'Cholach. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Medim will say Shira with one voice. Will say Shnei Emar, Kol Tzofecha Nasu Kol Yashkav Yanu. We'll say how beautiful is that. All the Medim speaking in one voice, right? For all the leaders of God Israel speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's Muslims, yeah. As we saw, remember, every movie was different. We saw something before. As nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. How many of you know he goes where we not for us of ourselves. So it's this is profound. If a person is killing over teaching Torah, but withhold their Torah from their Talmud, or their whole stuff from the Talmud, they're just like, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone. But I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shnei Emar Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe Morosha Kivilas Yaakov. Morosha here, Mechol Yisrael Yishesh Shneimoshe. So we'll say, you got the pasuk in first the Torah. It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes Minei Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Sheshes Bereshis. So the Rashi points out the Sif Bereshis Bara is Shiator Shnit Bereshis. From Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, or in the actually created, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, I give it to you. It's not taking their inheritance. I'm not going back to business. I'm going to show you Chasida. Talmud Halakha be Talmud. The Rabbi withhold Halakha from the Talmud. No, the Rabbi has the ability to teach Talmud, and he doesn't do so. Akilu Ubri Shemai you are telling us. Such a Rabbi is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shnei Emar Monei Abai Kapatah Beis. Monei Abai. Yitavor La'om. Ve'en La'om Al Obrin La'om Yitavor fetuses Shnei Emar U'La'om La'om Yamas. Ve'en Kavod Al Achron Kavod Yisrael Shnei Emar Na'akol Le'Kavod Ke'al Badei. Ve'en Bar Yisrael Shnei Emar Nush Kubar and Yada. Someone said, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by the fetuses. The course was to shock with that. There's a sinful the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity to someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is the growth that you enable in each other. When you do something for us, what do you want to tell you? Already has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Then he has an opportunity to give up our life to a Talmud. Which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of person else's responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda life is not only to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So now the right one. You're not going to also to Tavra. If you don't like it, you withhold Torah from the student, literally again, so means that you kiss you like a seed. Okay, and I'll say now, what's the Rashi point out? It's when you kiss like a seed. It means you forget your word. Just like that, if you put someone into a seed, the context so for a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. If he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. Everything is responsible for everything that Hashem gives me. Whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of the right, and therefore, if I don't share my time with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. All about Israel and after that, sit hapa, you can go on, sit myself, that you call for without call. But Omar Abaye, keep a clock, you can see it. Literally something like a long day, but the one goes in one note, comes to keep someone Torah. This is all the punishment if you hold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his son to do Torah? What's his reward? I'm going to teach Zoka in the big house of Yosef. Brachos to Yosef. So such a Rebbe, I want to say, when you see a Rebbe, I sort of point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rabbi, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to be overcoming to someone. So you take your Torah and you check this. I can't really how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes you don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes getting on different types of chavrusas. Sometimes you're talking about chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I'm also saying that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemaras, we're like, automatically, shit, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us our Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zoka lebrachos k'Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar, brachos lerosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. Shene'emar, Yosef Rothschild ala aretz. Hu mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So what's it? So what's the pshat? What's the pshat that someone sings that shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Adam? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the entire hold of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with anyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not looking for revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef takes away. What does he do? He takes it and uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. Congratulations. Kolomolani is beautiful. Kolomolani to Olam Hazeh. Zoka Umolani Deli Olam Haba. Wow. So let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? So let's say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is the whole time to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully, you've also got the people you learn Torah with, people who learn Torah with, and you have to show the result of Torah in this world. Can you imagine? If you have a chabura, if you have a share in Olam Haba, I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I know we'll be able to move faster. And the answer to say, how incredible would that be? We want to go back to Shene'emar. Plus, it says, it's a long there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. We want to say, Shene'emar, Gam Hu Yoda. Amarava, you see this fixation, which gets in this, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to make so many liars for us, right? This is now only 3 block. Just because it's 7 blocks, that's only 1.5 blocks. Right, so 1.5 blocks, right? You gotta get, So first of all, because again, the notion of Yes Hamisi is such an incredibly important piece. So that the Gemara wants to find as many speech orders as it can. We're just going to like, Shneimar, if you Ruben, Ruben will literally not die. If you Ruben Ba'ol Mazeh, no, not by slavery, sorry, it's also Rafa. It's not the Rafa of Yaakov, the Rafa of Moshe. If you Ruben Ba'ol Yomos, if you Ruben Ba'ol Mazeh, Ruben will live in this world, Ba'ol Yomos the Olam Haba, and he will not dying in the world to come. You know, I'm going to help them. So now we share having us up on the kitchen. So it's incredibly well. A number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The act of mirth locates the Tayok, the Tamod of Allah, and now ultimately again, you.
What are you going to do?
go to your place and rest, but stand by the middle again, return from your destiny at the end of days. Also, it's actually interesting because remember we actually say the Kahula. This is actually the passage that we say after the Kahula is complete. Before the Abba leave the Teva and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minute. Many of the minute actually recite this passage, addressing it to the Neshama. Otherwise, a kind of Shemani gets a Siva B'nachos. Therefore, even though about any leader, he leads his flock, he leads his seaboard. B'nachos. Now, what is B'nachos? B'nachos means with a gentle pace. Gentle pace, not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not firing brimstone, not demeaning, they're not. B'nachos is such a person like this, is there to lead that seaboard Omen Haba as well. I will say, these B'nachos seem to indicate that Omen Haba is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Pias and Mason era. שנאמר, כי אנחנו נהגים והמבוי מים להם. מה הוא אומר? גדול יודע, שנית בין שתי הסיעות. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it's given between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shenomar, Kel Deos Hashem. So what they see that? Deos is mentioned in the word Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Rebbe Hashem. But as a good and Mikdash, and it's something that is Shemitah and Sheneosios, because it is given over between two names of Hashem. Shenemar, Alta Hashem, Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of Hashem. And that's the thing about that. That's massively that I have the Kashira, and after you don't really come up, Shemitah and Sheneosios. You use that model. When it's come of vengeance, vengeance is also good, because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Like the Pasuk says, Nikamos Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. On the way, when they say, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? I'll probably use like a revelation. So like two revelations. Now, it doesn't say revelation twice. It just says a few words. And it says in the comment twice. So it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the word is so one ultimately is able to be like the vengeance for good and the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good to be as if it's not for you is good. Like to take vengeance for good. But also mean that sometimes, as we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those that oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to shine to be created in nature. So in other words, a call to choose with the apples is beautiful to love. Any person like there who has less understanding, to even if it's a little spiel, it's as if the Mikdash was personally good. Shazet was why. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Because ultimately, again, we said before, there is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash and Puri Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has there and moved on, this Mikdash was rebuilt, and then come back to that Shema. So you underline and come back to it after you get a working definition of really what there means.
You don't remember the joke? Sure.
Okay, now we're going to do a minute. I don't know what actually never. I don't know what's it. How other sheets go there, the selfless action. Any person who is there will become wealthy. Shenemar, will be danced, hiding your mother called your carving your mother was that. Call Adam Shein go there, also lacking about. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have Rahmanas on you. Shenemar, Kilo Andurasu, Akimo Yahamel, or Sale Biotra. Call Hanosin, Kito Mishin Bode, you still buy a lot. Where is bread? Someone who doesn't have sale, ultimately, again, that is what happens. So what's it's very interesting. So you see you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have bread. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have bread. And let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? So let's say, you can understand. What's the data? What does we translate it as wisdom? So let's say, but what if you do that is just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So remember again, Hazal, right? Notice his brachas. It speaks about Havdalah Shle'esrei. Hazal said, where did Hazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? After holding La'adam Das. The most basic concept of Das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. Das is most before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like, remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's Da'atim. So Chachma, Bina, those are at the higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Dale, don't have that class on them. Don't have that class on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dale, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say, a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always said, any person who has Daya, he will need the Beis HaMikdash beyond, right? Ultimately, again, because he said, at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tar, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's aseh, what's tov, what's yah. As long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have Daya, I will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of personal responsibility. To the point, you can't even help out a person. It's such an unloving and incredible delay. And that's how we work society. We're like, I'm not going to say, tell us if you really say about Dale. You should not love. That's right, again. If you give your bread to someone that doesn't have Dale, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק לפני עשינו מזון ככה, ונצבו למזון על ניסוי שנאמר, היה אבל הספריות, וידש מזון, ואמר מזון. חלודים שלי בגלל, סוף הגולה. Person doesn't have Dale, will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because it was like, if I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship, because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But look, like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. And they make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. That's really the self-builder. Self-builder, what do you want to say? Looking brother, I mean, you guys, I'm going to provide shit in the living room, it's one better like that. It's not lost, I'm not saying that I'm going to that's there. I was saying this is a ridiculous deal. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which there's not Torah in at night, each of us a fire will consume it. Shre'emar, kol shechtam etzfirat, kol oish ne'afiyat, save the Ohalot. They see out on Papa, there's a vote, Shre'emar, the Sivir Hashem Torah, Rafa, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong. It's also was like, it tells us, very important to me, in addition to coming to shul for night singing, and the beautiful inspiration, which is everybody has an obligation for night singing, even if it's for 15 minutes. Every time has an obligation for night singing. It's not shy and stuff like that. I'm dabble in this. It's a good guy, so you have to understand, but it's like I'm not joking around. Look, a youth has to come to this level a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. start reminding the Torah this but in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the shot when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Men is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like light was always a metaphor for difficulties. Once in the light is like this. Both sides. Shame, give them Torah, Lishma, and Bobaba. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home when things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Right? And as soon as it becomes light, as soon as light becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Oklaso. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to witness. So even during the lighten-up periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be saved from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. We also have to stop over the incredible Gemara. We have to stop over here. By the way, we're going to give more than a block today. It's fantastic. One block, that's the detail. Listen, we'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day. So the minutes are much shorter Gemara. Everyone is such a such everyone.
I just got a job. I'm a server.
It's not that idea.
I work at a wire factory. Wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice. Yes. Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here. I was a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips are really shitty, but I love working there.
All right, Kimmel said, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentator.
And he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And, I like that guy a lot.
Our sponsor. Tell some Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael to dedicate all the Shurim and Roshos this year as a chus from Soros Tavos Sha'am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zichron L'Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron L'Bracha, the merit of our Tam Torah. All of the Neshamas have memory of the families in the Baruch will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really entering this Rabbi. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Additionally, we got through this cycle like 8 years. But it's given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Okay. Good. So let's say, so 3 lines up from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 91a. Amalei, Rabbi Rante, Amalei, Antoninus, Rabbi. I will say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. Remember again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between 2 men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus has said the following. Go for the Shalom. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad. Guf Omer, Neshama Chatasa, Neshama Chatas. The body could say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Very listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shemeni, how are you with Kevin? Don't make Kevin. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you what I am. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like the moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. Well, the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the Guf? Shemim Shepirashti Minenu, Harini Polachas Ba'avir Kitzipor. Because the Neshama could say, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashkunti body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does a person hold a person accountable when essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility, ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to enter the Kabbalah Madam. So let me give you a mashal. Let me give you a little mashal.
Medium joke, but there you go. Daniel Shepard. You're welcome, buddy.
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Kadishna. The king had a beautiful orchard. Vahayabal on the base. Look at our flag. Vahayabal, Bachoros nose, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. Bachoros nose, very nice dates. Right, or very nice figs. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I want to so at least you got it there. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the ones I don't know if you're going to see them. So the crippled one said to the Shimon, to the blind one, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. The Yomim Baal Pipers, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, I have the photos and all say, where are my figs? Supposedly they did a pretty good job consuming figs, and they eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or a prolonged amount of time. So the owner comes back to say, where are my figs? So I'm going to assume, also, I'm sorry, I'm going to figure, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. Couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Baal Sada do? Here, Kivchiga Agabi Sumavikan also Kafat. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shama, the Zarka Baguf, the Dan on some Kafat. So Rabbi essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both essentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shama and literally he throws it into the guf. The gun on some traffic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Shneimar, Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lo Din Amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, who called to the heavens above, Zuna Shama, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lo Din Amo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehagov. So it's really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. The really such a big issue. It's so yogi over there. It never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? I was at the end of the day, it's not the neshama that sins. It's the guf that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Levi Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough. to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a direct question, Neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. Like, I'm not doing this. I'm not. I just think, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama upsets itself. The lady says, Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself and the body is struggling. Dafka, when the guf is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka, when you don't walk away. Listen, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present, whatever present in a relationship with other people, relationship with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead the neshama said itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this Rabbi. But maybe not. I'm going to use his Gemara. It's like, yeah, it's impossible. This is seriously for me. This is like with me. It's like we're switching to Yomi until the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here at Hashem. Well, we'll pick up the rest of the cloud. So this is I'm going to do this Rabbi. If they not come, you'll say the Reject for Shakasa. Listen to this. I'm doing this as Rabbi. And I will say, by the way, you see from the questions. These are not, I would say, sometimes when Gemara reports questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews, the questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of his questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus trying to dispute us, this is Antoninus legitimately curious. See, Antoninus actually referring to us, listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Don't say that. I have a real appreciation for this Gemara. The last couple of days I was traveling in Quad. So if you're ever here in Yeshua by Quad Unified, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. And honestly, if you sit over here every day, a little while, you see the sun coming up over here. My flag, you'll see it coming up. Anyway, so Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So this is interesting. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to eat so in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, the rest is the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. If they masho kas v'na'arach. No, we're just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. Shalom Lakona. In order that the sun should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to Rabbi Bono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Nechama after finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the page, it makes sense that the space is a little longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, K'Elitim Shalom Lakona, L'Kadosh Baruch Hu, Shashchina B'Mayra. We'll say, what does it mean the Shekhinah is in the west? So remember again, using the Beis HaMikdash model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis HaMikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing down. So the shin itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So the Shneimar, Mitzvah Shoni Chomish Kachar. Alright, the Sisi Al-Halga, the Sisi Al-Halga Rakia, the Tiken Shom of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antonius, so once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to the sky, bow there. So not bow there. In other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Antonius asks me, why does this have to make its way over from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. The question which the Gemara says, you should call them the overage rocket because of workers and travelers. I was saying, what is that? You should call them. You look at how your makshik is home. שכשחמה באמצע הרקיע מאיר ביוסף, וסור שעדיין ישאוס ביום, ויפול את שלום ורחמן, עד שחשך ובאבי דרכים, גם לא היו נוגעים, מסע יחשוך, מבקש. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so let's say what happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? Workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So I'll say, what a tremendous Moshe skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if HaKadosh to maximize the time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like career, material career, and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. Doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun goes. Incredible. I'm going to have to use the Rabbi. The show Amos and Navada. So questions. Rabbi says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? By the way, it just indicates to us that Antonius believes in the neshama. He believes in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Sisira? So let's say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi goes over again, the beautiful Gemara said this Midah, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? The beginning of pregnancy, what is it? A fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pekida. Because Pekida means to remember, just for the malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antonius asks Rabbi, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on serum, literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Antonius says it doesn't make any sense. So again, he says it can't be is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Elo Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, so from the moment of inception. So Amar Rabbi said, Davar Zelam Dani Antoninus. Look what says. So what does he have? Rabbi said, Antoninus, you're right. Right. Saying good. Right. And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Ukesida Secha Shamra Ruchi. So literally again, so they're dashing it from Shas Pekida, in the moment of Pekida, from the moment that the Malach brings the feet of the drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me, which also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. It was like it's hard to about because now that we spoke about neshama, so when does a person get the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that just sinewy, flesh, or baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Amar says, I'm sorry, Amar Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded from the time that the fetus is formed in your own, ultimately, and that's when there's Yitzhara. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to intimate boy from my, if that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, so we hear this, so if the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. It causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all top the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cough inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible energy of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antoninus says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it will keep its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Rabbi says, so Rabbi once again agrees with Antoninus. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. And ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk is that at the opening, at the entry to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And I will say this seems to be the doctrine of Rothschild. That the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. I will say that this is soul. But first of all, it's in our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets me to kick down the boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what a profound and interpersonalistic growth. I'm not saying Moses. I want you to say, so Bam, Ivar, Upisea, Allah, Yovadas, Yakov, as you tell it, I hope Sea, the ritual muscle, Ile, Nifko, Midbar, Nine, we have to leave So as I said, interestingly enough, two different psukim that first and so the Gemara says yes, that makes sense. One pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I will say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it back from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to Tzitzias and clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, it's like In reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by our incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a great appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken courage. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, and Misa Makadosh goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixir. Ula brings down to let's say second white line. It's out the color from the place. Ula Ramixir. Ila Hamalas like Nashak and Matsasham Delian Kopani. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Sid, Kiana Ben Neashana Damos. Lo Yem Mishum on Damos. So here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. He sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Lo Kashio, can be sought on the object of heaven. One is about Jews, one is non-Jews. So kind of the idea by Jews there won't be death, by non-Jews there will be death. I have an object of heaven, not some. What are non-Jews doing in the Muslim Mashiach? It was like what? Which is interesting, like, is that listening for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Balhasam, Hanaf Tixibu, Ra'am Duzarim, and you eat son Achim, and then you make out a kind of them. What's that? Because again, apparently, they're living on this. First of all, there's a whole discussion of things like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Moshe Mashiach. But interestingly enough, these persons reflect the idea that the Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. I guess it's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole submatter of this, which is what is the Messianic era? Or what is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all them like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothes, all of these things already embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokas, and the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I am the Rothschild and I never saw it except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machlokas, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay? This is the history brought up also contrasts with Sukkot. The Chachal Levana, Ubol Shah Chama, Kimala Hashem Tzivakos. Sid, the Hayahar Halavana, Korach Chama, Borach Chama, Yu Shiva Sayim, Kor Shiva Sayim. So what's this interestingly enough? There's two different sequences. First one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. The second one seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. The moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says this one. Lokasha, Kali Moshe, Kali Olam Haba. I was going to say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos Mashiach. So let's say, so what does this mean? So apparently, Yemos Mashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dim. In Yemos Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In the Shmuel, the Amar Ein Bein Olam Hazeh. But according to Shmuel, it says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golos. It was that Shibud Golos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone, which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this whole thing about the leaders? Which is beautiful. So let's speak in the world to come. And we can't go to Shekhinah, so you don't need the luminaries, because the bulb of itself shines bright. And we can't go to Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Sid, so Rabbi contrast to Psukim, Ani Amista'ach Yal Sid, Lachatzti V'ani Erba. So what's the reason for this? So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Lachatzti, I broke and I will heal. So the words are reference powerfully. Mashi name is Ani Mechayev, V'Hadar Mashi Mechasti Ani Erva. The says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the said before. That how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then after the Baruch goes ahead and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, like I said, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting for the $5 million question, is how old are we? Like when we come back? Like, why is that happening? We gotta come back a little later. We go through nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, say like your Hashem asked like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, you know, like the nice, like how does that? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. Or what if you weren't happy the first time around? You know, like again, like the second chance. You know, they do things a little bit differently. You know, so there's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight into the lingo, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture's always going to be incomplete. So the Gemara goes like the I'm shocked, yeah. So ultimately, Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Therefore, the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Incredible. Tanya, I'm Rabbi Meir. How do we know about resurrection of the death in the Torah? They will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you could see, are from nothing. How do we know it's different Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Raya that it's from nothing, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe Bnei Yisrael Sashira Azos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shar lo ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Bnei Yisrael. Moshe and Bnei Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'Tchias HaMesim in Torah. This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Proof to Tchias HaMesim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yosef would better singing again after all, right? As Yivneh Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Mark doesn't say he built it, rather every Yivneh. Mikan l'Tchias HaMesim in Torah. So also what this represents is there'll be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. So how's Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Yoshua will build. Yoshua's dead. So how can Yoshua build? Tchias HaMesim. As Yibn Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakot Shlomo. So also I say, interestingly enough, that the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? That's a different passage. Shlomo never had to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? Because Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show a lady. From where do we know about Tchias HaMesim in Torah? So the Shneimar, Ashrei Yoshnei Nesefa Odi Ala Nifasela. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home, Right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is them is this present. It's beautiful. It says the Madonna Shalom, beautiful Marakol, whoever says Shira, whoever sings Shira in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yoshe, Seachal, Odialu. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you see Shira in this world? You sing praise in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing it because it's one of the most basic. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. We'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvin, La'asharaseyim Barashem V'nenem Mizid Ashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shkina. That's Olam Haba. And we'll say, there's sometimes a person who's saying, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shweki coming? Is it full of is that it? Is that it? And also a lot of times you see, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Hazeh really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Hazeh is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Hazeh, but Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's what you are saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, right? If this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. And if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to go for it. We're going to test an Eastern Minnesota. We're going to do this in front of us. Call to Fat and Nasi call Yachtam Rani. Renewal Ne'amar Ali Rani. So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those of your Sabrinavim, of those who see you, right? They will go ahead and call out Rani, and they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So I'm going to hear what Abba Amar Yochanan, Asidim Kol Neviim, Omen, Shira B'Kolef, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Mishneh Amar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yonim. We'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of God Israel speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most of Mashiach. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw study before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. Some of you who don't know so if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, everyone say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone. I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shne'emar Torah Tzivalan Moshe, Morosha Kivilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Moshe. So we'll say, you have the possibility of Torah, so Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time, from Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. So Rashi points out the Sid Bereshis Bara, the Shir HaTorah Shnei Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, what does it mean? In the beginning, I stated, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. because of that which was created first. HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not from Rabbi Bizna. I'm not Shimon Chasida. Talmudei Halacha B'Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't show this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shneimar, Monea Bar, top of Tzadik Beis, Monea Bar, Yikavol La'om, Ve'ein La'om El Ubrin La'om fetuses, Shneimar, Ula'om La'om Yamas, Ve'ein Kavol El Klama Kavol who's cursing Shneimar, Ma'akov Lo Kavol Kel by Bilam. Ve'ein Bar El Torah, right? Bar means Shneimar, Nosh Bar and Yada. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Michal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. You know, what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. Like what's the pshat of that? What's that sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. But that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is what we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So Rabbi was like, and that could also be Kabbalah. If you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, and let's say now what Rashi points out, what does mean pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something into a sieve, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing is yours. Nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything is responsible. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Vayikov for the Delto. Va'amar Abaye ki ochla dikitziri. Literally perforated like a long bullet, piece. All right, in Lamdo. And what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar Hashem says, Zocha lebirchas Yosef. Rachos ki Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes we're talking about chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you have chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, then all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shneimar, bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'in mashpir elo Yosef. That's what Shneimar. Yosef was shalot ala aretz. Who mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, what's the pshat? What's the pshat that someone says that shares their Torah? They get brachas like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire abode of Yosef. Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef at Tzaddik. I would have changed this. Kalamalami, this is beautiful. Kalamalami to Rabbi Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Deli Olam Haba. Wow. Listen, if ever teaches Torah in this world, is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it even mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that you teach Torah in this world, it is not going to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, are going to be so to learn in this world the next one. Also, can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shir in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I thought we'll be able to move faster. But I'm going to say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like Shnei Amar. Pasuk says, so Malam there's no time at all about that. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So Umar says, Shneimar Umar Gam Hu Yora. Amar Rabba. So once again, you see this fixation. By the way, with Kesavais, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a constant. Right? This is now only 3 by because like 7 blood, right? That's only 1.5 blood. Right? So 1.5 blood in, right? That again, Minai. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So Minai Tchias HaMesim in HaTorah, Shnei Amar, Yechi Ruvain v'al Yamos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Vayechi. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. It's also bracha. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. It's the brachas of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain v'al Yamos. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. V'al Yamos li'olam haba. He will not die in the world. You know, Amar Afar Avinu says from here. The Rabbi Mishne Admas Afar Yakitzu. Elu l'chai olam ve'elu l'charfos l'dino. So say incredibly enough, a number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi says from here, and now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest. But stand right, literally again, return the Goralecha, because it will return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kvura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kvura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shur, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many of the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Our Rabbi Lazar, called Parnish Shamani gets at Sibar Benachos. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Sibar Benachos. Now, what does Benachos mean? Benachos means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite. Not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not fire and brimstone, not being mean, they're not. But Nachos, so such a person like this is Zoka to lead that seaboard of Olam Haba as well. I will say, these demands really seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar, Kimrasim Yehagim Va'amagui Ma'yinah. Remember, Lazar, Yidoladea, this is incredible. Yidoladea, Shenita Ben Shteos. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Amar Rabbi says Gadol Mikdash. The Beis Hamikdash is great. Shnitan Ben Shnei Osios because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif le'Ravada, Maskif le'Ravada, Karchino ha'Ela me'ata gidol in the Kama, Shenita ben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great. because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem, the Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, right, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. Amalei, Lemilse, Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? My Paul right means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says Sophia once. And it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, ba'achas lamida parolis. So one ultimately, again, looks like to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good, to be like because God will repay good. As to take revenge means really, sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish L'Deah, which is beautiful Gemara. For any person who has Deah, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Deah is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Deah, has wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you're underlining, we're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Deah means. Fine. Okay, yeah, now give it a few more minutes. I'm Rabbi Lazar, actually, wait a minute. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam Sheish L'Deah, the Sof Misasha. Any person who has Deah will become wealthy. Shenei Anar, and B'das Charidim Yemalu Kohen, Yakar V'Nom. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam She'in Bo Deah, Aslu Lakim Allah. Any person who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shenei Anar, Kilo Am Binasu, Akim Bo Yirachamenu Oseo B'Yotchalai Fenena. Rabbi Lazar, you swim by Allah, where he gives bread to someone who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, that is what happens. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Deah. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Deah. Now let's say, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So let's say, let me say this now. What's Deah? What's this? We're translating it into wisdom. So let's say, but if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachos. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most big. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Kara. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right? Because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, but maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have chance, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Deah, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Deah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an unruly lifestyle. I want to say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always says, any person who has Deah, right? Ultimately, again, because we say at the end of the day, There's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deya. I have to know what's kasher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahor, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's aser, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have deya, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have deya, number one, if I don't have deya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have deya, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of personal responsibility. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible demand. And that's how the Gemara says, all right, this is like, right. I'm going to realize that. Kalau say people who say about deya, you still might not love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have deya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have deya will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because I will say, if I don't have deya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what you're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships. Can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as a self-gola will be a wonder. Shnei Amar, looking gola amin lebridas. I'm a loser. Kavai she'im b'jivei Torah nishman b'valayla. Ishok was. We'll say another kind of thing. That's deya. We'll say this is a ridiculous thing. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard at night, so as any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, fire will consume it. Shnei Amar, kol choshech tamal tzfunav, tochleo eish lo lofeach yara, suid ba'ohalo. Ve'im suid al tam chacham, tzam kol Shnei Amar, u'b'suid masha Hashem korei. But fine, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it tells us, very important, the need, in addition to coming to shul for night singing, and a beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation for night singing, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night singing. It's not a shayla, it's not like, oh, I'm dabbling this. It's a weird, he does, so you have to have night singing. It's actually not joking around. A youth has to come to this register to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my money with this register. But in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficult times. Perhaps the Gemara means like this. Called bias. She'in divrei Torah nishma'in bo b'alayla. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night. In other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Oklasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, although the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to witness. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. Also, I have to stop over terrible Gemara, but I'll stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Listen, we'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day. Because the next session much shorter Gemara. The next session, Koyak, everyone. Such a squash, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the all right.
Affected this election wouldn't be the first time, but Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those strong stickers. A big joke, but there he goes, Floyd Jones. Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for him. Go ahead. Let's be back to Red Ops speaking. Today's back is target out at 91. We have a little steep climb today. There's a thing that's down, but we're going to make it. We're taking up on South Dakota Days 90V. That got a countdown to the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. You're doing really small color. So again, you see what I'm showing is color. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural illusion to TSMS. Right, so let me get that just taking small color. So when we got the last yesterday, is a concept that says, when the Satan many as Shumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen. You shall give Shuma to Aaron. Now, I will say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things away. The one thing he never ever received was Shuma. Why? Because Shuma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, they welcome this meeting, but ultimately, again, it's with Shuma to Aaron. So you really get a mercy at the consequence that's destination. So you know, so today we see others like really so clear about Aaron to Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Shuma to someone like Aaron. You know what? My Aaron cover, I'm going to cover. Just like Aaron is a cover, or just like Aaron is a cover. And therefore learns how to go ahead and use Shuma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to be taught the Kaddish. I already saw it my earlier thing. Now saying that he's going to play a lot of Kaddish, you can't give Shuma to a crazy thing. The army notion is that I must also come and do it and Yaksiku is our session. Because again, where the possibilities is, you give them the Quran Shuma, because you destroy in the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom. And the Hajj Torah, not just the Torah Hashem, whoever is holding the Rebbe in the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom, you explore with us, has a portion in Shuma, to say in the Master of the Torah Hashem, and whoever is not holding his Torah in the Torah of HaKadosh, he does not have a portion. And then I say, he says, you're going to see this is not as much purity as it is just very important because Shuma has a lot of details, Shuma has a lot of obligations, and this uses Shuma for very much. That kind of feel on the face. I'm going to talk about I'm going to do that. For those who don't know about it, you have this Shuma. You're pointing to the Amaris, you know things no Ari. Because this is your life. Not Ari, something going so, something in the very so, but when this is in front of the lion. There's a suffix. You know, really care the part that you for that. Queen Amaris, suffix over the Karo, suffix over to so to a very good center, you give too much to a Queen Amaris. A suffix really easier to listen to the purity, really easier to listen to the purity. And Yochanan says, I'm going on this suffix. The point is too much to a Queen Amaris is causing the death of that Queen. That is that social man, it makes you both here telling you, the Lord has mentioned before, that misuse of Shuma results in death penalty. You give Shuma to a college who doesn't know how to is treated with the appropriate safety. It's as if one is causing death to that particular employee. Meaning, the bigger the rest of the natural Ashma still other Ashma. You can consequently divide the other Ashma, and see also other Ashma opponents portrayed. So it's going to be passing by all of this. This is very interesting. Again, in each species, you would think that giving too much of the brain approach to an objective facet. So giving too much of the brain is only a facet, it's only something that the brain knows what to do with it. If you don't know how to work with it, then not only is it not a facet, but in fact it's a wide ability to it. Tremendous is so in life as well. About things, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful book for a parent to give children something, as long as you want. The child knows how to hold it. Give the child something else, so give the sort of technology. Give so many areas. Give the child something that I can accept that be nice, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. They never like it. However, when you start, somebody says, you're not a Christmas in your life. You're again, a biblical illusion to redemption. The God of mercy as preaching is very interesting. Each tongue will sing slaughter as command. The passage says, and I will establish, I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? That's Lahem, Lahem. The passage doesn't say, the passage doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you, Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, without halfway down, that's a little more than halfway down. Lahem, the Master Shekiah comes from the Savior. Abraham Yitzchak Yaakov, Shiyuti Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yikno, how long would you know him Yikno? The passage makes it sound like such an extreme through the passage that again, Abraham's not referring to Am Yisrael was alive at the time, the re-rushing of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to them. He's the them. You do not understand it's referring to Abraham Yitzchak Yaakov. You don't understand that, but they're dead. They don't get about their ties of the Take it easy, king against itself. I would rather what you see. The ultimate thing that Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. So the Gemara says, you get fine. I'm kind of Christmas dinner, so beautiful. Show me what's on the Let's listen to this. The meaning of like you can do. And then if I cannot tell if someone doesn't believe now, we're going to see you use the terms colors, very interesting. What we're going to see is that we really refer to different levels of heritage. Like I say, people don't believe in certain things. So it's the distinctions. Show me what's on the window. So the meaning of the window, you don't show it's not the Chinese thing. The word, they want to move back again. All of that. You have Torah, you have Real, and you have Super. Careful. And the Real says, I'm going to give you a proof. I'm trying to deal with Super. So if you remember that all of the Real proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. You have Torah. So number one, what's the right in that Torah that says, I don't show Moshe. Think about Shofet in Moshe. They come. Pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live here again and die. You will lose your others to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Clear solution. So how do we disprove it? No. Instead of Leo, you are putting the comma in the wrong place. Amuro, the Dima, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, the Zara. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, the Zara. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people are showing up to you. The Kam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Kam is going on who? On the people. It's really okay, so we're rejecting that question. Yes. What's the proof of that? Let's say that you set up results in the corner. Hakiti Vanu Shokle Asal. How almost Taraka, the Eretz Prime people. So what's it say? This part of when you see this phrase, you see Hakiti Vanu Shokle Asal. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakiti Vanu, and the sleep is to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Demo makes him check the Chesto. Maybe that's referring to the dead that the Chesto brought back to life. That's coming back, right? That's almost a revolution, right? That's the value of dry bones. Then what's the specific episode it's supposed to? Next, soothing from soothing. Let's see if you can't have DIFO, hold it with don't even insurance. Don't even 6 machines. So they would say the puzzle. The consequence references yes, right? Really make them like things. Don't even 6 insurance. The lips of those who speak will move. Speak are records to death. Lips they will move, records that they are once again will speak. So listen, the criminal official actions that say the alma. So the meaning said, the meaning said to the meaning said the friend with that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? It's good look, it's so beautiful. You should be showing your color. Come share my halacha b'shmo ba'olam hazeh. This is so so beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies, if someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave. So where it says,
so I went on a first date the other day. Told the girl I was a comic, and she said, "No way, I've never seen forms of time." And I said, "Well, we should probably have sex first. So you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear."
When the person leaves over
Do you have any fans of Jersey Shore in here?
the person leaves over the
Yeah,
solos
someone told
that
me
are
the other
set
day I look like
over
a
even
cast member of the
after
upcoming
no
spin-off
longer
of Gaza
alive
Shore.
by definition. Gives it a continued right
It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an
So a
hour.
person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the Say, someone says over the so the lips move in the grave.
Someone also
Incredible.
told me I look like a
Actually,
situation.
so the meaning, you don't believe anything that Rabbi Gamliel said until Rabbi Gamliel
And then
gives
they
them
said it
over
looks like
the
my
following
forehead
idea.
was
What is the following
25
idea?
pounds. That was
Hashem
really good. I've been Tyler
Hashem
Cole. Thank you guys.
La'osechem, La'seis Lo'hem. Rabbi says, that Hashem has supposed to give over to you. That's how she says to them. La'chem Lo'hem, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Rather, it doesn't say Elo, Lo'hem, to them. You cannot translate in the Torah. So from where you see it, if you have a reference to translation, meaning of Torah. Once again, you give it over to them, peace with them. In some sense, this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So the really serious reason to this idea that Hashem gives them, and then the dead will come back to life. And then what you show me the look like that, others say, but when we God says, it's so beautiful. You often have taken my show up there, okay? Chayim Kulchan Hayom. Others say, that when you talk about nobody translated what does it mean? When you cling to Hashem, your God, Chayim Kulchan Hayom. So it seems when I translate this, you are living fully today, and you're fully alive. And it says, not Shita, Chayim Kulchan Hayom, that's how I'm looking at talking to them. Of course, they're alive today. Ella, even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must be responsible is I feel like everyone else is right there. Ultimately, when you just need to have to time to come and you will come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible soul. So you realize like the showing of it is much to say about that house. It's not going to be a turn on. I'll come back to it later. So what do you ask of your children for this? So ultimately, the warnings. As they shouldn't care, what are they asking? The nature is from the Chaim Nisim, the Again, Asad Dios. So they asked them to show them a 2-part question. Number one, how do you know these are what's going to be right? And number two, how do you look at Hashem knows what's going to happen? 2-part question. So ultimately, again, when you're showing the sense of answer both of those questions, from one person, and the other one, Moshe, so again, it's some kind of the other process. Moshe is going to die, you come, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you sleep, a remez to Kriyas HaNesim. So you say back to him, the Dilma, the Kama Amazet, Okay, Moshe. It's not a real pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. They become doesn't for Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does become go on? Come goes on ultimately again. The Christ are going to rebel. So very sure that's why he said, fine, even if you say that, at least we're keeping your health of your thankful, so again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a language for translation, you can at least use it for what? As a knowledge, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because we don't hear Hashem say, Moshe, you're going to die. And the way you die, all these souls going to rebel. Okay, kind of. He was like, if you're not going to make some shit, he has to talk about the kind of things. There's a lot of Leos. So it's a ask me something like, how do I know what he's going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Ultimately, again, Hashem says to us, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the one goes like the Tango, Amra, Yossi, the doubles that, Yaki Sifin. So the also says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, they have fortunes also. Shehan Orman, ain't it's anything in Torah. Remember again, just because of the books of heretics, he said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyaftem Torastem, the Lord had at least some Biyatkem came. So the one you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here, right? Shaka only gets it in the Torah, or you claim there is no Tchesarisi. And yet it says, when you own Tikaris, and Nefashahim, Avonaba. So let's say there is a double washing of Tikaris. Why is it double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Tikaris actually Avonaba. Tikaris Ba'olamazah. Avonaba Le'ima. So we'll say that Tikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this skull. Avonaba is the sin will remain with it. When it's that, Rabbi Olamaba does not refer to the next time. So when you see ultimately again, Raya for translation. So the Gemara says, Tikaris, and after, good. Let's start out. Only Amari Ababai. The name of the Tabai, make a guy named Tikaris. So I understand why can't you put that from Tikaris? Tikaris, and all the ones that Tikaris, the Olamaba, which the Gemara says, Abu Amri Tibra Torah Kalashomari Adam, because I would have said that, and the meaning would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep it on. And that's what my point is saying. Tikaris, Olamaba, Tikaris, Olamaba, Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva understands the double washing. Tikaris, he cut off in his mouth. Tikaris, the one to come. Rabbi Kiva, Olam Yishmor. The whole Kvai Ne'emar, Es Hashem, whom he got anything to piss off. The pasuk says, he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. The Shloisha Olam and Lush are the 3 words, or those 10 lines that the 3 expected to be cut off. So it's very everywhere. So it was the Nipah Nada, the Nipah Olamazah, will be cut off in this world. He calls the Olamazah. So it's very impressive, right? He calls the God from the work of him. And he calls the This is the first thing Torah speaks. Okay, they know the Shabbat and the Akiva, Abarnaba, my Akiva, but both person and Akiva and the Shmuel. What can we do with the phrase of Abarnaba? Look at this saying, this is beautiful. Shiyako, Akiva, Asashira, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if you did Shiva. So the Gemara says, Kamaroma, Abarnaba. When is the sin cut off? Only when it's Abarnaba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella is not Shabanaba. Don't have the sin is cut off, because the sin remains with him. But if the sin does Shabbat, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is that you mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says this. Yes, I mean, it's matter. What we have is a series of biblical, I should say, solutions. Not like biblical solutions, trying to really achieve different solutions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back to that finish there. Charles and this girl. Charlotte, Cleopatra, Marcus, wow. Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. I'm not listening to this is myself points this out. Cleopatra is king's or hallowed is the case. So this is not like a, this is, yeah, I think it's starting to refer to Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. Rabbi says that the scene from the condition of shots. This is more monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, so Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you've done it with Chaim Shishik. So this is it. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. They say, they are Sitsu Merke and Savaras. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So just go back and said, it's interesting, right? It's the backdrop. I didn't even translate it. I know that the living will come back to life. First of all, we have Sitsu Meir to Esav Haaretz. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally they will sprout forth from the sea, if that is Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. From together. Right? So I know that today will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Ondin, Amin, over Mabushay, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, when they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Allah, so the narrative back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Mehito, make a Kavakoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so the Gemara says, Umak Ita Shemikora Alima. So the grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavusha, then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers of husk, and has different things on top of it. So you see from there, just like the seed goes into the earth plate flows, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim Sheik Balam B'Rachel B'Shem, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has come of a kama. Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried now, not that clothing. But the Chikrim, the Charles, so the Tzaddik who's buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. It's such a question. Listen, you just say stop, it's just like a fascination question. Right there, again, I believe the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So what's interesting also is clothing. You see this before, it's often in metaphor also for purposes. Like with the garden, like the whole season of death on the bottom, the Shema says in the Shema, are all terms that your clothing be white. That your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishment. So Kuba Rabbi, that you're actually asking us the following. When is transformation? When you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like Avarasa? Like naked, unclothed? Like you guys, one person manifesting you baby dream what the cover shall know about them? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? Or do you come back? And again, I have memories in clothing. I have memories of. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which from your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me on Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to do so over the world. So Caesar, so over the world. Caesar is on you. I'm used to the shock be tired. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. In the book of Cleopatra, who believe in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see where the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't real. I don't say, you guys say, I'm used to you guys say, the shock be tired. They don't come back to life. I don't think that works. The dead ultimately again becomes dust. Right? And dust can come back to life. Thus things come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadikah, 91. Other the rule, 5 days. Shafke, I don't know how to translate this. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamaliel, I got this. She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay? So she says, so bottom line, what's the second line? Second line, Tzadikah, for a raise 91. Second line. She didn't mention which people. There are two professionals.
The show, I would remember you.
She says, she says, so Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. So before we create human life from literally money from water, then Allah has come to
Titanic or the rock that she threw
it's a greater piece of utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody uses utensils from clay. After the spark goes ahead and creates life, ultimately from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay and dirt as well. Really short time. How the whole of the piece is beautiful. Then doing a couple from the creation of glass. Creation of glass.
Seriously, how long have you been on stands?
Not creation of glass. Shab Malone, the bus of the gun. How is glass made? You blow glass. You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And you start talking about and even as glass breaks, you can melt it down and you can recapture it. Bus of the gun from you for sure from 12 out of hospital. Now you live with the breath of Hashem. Like Hashem, who life is ours, Allah has come of us. And the more so, or the more so, that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. I'm going to have to also just there's so much to say on each of these words because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors in different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline, so let's go come back to it sometime in the session. So there was a particular non-believer. You took her money, and you say the Shakti Chaya. You guys say that the dead come back to life. You want to and how food does I said we come back to life. I'm sure about mushroom and let me give you a mushroom. Give you a mushroom. The man at Bashar Show Rabbi, so give me a mushroom. What's a human being? And the human being is like this. So the human being culture is going. The Muslim shouldn't mind the special Tony once upon a time streaming live on Netflix. There's no water, there's no dirt, there's no dirty thing on palace. I need you to figure it out. How can we bother ourselves about Hashem, the subject that we have to look at the beautiful palace? We learn enough of it. Sometime later, the palace fell down. On the other hand, so the king says this like this, because you also the Muslim Shemish Upper. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this way I'm rebuilding the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low and on the phone. And the subject said we can't do it. We can't do it, we're unable to do it. So come Solomon. The king got very angry with him. On the other hand, the Muslim Shemish Upper brings him after Shishmai Ba'afa Arakas Kama because I understand you were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So say, what's the result? What's about your creates man from nothing. Which meant the program of the world from nothing. So if it's not going to create from nothing, when people are man from back into dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you're starting to create from something. That would be about the necessary something. if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say that go out into the body, or see this particular type of bloating. Shayom so must have this modern discussion exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about in Yiddish Romans. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The mocha is the schmitz, the nasa kulabasa. Next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the ultimate things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kama is number, but maybe that's what it takes lifetime for this road to try this transformation. Allah Hagop is the mountain, just like mine, and the Ishayom in both Filosofs, and the Filosofs. And this particular mountain that on this stage is only one Filosof, remember the Filosofs is that creature from which the Torah is created. So the mountain is one Filosof. The mountain is determined the next day away, and it's not Kilo Chazvolos. All the mountain will be filled with Filosofs. So again, the idea over here is, number one, that earth could turn to flesh, like something could turn to nothing, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the Filosofs. Incredible. The rest of people here is tremendous profundity in that mushal as well about the king. I remember the mushal, the king, what happened? He said to himself, his permanent house. And he said, Billy House, there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And it's subject to it. How it's transformed, sometime later, and then the king said, we got to build you a palace. Build your palace and person is dirt and water. And it's subject to say we can't do it impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing, and like it's going to build the palace with dirt and water. In the metaphors, that's follows. So it's like all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things we do not think we could accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were extenuating circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really potentially impossible circumstances, and I came through, I did it. And yet, then, there are times during the day when my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't go through. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's what are you talking about? Do you remember that time that you can bring impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't where you would succeed or not, and you did and you did? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, there are a lot of time that comes day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. But also, we all have situations like this. They're really difficult situations. You don't have to say, this is a piece of. I think all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances. Where I said to myself, I don't know if I can do this. And I got through it. And I got through it, but I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that thing in extenuating circumstances in life, then there's something to perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible usage for life. You want to look like that? The only thing we know is we're going to say, listen, this is a great series of stories. Here's the particular name. We said to the VFMPC, so that's his name. The VFMPC, so that she points out that here, Hach Shmo, Bahai Semo, Akunius Bidabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy is VFMPC himself. He himself was a stripper from Brooklyn, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in a little bit. Rashi points out that, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man that came over to him. And this man said that he's buying the phone Friday, and he's on Missy Chayin. The Chayin we see is the Missy Chayin. So he wrote this happy part, so he goes to the Missy Chayin. He says, what's the matter with you guys? Excuse me about the Jews. All you need is shine. You're shine. Why are you not shine? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly see that which is dead comes back to life. However, so the new tendencies to respond, by the phone Friday, no one shine. That means so you see what Friday. The Rabbi Chaya, the Rothschild. So the new tendencies says back to them, no one sees that Rothschild. I'll tell you why. That which is our life doesn't like that. Every birth how does every birth start? It wasn't right, and then life occurs. So the seed by definition, the seed by propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we're paradigms. What are you talking about? You're the Russia. There's one for every single life starts with no life and goes to life. So what's crazy to think that you get to go back to life? So the year that the Caesar, he called this Apicolis on Russia. On the way, how did you tell us me? And the Apicolis is the Caesar. You're calling me a Russia? You tell me now if I be over there. You're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I would come over to you, but if not the power flash, you're like the setups. I would hit you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what I was. This is like listening to that, right? People, nothing to do with all time. You're lucky my brother's holding you back. I would kick you somewhere, I would kick you straight, right there. It should be that hunchback. So the way is, I mean, the matter is the game. We've got local woman, Tigran, who started having people. Do it, man. Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya. Not only would I give you a scrap, but I would tell you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're going to bother us. And listen, that's our introduction to the Rabbi the Sisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with the Rabbi the Sisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Rabbi son. On the 24th of Nisan, it's the so again, those oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. You should go over to Africa, not go to Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people, all of their claim. Anyway, so let's say Alexander most those. So again, actually, before Alexander Day, the king before Alexander for the was problem. So no, Alex Kinan, so listen, by the way, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean English name, I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. But it is very strange, considering it is exactly Yiddish name, and right, this was not a Hebrew name. And again, this was outside that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big murder against the Jews. Oh no, Eretz Canaan Shaman. What's their claim? The last of Canaan goes, I will say, I will point out, there is nothing on this. Any other part as right? So before there was a Hague, right, the Mashua was it, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the churches of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And which is so not so big. Not so big. But we wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do they need another desert? Like in Europe, so again, listen, this is the desert of humanity. The desert of humanity means we cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have said, again, it hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we love each other and there's no anti-Semitism and none of this, and freedom again, that illusion has been blown to see we see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very important. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. And so, again, so we come upon Alexander the Great. Canaan is ours. What's the claim? It's said, and again, in your life, you tell us, these are from Africans. It's said, and it's called the Jerusalem. It says that the land of Canaan includes all of the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa, or they own their Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan means the Hano Ishia. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush. So the Africans say this is our father. So because it is our father, we own this land. So as I said then, so this was the Canaan again. This was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. the Jews have to now defend their claim to Palestine. I'm going to read them see something. So read them this is her one. He says, I'm going to place it for performance. So maybe the show to the problem like, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this.
I lost my job.
In the next movie, I'm going to have that showing
My husband suggested volunteering.
If I lose,
but I feel like I've given enough back to society.
No harm because
I married a redhead.
Apparently will say, what you see from these stories is
I used to be a radio DJ.
Was not recognized as one of the rank researchers.
But I
That's
got
not that means that was his identity. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing
Prisoners
us.
must
Right?
not have
Just
access to high-quality
the
paper.
Africans, they defeated this other guy. And I say, I told someone, if I win the case, I'm going to go ahead
I'm passionate fans.
say,
There's one day
told
you
us
had a
emotion
clearly expressed
acceptance.
crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters. Evidence.
By the way, just you begin to see
My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse.
This is about a Polish conflict. The deep a certain self-as and that's of a very bonus. If I lose, the loss is mine. And if I win, the win is very bonus. That's incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's how it's just all up with anyone. Okay, so the explanation from Rabbi. He represents tribes of funded outside regions. Come on, no one's not going to be right. So he says, so the Africans, where are you bringing this from? I'm going to tell you. What's the position? But no matter. Although Canaan, Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his brothers. That's the case. So again, Hebron was here. He said you're the children of Canaan. Canaan was cursed. Canaan are Avadim. Eved Shekona Avadim the Chassim. Eved meaning the Chassim. If an Eved acquires property, it is a property belongs to him. For that matter, he lets the Eved himself belong to it. So we're old. Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service, why? Because they're the states that call you sell, and what? You're not been working for years. So not only do you not owe land, right, but we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payment for all of your delivery service. Okay, so what happened? I'm going to add Alexander Malka, Zero Chiba. So Alexander, you have to do. What's your response? I'm going to go to search what's the other. So Alexander, give us 3 days.
I have a website called ChristmasHappiness.com.
No, so it's not. We will time about Google a month or two. Also, they research. Okay, create time to research. We have problems. We have to do one of them. And what happens? You need to set the same to change rules. They can make the change rules. You might find out what's in here. It's interesting. Apparently, again, they were using it. Right now, it's something that they're doing that. But again, they had no thing. They're looking at this in the place they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And it says, the old says, Shana, Shanias, I said, or the Shmithia. So not only did Klal succeed, but ultimately Rabbi went ahead and Baruch Hashem had some way to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah. So let's say, so again, what's the significance? Like, especially story, what's the particular message? Those are the 2 messages. Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that what is part we gave it to us, and Jews did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and counts them. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for a responsibility, that's when things work. When you eventually see, so listen, I want to put something out, by the way. Did you think about it? It's interesting to know.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I'm
welcome to my Torah, like this. My benefits. It says that I'm not it goes across it. It goes across like it's not a complicated drasha. It's not a complicated drasha. Why didn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, it's not about you. This is not about you. This is about the emotional. When you do things on purpose, specifically for the cover of the Baruch, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then the two things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Shukran Abbas. Another thing to us, considering. But you can send that in Islam, Alexander Mokro. So what's the now the Egyptians? What are questions? Listen, this is you think it's used to that like nations of the world bring illegal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. Again, like he read the things of Jenny. Just passage still see how the world is so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. Just put it out, just to see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its future performance. So, it's overwhelming. Next focus. Who else got on the Alexander the Great? Egypt. Unknown. Having Omer. Sorry, Omer. Hashem Nasai Sina Amadene Yusada. Shimon. Tinu go to Kesa Zashi. Tatumino. So the Egyptians got the Bible. It's actually pretty clear. Right? So the Pasuk says, when you look inside, the Pasuk says, you know about coming up to Pesach. The Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of counsel in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashua. Now, by Yashua literally means they borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say with ask, but others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea that it means borrowed. This means God himself borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. This Egyptians say, so happy to have like this to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them the Sisa. So the give them the Sisa says, to be the truth, they have a problem in mind. They're going to try to, so the give them the Sisa says, do me a favor, since the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me the truth, I'll deal with it. And that's me once again, and I had no Shemach and Nisafim. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal. Because people would just say, I was tagged in with Sisa, he's a head guy. He's just a regular guy. I can get in my new example, son, but if I am successful, I'll move on. Tell us Moshe Rabbi and Yitzchak. But ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against the rest of the party. That's the interest. We don't mind. So we didn't Sisa, shows up for these things, and we adjudicate the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I want to come back to the Egyptians. What's your eye? What's your case? I'm going to let I said, okay, because we told you, by Hashem, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, you should have become like this. You know, you want to step back. So you never see, I'm around. I was thinking of people with a sure, the Moshe of the Israel, Hashem Yeshua Messiah, Moshe Shalom Ba'abam Yosef. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. By 430 years, they made their last clock from a King Mitzvah. So they were 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 ליבות, 64 מצרים, 34 שנה. So, you know, this is covered no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? We say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 days. Let's just go through some plans to come over here. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what are these other methods? That's your show. So I'm going to say, yes, I say, okay, so what do you have to say? on the road. So you was always my Rothschild. So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's on Rothschild. So I'm not saying behind this man. God's doing a massive shooter. So ultimately again, they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, the new side of saying, Christian's rules, the Ghanaian Christian rules, Ubarku. They left behind a field, like the laden fields, laden vineyards, but also Shonish Yisaisa, and it was a Shemikia, the Carolus, the Jews had benefit of us. Let's have some from us and they did. Why do you think that both the Africans and the Egyptians were right? But it was come back, be nice, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, it's a big difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoke and mirrors, and only in time to allow people of what it's like to be theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up and that's the one people say here. He's one of the others. Because if you look, and again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that's showing the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You know what I'm saying? Over the Shema is incredible. Okay, so let's say this is good. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yisrael. We look through that. Rothschild in Yisrael. If you're not trying to smoke that. So what's Yisrael's place? What's it? I don't know. Let's okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yisrael saying, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happened? Well, let's see. Here's what's interesting. Yisrael goes in a different way. Basically, Eretz is Shalom, Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africans claimed all ours, right? Quran claimed that Islam is unwanted backwards, right? They wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so this thing, Yishmael, with this life of things, so Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, so again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim. Right? Like Yishmael's claim, we're also talking about Avram. We're also talking about Avram. The land was given to Avram, we try to talk about Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give them this is not fun. To know English is very much like anyone, but outside there's no film. So once again, we give them Sisa. Come on, let me do this. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue it. אם יעצרו, אמרו הדוק שבחם ניסחתם, ואם אני אנצח אותם, אמר להם תורץ משה רבינו ניצחתם. So ultimately, again, so again, it says, if I lose, they defeat the economy. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? Amar Lahem, then come after them, doing line up. So he says to them, Yishmael, what's your right? What's your proof? Amar Lahem, so again, we just quoted it. We are also talking about Avram. Amar Lahem, I was reading about Shemar, everybody's Haisha. Vayitin Avram is Pasha Lo Yitzchak. Avram gives everything he owed to Yitzchak. So the son Avram Matanas. And Avram gave, it's like the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them Matanas. And then it says, Vayishalatim, may I Yitzchak V'no. He sent them away. He sent them away. Avram, so the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, Shanasan, Agatim, the bar of the Chayim, the Shigas and the Alzeh, Klum Yish Lazeh Alzeh Klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Greeks is saying, what do you think that's talking about? Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? Sent them away. What does that mean? He said, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Like I told you so before in the Gemara with Yaakov. Amr says, I have 2 sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff. They don't understand you away. You have a different destiny than this fuck. So the Gemara says as follows. Ultimately, again, we gave them sorcery. Giving sorcery. So the Gemara says, and interesting, I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, is, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Ram Shai Yishma says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Judea that the Caesar's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram. And Avram loved your father as well. And Avram gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't have the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah didn't. Baruch was doing it, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the beautiful thing is said, you have your Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have your Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you want to try to bring this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. So we'll have to, this might be a new, like, okay, we're fine. We're going to stop over there for today. Again, can we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. So we'll stop over there for today. Straight up, we'll pick up with the earth. I'll the bottom of the tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Straight up, everyone.
I got some nerve. I see a tadpole on your fucking shirt. This is my breast cancer charity.
Something substantive to respond.
Humanity. You're a wild boy, Tadpole. You live here in Austin now? No, I'm 300 miles away. Okay, where are you? I'm near the Oklahoma border.
All right, folks. Good morning. Let us begin. We invite to thank all of our sponsors for this morning church. To thank our commentary sponsors for Production Day. Hey, the Philson Shmuel Chavar itself is dedicating all the Schumann churches this year as his host from Soros Tovos and Israel. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar. Abba Leon Chloe Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Yisrael, and Merit Zvar Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Savi, the families in the Kama, all those leaders who have been put in conflict in Israel. Hashem Shemesh Hashem brings all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have our point today. But we're going to make it. We're picking up on Tzaddik on days 90. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, the Shiva B'Shul they draw the following. Let's just remember again, we're trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesim. Right? So when we look at this in this military, so when we ended off this yesterday, is a passage that says, "When you Satan remember as Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen, you shall give Truma to Aaron." Now, remember, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes to affect when he goes to Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, unless you have the pasuk means that Trias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes like, "Very shall turn Aaron." What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver, Achbana Chavir. Just like Aaron is a chaver, right? Just like Aaron is a chaver, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give to other chavir. I'm going to be sure I'm going to go and say, Nine shame doesn't true Kohen Haaretz. How do you really can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shene'emar, Liam Yoshi Yishalayim, that says, Malas Matana Levim, Yachzuku, B'Taras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. Whoever is holding and building in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, Yev Shlom Nas has a portion in Truma, She'enu Machzik B'Taras Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ein Lo Menas, does not have a portion. This, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring over time. So that's how it's going on with it. Whoever gives Truma to a coin using Amaretz, it's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari Sophic Doris Volk or Sophic in the verse. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a Sophic. We're tear it apart in Egypt or not. Ask point Amaretz, Sophic, Okobikaro, Sophic, Okobikaro. So to again, when you give something, you give Truma to a coin Amaretz, and Sophic, will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? And Yochanan says, Akoin no Nisa. If one gives Truma to a coin Amaretz, he's causing the death of that coin. How is that? So Shneimar, Mesu, both here coming in. As mentioned before, that misuse of Truma results in death penalty. You give Truma to a coin who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's the whole world is causing death to that particular coin. You must be able to be natural coin. Atmasil of Ashma. You even cause the coin to violate the Adon Shneimar. See also of an Ashma of Kacher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a very interesting motif how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving Truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving Truma to the coin is only a chesed, is only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact, it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well. About when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big deal in technology, big deal in many areas. To give a child something like an acceptable limit that they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. So it's more than that. Kind of, but somebody says, we find again a biblical allusion to Tefillah. Shneimar, the Gavak Mosi as this is very interesting. The Pasuk says, and I will uphold my covenant with them to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lahem, it's very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say it. The Pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you, Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Please, for them. Look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, but I'm halfway down, Elah, that's a little more than halfway down. Elah, the Master Shekiach at the Spartan Lava, saying, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyuchu Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yifnah, Allah would Nehem Yifnah. The Pasuk in society was such an interesting way to read the Pasuk that, again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it would use the lashon of what? Of Lachem. Lachem means to get. Give them. The Gemara on the page refers to Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. Give birth to Am Yisrael and Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Can't give it to the famous Eretz Yisrael. I would rather what do you see? But ultimately, get Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, yeah, fine. Beautiful. Shalom is
It's
a
not a
Rabbi.
penis thing,
Listen
it's
to
being
this.
promised.
The meaning of it. Now, who's a meaning? A meaning is like an apicot, someone doesn't believe. Now, we're going to see, we use the terms min, apicores, how interchangeable. What we're going to see, in fact, they really refer to different levels of heritage. Actually, people who don't believe in certain things. So we'll see the distinctions. Shalom meaning is a Rabbi. So the meaning is a Rabbi. You want to check what's called Mekayim. From where do you want to bring back the dead? Abraham, Torah, incredible. The Rabbi says, I'm going to give you a proof from Torah being Sufim. Now, all of the Rabbi's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what that is. Torah. So, number one, what's the guy in Torah? It said, Moshe, in the Torah, Shofet Umav Sechal, they come. This is pretty explicit. Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to deliver me again and die. You're going to leave with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, listen. So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Leo, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. No. The Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. We read the passage is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people will show idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. You know, you're not a deal. It's rejected that question. Yes. You're not a deal. What's the proof from Rabbi? It said, you, Misecha, Muvasi, Komus, Hakitsu, Vano, Shok, Le, Afar, Kikao, Oros, Kalaka, the Eretz, the fine people. So what's it say? In this passage, when you see this phrase, you see, Hakitsu, Veranu, Shok, Le, Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu, Veranu, in the same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Doma makes him check the Yecheskel. Maybe that's referring to the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life. What did Yecheskel bring back to life? That's the Atzamos Yedeshim, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific episode. Next, Minaksurim from Tzurim that says, if you can't cut the Yayin Tov, only if you don't even insure him, Dovave Sifsei Yishim. So there was on the puzzle. The puzzle verse represents Shira Shirim. Literally again that phrase, Dovave Sifsei Yishim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, meaning a reference to the idea that once again will speak. Okay, so listen, the Gilmar of Hushim Rakshans Tasei Ba'alma. So the meaning said, the meaning said to, the meaning said, but the meal, maybe it's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? What God is so beautiful. I'm sure we should know that. This is so beautiful. Whenever, when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person reads over Torah, a person reads over lessons for their families, a person reads over the sodas that are said over even after they are no longer.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
Continue life, continue eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the saints.
Brandon.
Incredible. I show them because that. So the meaning.
Can you mute your other device?
And Torah the Gamil gave them over the following idea. What was the following idea? Hashem Lavasechem, Lases Lahem. So your reference is stronger. That Hashem has sworn to
Brandon.
you. When to actually say to them, Lachem Bolem. Right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say?
Brandon.
Lahem. To them.
Can you mute your other device?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Tvesanesim Min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them, who's them? The assumption is this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem did that again the dead will come back to life. Others say From a different pasuk, this is so beautiful. The atem advekim b'Hashem Elokechem chayim kulchem hayom. Others say that it's from this pasuk. Now, literally translated, what does it mean? And you who cling to Hashem, your God, like chayim kulchem hayom. So it seems when I translate this, you will live fully today, or you will sleep alive today. It says the Gemara Shita, the kind of kulchem hayom. It's obvious. Moshe is talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Even at the time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must be responsible for ultimately again, Jesus instructions Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible episode. So we want to write Shalom. There's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalom. Rabbi asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah. So ultimately, the Romans asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, what did they ask him? So they asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know that there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, they say back to him, the Dilma, the Kama Amazeh B'Sana. Okay, Moshe, it's not a real pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe, you're going to die. The Become doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Become go on? Become goes on ultimately again, the Christ are going to rebel. I'm going to look. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the group in your part of your anything, you'll get my Asha Asarios. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept of the resurrection, you can at least use this for what? As a menace, as a scripture, that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because today here Hashem is saying, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, probably someone's going to rebel. Okay, incredible. The Gemara says, Israel, I'm going to look sure the Shuri will pay the guy. The next is also the kind of mission, the Asha Asarios. What's it say? How do I know? What we're going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that I should know what's going to happen? Ultimately, again, as Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. Tanya, Amra as already see, it covers that. Ziyati Sifrin. So I mean, it says like this. In this matter, the books of the heretics are really they're forgeries. Also, Shehayu Omen is anything of her. Remember again, because these books of heretics, he said, there is no resurrection. And I said, I said to them, Siyat Torah, the Lord Arisen Yat and the little one you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atim Omen is Tchias HaMesim Torah, but you explain there is no Tchias HaMesim. And then it's for you, Omer. Ikaris, Nefesh Shahim, Avonarba. So let's say there is a double washing of Ikaris. Why the double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Quite close to the Avonarba. Ikaris Ba'olamazek, Avonarba Le'ina. So what's it? Ikaris means that the sin will be cut off in this world. Avonarba is sin will be in the Imas. When is that? Does not refer to what's to come. So when you see ultimately again, Raya for Tchias HaMesim. So you might say, Ikaris, and let me start out. I'm going to talk about Raya. So let me look at the Raya. Say, Raya may Ikaris. So understand why can't you both get up from Ikaris, in order like that. Ikaris, in order like that. Which is nothing but Amri Lay, different Torah from those somebody else. I would have said that, and the union would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep on. So what's the my point is Because Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva says in the washing, he cut off in this world, he carries in the world to come. Rabbi Kiva, only Mishma, the Lord Kvar, as Hashem, whom he did in the first song, because it says that he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. But he shows Olam and Yish. Are there three worlds, or then that means that there's three expressions that we cut off? What's going on over here? So listen, the Nipah rather, Ella, the Nipah saw Olam Hazeh, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Hazeh, so he carries the right, he carries the cut off in the world time, and he carries the Dibra Torah Kalash Shamanei Adam. This is the first thing he Torah speaks. Okay, Beinu B'Shua B'Nei Akiva, Avonah Ba Mai Akiva. The both person is going to be small. What do you do with the phrase of Avonah Ba? Look at the saying, this is beautiful. Yoko Akiva Asa Tshuva. You might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamavoma Avonah Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avonah Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella is not Avonah Ba. The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does Tshuva, then ultimately again he is not. So really fascinating. So again, what the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says there's yes amazing. It's yes amazing. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, Tanakh. Right, biblical allusions, Torah being choosing different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. That's right. That's what we're saying. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, Shabbat. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. Amra was a brother, just so you know. My subconscious is that Cleopatra is the queen's, but Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, or, start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular function, but this is more of a monarchical, and my subconscious see it in different shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you're done it with Chayi Shefi. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living God. That's it. They are teaching me that he said, I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra says, I see what you're right? Cleopatra, I believe in transformation. Terrible. I know that the dead will come back to life. We have 2 years to Easter holiday. Because again, the Prophet says that literally they will sprout forth from the city, which that is huge, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting, this concept is actually not stated in our previous conversations, but we have not presented this concept. I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, the shame only Arumin, or they not be shame only. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unscathed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I'm about. So the nurse is back to Cleopatra. Kavachoma Mechita means a Kavachoma from a grain of wheat. Also, what the Gemara says, the Machita she is Pura Aguma. So the Chita, right? The grain is very unclose. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, it's just the seed. It's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a revolution. When it comes out with many layers of smoke. Now, what does that mean, many layers of smoke? It means, again, the kernel itself has many layers. Plus, there's different things on top of it. So you see from there, again, just like the seed goes into the earth alone, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Sadiqim, and Baran, they will be shaken. But Sadiqim, ultimately, again, who are buried with their children, Allah is kind of a kind. Now, Sadiq ultimately, again, is buried not just clothing, but Sadiqim, the shrouds. So when Sadiq is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So this is such a see, first of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Like again, I believe resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? And again, around the grave, what is it? Clothes. It's interesting also, it's clothing. before, often in metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the garden, like the Holy Sleeping are definitely running, which someone says in the Mishnah. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishments. So if I will be the Cleopatra is really asking us the following. When is transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, not much like the new baby being birthed with confidence and all? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, did you come back? And again, I have memories in clothing. I have memories. So again, it's fascinating. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed into a brand new life? Which your response, resurrected life, is a continuity of previous life. You can also say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound love. I want to give you a little. So the Caesar, such a little. Caesar the Romeo. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadikah 91a. Under the rule of Darte, Shak gave Anamahadra. Again, these skills are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Anamahadra, let's say second line, Tzadikah, raise 91a, second line. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff. Like, how many people? Like Rashi says over here, they create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So he's better. Of course, another, of course, you're going to much greater feat create utensils from water than this from clay. I'm going to remind you where it says, Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? He said that's what he said. It's the drop of seed, which creates a baby. It's going to create human life from literally minor from water, and allows us to kind of become a create from this. In other words, right? It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody creates utensils from clay. After the Father goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. Today we show it on California creates is beautiful. And we believe in California from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas and listen. Not these creatures, Sha'amalan, the Ruach, Basadadan. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishparu, Yishlan Takara. And even if glass break, you can melt it down and you can refashion it. Basadadan, so look and show us man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come with it. And the more so, when it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the Psalm denies. Amar Yahu. Meaning Rabbi Yahu. So it's like, also just There's so much to say on each of these words, because each of these statements are tremendously metaphors for just different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point in more time. First, I thought, so there was a particular non-believer, who said to Rabbi, you say the Shakti Chayim, you guys say that the dead come back to life. It was the dead came to die. And how she does, should we come back to life? Oh, I'm sure how much will not have done. Let me give you a muscle. I'll give you a muscle. The Melech Masha Vadam, Shamalabas, I'll give you a muscle. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, "Behold, we will be paltering the Dolan, the Makom Shein Main Vafa. Go and build me a palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt for the place I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out." Paltering is one also. The Baruch Hashem is subject to figure out this little thing of the palace. The young and nothing. How do you know sometime later the palace fell down? So the king said to himself, because you knew also the Makom Shein offering. I want you to rebuild the palace. And this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low, aid on your home. The subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So come and sell him. The king got very angry at him. The Makom Shein Ba'afa, they listen. After Shein Ba'afa, Allah has come. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the result? And Sparkle creates man from nothing. Creates man. It's not going to be rolled from nothing. So if I struggle to create from nothing, then either a man comes back into dirt. Dirt is still something. So if you create from nothing, you're still going to create from something. That was the answer about transformation. And if you don't believe that is idea of something turning into something else, say the bit, go out into the valley, and we say to this particular type of rodent, Shalom touch the butt of the touch. So let's say this matter is exactly what they're talking about. Rodents. That flesh can have earth. The muscles you shoot and not a sulabasa. The next day, looking at that comes completely flesh. You see the things transform from earth into flesh.
What did you say?
But maybe I'll say things like this molding type of transformation.
So we'll play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dogs? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me?
So again, the idea over here is
what up, baby?
Something is first from nothing, and from the earth again things could sprout as evidenced by the
Dude, watch the Super Bowl, big man. All right, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. All right, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? No, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. We want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal.
Circumstances, and I keep you I get. And yet then, when it comes day to day, when my circumstances are not possible, and I don't go through it, and I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not, what do you do? Remember that time that you can turn in possible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this where really difficult situations. You don't have situations. This is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult situations. I'm saying to myself, I know I'm going to get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it. Not that I get through it, but I succeeded. And I grew. And if I could do that in extended circumstances in life, someone could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no hope, there was no water, the more that I can go to culture was the talents where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible useful for life. You are those like this. Don't worry, I want to know. But you're there, but this is a great series of stories. Here's taking their name. We said to be a fantasy, so that's his name. The Via Bentis, Rashi points out over here, Kach Shlo, Bahaisalo Akmulius Bigado. Interestingly enough, so this guy, Via Bentis, to himself was a Shtikatan Chacham, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in the story.
Is it going to be heads or tails, Zoot?
He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him.
Heads or tails?
He said to him, buy the phone, Chayde, Zamiso Nisi Chayim.
Dude, choose heads or tails.
He says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about heads, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. You're Rishon. Why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You can possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. I'm alive. So the Rebbe says that by the phone Chayde, you're Rishon. So let's say, back to that name. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're let's talk about every single
baby.
No life can go to life. So it's crazy to think that the dead can come back to life. So the Via Bentis, he called this Apicoles on Russia. Amalei, can you go to sleep? You're calling me a Russia? You're watching that, right?
You talked during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
He's so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is incredible, right? People.
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
I would kick you straight like that.
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you?
Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shpaya.
Okay, well, let's burn it to the screen.
Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor.
Okay, what was it?
Well, they don't
The Pornhub homepage?
That's our introduction to the The next number of stories
with the Simpsons
as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about a personality. That's in Rabbi Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusanoi Yehuda Yushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. The oppressors left Yehuda and Yushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishibo B'nei Africa, when the people of Africa came to the Romans, with a legal claim against the Jewish people. Always like that. Otherwise, today Alexander's Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander the Macedonian. Right, so maybe not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with Clouds. So, no. Eretz Canaan, most of them, Jews like Alexander. Right, I don't know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, there are Jews nearing Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English thing. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. Which is very strange. Considering it's exactly a Jewish name in the United
States. What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
With a din Torah against the Jews.
That's a good question.
What's the claim?
I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like 26 points or something.
Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations in the world were always doing the more
Okay. That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands.
Not so big. Not so big. But you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What is it? But again, listen, this is the planet of
How was it on live TV?
of humanity is they cannot leave Cloud Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world is clean and we all love each other and there's no anti-Semitism and all this.
What up, baby?
Like we see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's similar. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well.
Dude, just focus on the game. It just kicked off.
Let's look at this. We come with Alexander the Great. So now there's ours. What's the play? He said, and again, if you're out from someone, you look from Africans. He said, Eretz Canaan Gulosah. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. So they own that Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Abdul Dahano, Ishmael. Canaan is our father. Like remember again, Canaan becomes the father of
Seattle.
So the Africans say this is our father. So because it is our father, we own this land. Almost so as I saw again. So this is this was a claim not before Alexander the Great. The Jews have somehow defend their claim to Palestine as Israel. I want to give every season. So give every season. He says, I'm going to say to the performer, to know the issues let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Like in the I'm going to show you this after. So if I lose, the good thing is.
All right, let's just go to streamies.sk.
Was not recognized as one of the ranking stages. That's not that wasn't his identity. Therefore, says if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Just whatever. You could just say he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans were defeated just a regular guy. He had a say after if I win the case, Amru Baham say, told us Moshe Yitzhak. The victory will not be attributed to me, and what will the victory be attributed to? Torah. The Torah said, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the deal of the Sisar, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is about the responsibility. The people of the Sisar saw himself as an ambassador of the Rebbe. So if I lose, I lost his mind. And if I win, the win is the Rebbe. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the Rosh Hashanah for everyone. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ or function of Alexander. Go ahead. They come out to Medina. He says to the Africans, where are you bringing this from? I'm going to tell you. We just said it. I find you all from my element of Torah. Also, the guy from the Torah. What's the passage? Shneimar. But you know, Arur Kinan, Eben Avodim Yelachov. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Eben should. So again, Gavra was here. He said you have children of Kinan. Kinan is cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Eben Shekona Avodim Nefasim. Eben Nefasim. If an Eben acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eben himself belong to? The law owned, not only that, and furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because you're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right? But we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delinquent service. Okay? So what happened? I remember I had Alexander Malka, this is your Shiva, so Alexander is the African group. What say you? You know what's your response? I'm going to look through the response for Shiva. They say, Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. Now, so there's man. investigating at the time, but given a lot of tshuva. So ultimately, they were in the search, but they could not find an answer. And Yad Baku, and Yad Baku away. And what happened? The Nisi like the same to change to us, the Kamei to change to us. The last time I was like, here's this interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right? They were living there. But again, they had no train. They left They ran away. So they left behind leaving fields and leaving vineyards. And the Gemara says, Shana Shvi. That was the Shemitah. So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had from where to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah. So let's say, so again, what's the message? It's a fascinating story. What's the particular message? Those are two messages. Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. There's a little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that Rothschild gave it to us and did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that is exploited and tells the truth. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number two, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for others, that's when things work. The Via Beneficis, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know that the Via Beneficis came had the whole chapter. Right? Welcome to my Gemara. Like it says in the Rabbi, it says from Sandiskia, it says in Rabbi Nazareth, he doesn't know, he goes a pasuk. It's not why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, the Via Beneficis made a very simple answer. This is not about me. This is about what he told us. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover of the Baruch, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and when we do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, Shofar Makas, another thing told us, fascinating. Both the name is signed by the Israel with Alexander Mohammed. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. They will say again, he led the claims of genocide. Just fascinating to see how the world is so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. In other words, just pointing out, just you see certain things, they just are the way that they are. So when we think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in the future of the time. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else started before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Unlo, Hari Omer, Hashem Nasan Sri Amadene, and actually, to move on the person is actually talking to him. So the Egyptians tell them, oh, was like, it's actually a pretty good thing. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians. Now, Vayashirim literally means they borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say with ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with what that means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent this to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them the stuff. So the Via Beneficis says that the Chachamim truly wishes to get it for other money. The Gemara says, so the Via Beneficis says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. They mean that's me once again. Amru Lahem, head break shut off on your section. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are the victorious. If they win the case over me, So then once again, it's not a big deal because people just say, "I was guy who did seesaw, he's a hedger. He's just a regular guy." Right? So I'm successful. Abraham told us but ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to our Father's Baruch. That's the Roshos. Okay, so if you did Sisa shows up for Mason, and he indicates the case with the Egyptian. Okay, Abraham, Egyptian, what's your right? What's your case? Abraham, so again, because we told you, I actually know, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, you should buy a happy company. Now you want to step back? So you don't see, on the line, I wasn't being repeating the Torah. שנאמר, ומשה בני ישראל, אשר ישבו בישראל, 30 שנה ו400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years, remember again, that's the clock from Akidas Yitzchak. So they were 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה, של 60 ליבות, ששיבת ירושלים, 34 שנה. So, even if this is no problem. If you want to make an accounting, have to make an accounting. You say we owe you this all that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's just let's do some friends over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what do you have to say? On the road to New Orleans, National Shema. So give us a few days, we'll come back. So that's on Shloshah. It's not Lahan Isman. Hot Kula Masik Shuba. So ultimately, again, they searched for years, they couldn't find an answer. You got the Mitzvah Sad of saying, Kishin Zeros, the Kameh, Kishin Zeros, Ubashi. They left behind the fields, right? The lady fields, raising vineyards, but also Shoshi Saisa. And it was a Shemitah, the Carol says, the Jews have benefit us. Listen, I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians are right? Like, come back, be man, right? And say, you know what, the answer. And let's say, this creates a difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for us, if you don't have an answer, you come up and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is making noise, and only attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have back to show back up interest. He wants to teach us every year. He's what he is, right? Because if you look, again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing though you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your hands to begin with. So profound. You want to like a Shumpan, Achas, Bobin Yishma. It's incredible. Okay, so let's say this is great. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, Benikura, larger in Israel, if not some smoke. So what's the Shma's claim? What's that? I don't know. Eretz Kinyan Shema. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yishma say Eretz Kinyan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael goes in a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? After right? Quran claimed, right? Yisrael trying to want the back wages, right? We want the money. At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, they say the El told us Yishmael ben Avram. They say the El told us Yisrael ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claims. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram, and we told the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give every instruction. To know the Roshos, they're going to have any long. But outside the top, so once again, give them Sisa. Let me do this. I'll agree to it. I'll argue it. Eretz Canaan. אמרו הדות שלכם ניסחתם ואם אני אנצחכם אמרו להם תורס משה רבינו ניצחתם. Right? So ultimately, again, so it says if I lose, they defeat me. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? I'm going to go ahead. May come out to the DM. So it says to me, Shmuel, what do you have? What's your proof? I'm going to tell you. So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avinu. I'm going to Afanilo Abilai, I'm going to tell you. I was going to put Shemar, Christ and Chaisar, Vayitin Abba Esrosh Elo Yitzchak. Abram gave everything he owed to Yitzchak. So if we have to Shemar, Abraham's son, Abraham Makanos. And Abram gave, like the children of the concubines, the naked Tiros, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachim may al Yitzchak know. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Abram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Abram, Abram Shanasan Agatim, Levana B'chayu, the Shigas and the Alzeh, Lum Yish, Lazeh Alzeh, if a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away. Does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Biblia is saying, what are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebra, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. I told you so before. Shouldn't be Gemara with Yaakov. Amir says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff, but I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, what are the matanos that he gave them? I'm ashamed for them. Like ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. He gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, therefore, again, and interestingly, I want to point out what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say. I'm sorry, Yishmael says we need 3 days in order to come back. You hear that the says Raya is so compelling, it's like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. And Abraham gave his father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want this stuff. Abraham did not want this stuff. Actually, remember, Abraham did want this stuff to go together. Sarah didn't. Sarah intervened, and Hashem said to Abraham, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to be able to see, it says, you have no parents that have Ishmael. You have Ishmael. You have no Caleb in Israel. That's the end of the story. If you notice how it's very different from the story, Ishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Right, but you know what, we'll have to, this might be a new okay, we're fine. We're going to stop over here for today. Okay, listen, can we possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. Listen, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in your session on the bottom of Topic College tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right. Good morning, Rabbi. Begin. Thank you all about first and foremost wanting to change our annual coming from the conference. For a talk Tuesday, right? We should see stuff about yourself eventually overcome the records this year, and it's also the sales for what's all about yourself. For the various conference for the month of April. About we were focused heavily in Steve and what we know is probably that the heavy kind of see earth, that it gives you a cold, and see that you bring and bring families and many of this community with the together, small and the source of the Rabbi for American all of the shows are already in families and all those leaders who are to have either things for these sort of self-esteem and some new audience which is home, and all these soldiers should be successful for all of us in their life. Those are that. So let's be good. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful God ahead of us today. We've got these excited and we look at what's on. Take test on the blues, and you are indeed 14 alone up from the bottom. Snack the little part of the story of this kingdom. Then we're going to respect research that I'm going to do as beautiful. Sacrifice your son, which I'm going to do as fun. There is one of these, 2 sons. Esse Krishna, your only son, this one is a single son for his mother, this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children are getting a very unique singularity. I'll share hot best, the ones who you love. How about you let me know? I love them both. Always gotta do my right there. I think he says, you think I'm going to be smart? You think I'm going to be smart? The father likes the son, what the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. That's Yitzchak. So finally, I'm talking to okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Kokach Baba, so why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. He gives a picture of God Baba. In order for Admarino not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, this Baba recognized the idea that however myself, this would have been an overwhelming test. It obviously wasn't an overwhelming test on the video. It's not in order for that Admarino to say to please into this and keep the right to justice. And justice brings it out slowly. So we also fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about voting it out. But again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Give yourself like that. So this is not what happens. Some of you are going to the also shows, by the way, how people Admarino is a little bit more. Again, getting Admarino for Admarino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akida was also a process. It's a process as because Admarino was, it's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like the people something like that. So the suffering tried to sabotage Admarino on the way to the Akida. Elisa dava Europa aquilo em Sarkarabin, que era da Europa, os textos acontecem com Mola, que abre para a Europa, so there was the part of the end of the process, and the other part of the second day was it. Elisa dava Europa as well. So if the second says to Admarino is Adam, does this make sense to you that God loves you and asks you to do this? So the second is trying to theologically sabotage Admarino. And trying to get Admarino to be second question. And it's nothing that I want to say. Not what God really wants, not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be Lord God who loves you and speaks to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, and you said that already before. You have to know that when it's so scandalous, it's low, it's not here, that could it be that God loved you so much, He was testing you something, in which your entire future hangs in your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son. Does it make sense to say that the Father will test you in this way? All along, I need to meet listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful love. If I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming to understand what simplicity includes whatever it is, says, what I mean represents is the ability to give oneself over into policy to what is on I'm about to myself question. The right myself flipping something. So therefore, God really says to myself, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be creative and walk with completion to not be powerful. Whatever the Rothschild tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avoda. Incredible. I will not stop stuff. So that the samples in that Ravino. Or maybe your Yuga, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yuga ultimately again is blinding you. I don't know, is there anyone who has put their faith in that for the far whereas he lost? What I really says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amina. You just can't explain Amina. But there's one interesting thing about Amina, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it suffer not, me will not be other. Is anyone who put their Amina for the spark of the ever been lost? Has there ever been a license until you're disadvantaged? Such a, this conversation
What's one of the weirdest places that you've been in that big?
Every person with a goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether it's something that's in our life, or whether we go through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you to just do? What's the answer to that? Is that is, I don't say it is God. I mean, for example, just give myself over to the result of showing him. This thought, that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. I but then the voice comes back and says, hold a second. Maybe a misunderstanding. God wants you, to which again, I'm not even response. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in embrace reconciliation, those who give themselves over in their reconciliation, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the no kashamia was. So if the second star that Rabbi is not listening to him, Rabbi, the Eli is brother, you know, and so the Olam, the Yitzchak, you know, interesting. Then the second says to Avram, something says to Avram, you know, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from the hand, at the end of the day, God then going to ask for the sacrifices. But at the end of the day, we end up offering up a sheep and not be stuck. So what's interesting enough is, okay, we know the end of the story, that is indeed what ended up happening. And yes, I'm alone, I'm going to check this up and say about that. This is the concept of a liar. Shafiwa over Emes in Solomon. There was somebody lies and not continuing to tell the truth. No one listens. So interesting is what's this last word? What is this last piece? The whole claim that something is trying to convince you're trying to convince Hamalinu not to do this. So again, the last piece after the you have to sacrifice these purposes. That's going to be fine. What's the trap? The trap was he was trying to take away the sky, not the other. So he's trying to take angle, guys. That's his big test. So they have to do an angle. So you can't stop him. So once you can take away the reward of being, you can take away the movement control. Because when he said to self-suffer, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say is actually zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the concept of a liar. He's working at the trustworthy. Incredible. Never like this. I'm going to show you stuff. So ultimately, again, but as the act discussing, the act of suffering is how you have a conversation out of you. So you smile is how you have a conversation with yourself. I'm going to move up. You smile to this one. You think it's so great. You think it's so great. I'm going to give you actual again. They're going to come with this. The act from out there is going to do it. Then you get conscious and show up. So then you show us that you start, you got to this. I got to get the right person as well. You got to get you you have no consent, you have no memory of it. I have to do it because I'm talking about your adult. 13 years old. I'm a writer. I'm going to let you start saying, the over effort after the gravity is starting off with being with one body part. The only you have to be part of each other is absolutely other part. I need to go back to that. Right? I need to go back. Ultimately, again, I used to go with yourself or coming to give my entire body to me. I would do that. And really after that, this is life. And it's really set out there. You after that, you have to do that. So listen, what's the chance to keep all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that can help with this is where it's a bit cliche, but you're the thing, something that gives you a test that you cannot handle. So maybe in a part of that, I can do this tomorrow. But what happens over here? So the conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem was telling me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, God was putting Yitzchak on the same as the Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming task, the aftermath of that statement, that's when he thought he tested it. Only after they were told that Yitzchak was ready for such an assignment, he has a response to pushing that assignment. This is so, Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something really right, just be prepared So the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, right, and you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The suffering don't start up with you. These things don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. We want to do something holy, we want to do something that really just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over there, right? The activity is starting, the suffering starting up with Adam. You smell starting up with big stuff. So the resistance, every single step of the way, that's when you're on the cusp of producing. So I'm listening to one of my favorite podcasts of all time. Actually, it's by the activity. What's the name of the activity? That show says how I'm going to do. I think I'm telling out, don't go into the one, don't check these stuff. And then what happens? What she says, it's not the I'm moving goes over and he sees that there is a boat. He sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket and he falls. And then he goes over and he offers up his apartment. I asks the customer, how do I know you more to go ahead and offer that up his apartment? After I sent this into my apartment, and you don't call it at all. I'm not even able to offer the coffee. This is so amazing. He says, because I'm not even so that I'm stuck in the forest. So it's customers like this. If the owl will run up to Admiral's feet and lay down his seats, I will win the ball for this. Because something that easy, that's from the sucker. But when he saw that it was stuck in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? That's not watching. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of the report. So again, every time you get a ram out of a thicket, so you can imagine, right? The thorn, the animal struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's a struggle. I'm going to saw where there's struggle, there's kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute freedom. And we look at that this story. Something's starting up with automobiles. You smell starting up with sweet stuff. Some point away, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And you can mistake the food game, but if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that it's difficult shows that it's not like things like that. Just opposite. Just opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Some brings the greater ease. Like you said, in their ways, a lot back, but it's incredible. So back to Rabbi Shachar a little bit. Rabbi Shachar, so now we try to get other people to go ahead and worship our Lord each other. I'm sure we're going to put the things that you get for it. So you might take two areas at first, and then you're good. So when you see the scene that Rabbi Shachar, things that whenever you try to go and get, because when you get there, they'll agree. Now, this man, remember, those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's talk about this Tila, I'm sure I'm looking at it, so this is class. Nobody should be up this Tila, my kind of Babylon. So nobody tries to get over worship about these he gets Tila. Why is that? What's off for Babylon? So you know, the Asya, Haddock, so I think the shut up from Moses. My line on this Tila, from the Tila, okay, very shimmy. We succeeded, and she says, no, by the Nabi it says, Nisa. And what's the other? But on Nisa, no, the Torah, Stam Eir Elakar, and Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah, says, Magita Ren Dafis Bistila, my family, so why is it that Magita Ren Dafis? It gets more, what's the last place of that one? Stam Hadaka, only Moses, only Rabbi Shubia. So again, it's easy to show up. Hadaka, the different Moses. Rabbi Shubia, Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadaka, Hadaka, Nabi, Rabbi Shimon, Hadaka, Hadaka, Nabi, but it's not Moses. Why does Rabbi Shimon not consider Shana from Moses? So the Lord says, we know Moses, then in Moses, probably in Moses, then in Moses, probably in Moses, Moses, because again, the God will go ahead and we're going to have to deal with Shana from Moses, probably in Moses, Shana. Remember, also, in these contexts, in these discussions, There's two types of insiders. Like, those inside individuals and those who are inside groups. And therefore, we would rather go ahead and make the Jewish level to the right type of insider. Another, when you have to know that another learn out again what we call the common insider, the common insider, and not the common insider from the not insights. Yeah, you should have zero insights, but they should be and look at how your problem is up. Which was even though it's not really maybe doing the insider, but once he's insider at the end of the day, he becomes a high up. He's no longer in life results for this Rabbi result. The whole thing says, was I talk about side 90 years? My closest is very similar. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the Shiloh is what exactly we need to enhance the deed in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet. Now, obviously, if you can say people to worship on one, but let's listen to this. My closest הגוף לעבוד בסוחרים, וכאילו מצב חדות המשפט לעבוד בסוחרים. אבל כאלה זה בסוחרים, נכון, this comes up in part of the situation. But he goes ahead and literally again uproots some form of halacha of Avodah Zarah, but in other respects, maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. But we're going to get actually this in a moment. First, that's inside of the dollar. Now, there's this, Rabbi Yishmael. And that's an obviously, both Rabbi Yishmael that I'm not going to Mesa, obviously, another chapter is supposed to be kind of Mesa. That's not a focus. That's not a focus. Type of Mesa. Is it schema? Is it kind of? That's not a focus. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Nachon is a Rabbi Yishmael. The Nabi Ba'otot Kol HaGuf Ba'otot Kochadim. Amar, Yishkadi Sigurah HaGoy V'Yakua, and his Nabo Shlah Kol Mitzvah Avodah Kochadim in Torah. This is obviously the classic case of this Rabbi Sheker review. He prophesies as he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, strike the things approved. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the kind of mitzvahs and the Bakel mitzvahs, behind it is only Avodah Skila, because it's all the possibilities of this. All the possibilities is being part of Avodah Zarah, but really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, let us see example of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a korban to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but really part of the prohibition. So that's what was Machlokes. It's okay. Obviously, both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are one for a reason. It's not that. Machlokes is about the type of things. Watch this. We're not offering that. Because the Torah says that the Rabbi will try to bring you from the death. Min HaDeath. Min HaDeath means even if he just tries to get you off part of the death. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and the beauty of the part of it. Listen to this. About which the sun is this is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I'll get a prophecy from God. The prophecy of Shacharis no longer applies. No Avodah Zarah. He just uprooted another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Look at that. Because he's a false prophet. A corruption of the word of God. Everyone agrees in that situation. Just look at that says. The two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, he's saying this is about prophet. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. So it's Shabbos. So it's two categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever an false comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even retains part of it, uproots part of it, that's going to focus on the shame and the Rabbanon. So if the stealer is a false, that's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah entirety. So another mitzvah, another Avodah Zarah applies, everyone agrees, cut it. Category So really, since it's a guy going through this, and you know it's right, the uproot part of it, the influence part of it, it's just what's that look over there, pocket doesn't mean that it's following. Pocket just means that Daisy is not putting it to death. So you might say, massive from the road, so I'm moving 1 second. Like that, now you must say, it's possible that you must put in is the person. Is the person. Now, I know the I'm not going to move. You must keep better. Sarah, I'm not sure about it. And I will see as I am. She's saying, since it's kind of like another second, the first part, fuck up, but you might dissecting that possibility. Laura, thank you because you remember. He's putting your head like he's really from the past that I sent those to the father. Laura, that's really stress. I saw it's a very survivor scenario. Really stress, it's sassy. What is it say, right? He says that the people that messes with other parts of the Torah, this is fully to do that. What's going on here? These are like some of the stuff I'm not saying. I'm going to find the work in this capital stuff. And I think working with talking about idolatry. It's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Please do what is that? But you should ask. There's a lot of this stuff in the past stuff. There's a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment of that side? So just take the look at how the authors of our results. Now, I'm moving on. So it's the community that tries to know those things. So I'm moving to like this. No, it's like, tremendous, first of all, tremendous amount of culture of Alabama and the coffee machine. So it's, the adult feels like great nowadays, not the fun, it feels like. So much continue to express the North Side Story, following the Lady Rapper side of Alicia. As I was saying, this opportunity, this is going to have this second issue on the job of the Rabbi. Thank you very much. Thank you for us. Tremendous. I could not start the stream. 5:49 this morning. There was a human being which is true. Which is saying, start watching some information. And it is the same. Thank you, community, for all these things. For the rights, the every man, and the coffee is both. Thank you very much. I'm going to say. I'm going to look around. I'm going to get a round of applause. Wow, okay, I'll tell you the coffee. Fine, you're going to take that. But I'm going to take this flowers. That means to look this. I don't know, focus, but okay, but bring that was coming inside. Every time it's not just live on Hamina comes along, and the Hamina, here's the difference. So look this. Any time I'm not in the first pocket comes along, and uproots some totality, something from the Torah. Whether that is about the Zorah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when every shot is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this idea, whatever it is, no longer applies. And we got really cool totality. Anytime that happens, you know what it says? Where's that getting it on? So I'm going to do this, I'm going to see the appearances, it's into a mixture of the problem, the whole I'm going to go to mixes with that. So it's a slow day. So I'm not going to say, and I'm going to say, there are no good categories. First one, you can settle the categories like this. Putting of a mitzvah, whether it's like that, or a mitzvah, so things like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, when you go ahead and you call idolatry or idolatry, things like that. About here, when you test significant tendencies to that part. So when you part there, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs. Like you said before, you can work Saturdays on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part. They confirm part. The next part, you part there. Then I was analyzed. I'm studying that for going to Torah. So it's nice.
Fun times.
So what we practice on is in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I say this in the base, so we do a practice for each of the Torah. And then it's yes. Another component says a particular mitzvah, a particular area, no longer applies. Okay, and in the Bible, so I'm starting to laugh at down there, so fine. But how do you trust me about the mitzvah? Let's say when it emphasizes the old part of the mitzvah or the good part of the mitzvah. And you shouldn't say that. And you shouldn't say that to happen. But when I don't discuss that, I know it's a draw, and you're not on the draw, you have to power. I have all these other, even if you partially uphold the person you do it, ultimately, you're going to go too high. Right too high. I'll give you an example of that. Let's say it says, on Mondays, we're not worship of all these other, and that's the reason for it. It's the right way to do that. I buy you some of that. So, the price of that is this. Now we have essentially two different versions. about how to focus over the beautiful. So I hope that this is also so cool. So I hope that this stuff, when you try to talk about this stuff, you look for the topics, this entire discussion, right with this house. So love what there is some, a lot of something like that in New York. And you guys have a New York, some of this stuff in New York, and I feel like when they go out and something to put in New York. Here we go. I got you like this stuff, I said, this stuff, so I hope that this stuff, and in fact, this is guys stuff with this stuff, I'm just not really go. I'm just not really like what I'm going to go. I'll give you a whole kind of. Again, if another comes along and uproots in this stuff from the floor. Now, what the definition of uprooting is totality. You see if this is religion doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Whether you're talking about a Horizontal or Shine Mitzvahs. Now, what it is, give that for the pillar. Everyone agrees, talk like about Allah. With Tiny Mitzvahs from the back of Mitzvahs, what happens if another comes along by Mitzvah and says, yes, hold part of it, not being part of it, then you shouldn't call there, the children think that's your partner. That's by Shine Mitzvahs. Shine Mitzvahs, what unit you have on it? It's not you have on it, it's our own, it's the proper way it comes like idolatry. You know, I mean, I don't need to know. In your mouth, but if you want, when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding and partially doing it, everyone agrees that it's like that. I told you, listen, when you mess up on the Zohar, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or breaking a few visa. What's the key visa? Not the visa, not the Philadelphia promise. That's my focus. Correct versus schema. Go and set that by it. You have a soul that you have a new and that's a girl, you know. What over the girl, you know. And it's not because I'm so glad you know. And it's not the last one, but I'm in the Torah. No, I've always come really sound. It's kind of not to say if the false prophet comes along, it's comes to use something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Right here, it's a whole result of something else. Kind of Nisa. What's the Nisa? What's the Nisa? Get it, what you put Nisa first, not Nisa. Then it versus Cuba. Fine. It's tiny Nisa, it was open Nisa. Nisa exists. What happens if another comes along? But I think it's just not how it is on. And you know, it's part of this thing, it's part of this. No, what's that? The third, the shooting culture, the shooting says that it's not. Whether you're not there, whether you're not there, or if I've always got on, when it comes to idolatry, after the Omer Hayom Kishua V'Machad B'Kuruah, Kain, idolatry is partially reducing for the liability. What's the liability? Not to be Islam, or not to be Islam. That's not like that. Okay, so let's say, so let's introduce the other way as well. So really what it comes down to is, this is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole, he's not on his own, or this partially reduces partial hiding, hide it. Right, what is it like? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another one going to try to uproot, which is any in totality. What's the halacha? Hide. Next case, and then another comes along and tries to uproot partially uproot or partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially says Avodah Zarah, everyone agrees, value. In the correct scene, these cases is what's the definition. But again, if you call it just everyone's agreeing. Actually, in script, I'm going to go and look at the call, in order to find Nabi, I'll give a Torah, Shema, no, this never was the Torah. This is actually halacha. Then you also know in general, if a Nabi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. Not listen. It's one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Nabi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Mamad Kama Ba'antzah Rasiyah, Hashishma Lo. Even if the Nabi literally performs a tremendous miracle, and causes the sun to start in all the sky, the sun does the second, and look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to me. Let's say about one halacha. What is this? What is this? So you have another question. This is yesterday, exactly. You are Nabi. Halacha. They may not be such a prize like if you say you're trying to get what you put in it. And you can worship, you also cover it outside of Mitzvah. That's always the question. Yeah, you did it. See, right? The Nabi has certain power, and the Nabi has certain license even to instruct the about the choice. Right? Hold on, stop. You see this concept. You see this concept. You accept it with a line that you don't by idolatry. Under no circumstances do you ever listen to another to worship idolatry, which means I listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not avoid desire. Not avoid desire, but we learn from his fathers. And you know that even if the Nabi performs a dramatic miracle, he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? I'm not going to follow him. Obviously, by some of the language, you do this extra more successful. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever what you still with the miracle is, one thing is clearly sure, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but you have to be on to do it for this outside the shop, or it's so fucking and also, man, this is an interesting idea. You don't understand, even if you're on the line of the Holy Spirit. I mean, you see, you need to call them in Shabbat. Shafir, my God, I'm not the Ansarafia, I'm Kishno. It's interesting, that listen to God and Shabbat, I'm not feeling Kira Ocean, no Shabbat Ocean, to say, the nothing a rapper owes in Mokes. So it's interesting, like the nation needs to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because the guy's good miracles personally, and this love is pulling off a tremendous miracles. So what is that? I'm just sort of a guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and he's probably investing in this lobby with this incredible amount of power. So how high as an individual supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of you? To which the Muslim says that our God will sometimes test us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and if our some of the power to certainly be able to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of the Father, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Ask the sons that are problematic Kamala over the soil. So the king says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that someone gives power over nature to someone who's defiant? How did that even work? What are you talking about? If someone's going to give the ability to give power to another shepherd, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Because the language of our situation is not so young, MS, or the myself Nabi Shepherd. And the people says, no, you just the Nabi Shepherd scenario was already going to rise. But unfortunately, good Nabi went back. Good Nabi was bad. So I had to get it happens, right? Sometimes good Nabi go bad. And then it's nice and you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Nabi, right? And what happened? So he uses his right. But once I needed to says, I come in the ask me if I get more stuff. You're not believing yourself into the day that you die. You can be ready. Just because you know it doesn't mean that you can't use your load. Then the people says, don't put this in a Nabi Shepherd. So a Nabi Shepherd is someone that everyone knows. He's proving himself through new miracles. Because once upon a time, we're like, you die. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now. Right? But he's got credibility because he has been Nabi. Even if Rothschild comes over and tells you, cover up. The Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Nabi, who when he was a good Nabi, kept the sun from setting, he's still going to listen to him. He's going to listen to this. And I mean, people say, there's no prophet, but everything can perform any miracles. Okay, that's like the last day. You know, what's the name of the last day? It's not again. But the last day, that's the point. That's last day, you can listen to that. Stay far. So in this case, something that's interesting enough, it's like even someone to testify about it, they don't get much justice. So no matter what they get, they get killed. So that's exactly right? And I don't think it's the results. What's behind the realism? I'm not asking them that because the sign of yes, this is not how we know now. But since the Lord has said, don't know what the last says to the Apostle says for even going, you have to do what they can inspire to do to their brother. So you imagine why. If you should call him Zomini, guilty by it. So in general, listen, the way Eden normally works is what kind of punishment is it? Typical punishment. Whatever the Eden wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. So listen to this. They were guilty by it. That's called in Peter's name, but about every so far. So what happened? So now we know about calling the adultery. She was talking about this safer. Now we know that her boy, the man who thinks she was adultery, he doesn't get safer, right? Because we're going to go ahead and then use punishment for her. He's going to in your in no tree, or like a use only. Like if someone says now, here is the two people committed the same crime, and yet their punishment are dramatically different. The guy's going to get safer, the guy is going to get punished, right? So what do they get? What are they getting? Which is the most interesting. Okay, last says the office the Lord also. The concept is strange is that the Israel are giving a reciprocal punishment. Whatever they wanted to do in the office to their brother, when you see them there, they give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boal and not the Isha. And if Allah and they get credit as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim HaNechmachim. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream of your life. I mean, like, we have actually been doing, I was like, the last couple of days, it's all in Abba, everybody is all in Abba, all in Hazar, it is Gemara, you're going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, call yourself, Yeshua, Kena, Gila, Abba. Okay? Every year there's a big deal in Abba. Yeah, now, the army, you know, you owe them you said not to, I know, say that on square. Entonces, you want to face the person. From Bishaya, the little generations are also they will forever inherit the life. Nitsa Nakai, living like my 7 creatures of my flankies. Not say Yoga with his hair. And they are the creatures of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the concept we might be focusing on over here is about it. Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right? What is this supposed to do with our purpose of our discussion? Right? We are deep in that purpose. Right? And that's exactly what we'll go back to say, look at Rashi's on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. Causing for him to have I knew that I didn't exist. And if I was in about your place, how you get here, so again, so it actually says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olamaba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi saying, it's actually the moment, so we get to the next story. So I think the people going to go on, they're saying that, no, the girls are listening. And even those who are killed by Nissa's days, ultimately, as long as they be triggered before they die, concentration of their own power. You know, for them to be executed by amazing. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. But it's not true. First, will be about 7 will be again for their last job. So then you just finish about 12. Okay, it's something to finish. Unfortunately, make sure to do trigger before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy Son usually comes in. And you use as a person in the come. And for you, do be executed by failure, by skill, by state, by hair, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion of what to come if you die as about children. Incredible. So it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, you know, if you look at the process of Mr. Cody, the Amit kills everything. Remember, the Amit also means vocalized in a different way, which is how? Inkra. The Inkra kills everything. You know, look at how this powerful every year is a big fact. Every year is a big fact. Right? So, see, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you've been. And he also sees who you've been. So because we both come from one entity in this world, he's able to see potential. The incongruence that he thinks. And why is it up to this point? As you say, it's something as a champion. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income That's the first one. The next one is the English wrong number. And usually people don't have what they want to done. So obviously there's an inherent contradiction, like, so what's the shot? Contrary to the Haggadah, every Jew has a portion of what to come. Even senior Haggadah, and usually it's a joke that portion of what to come. So it's like, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What do you think of the people put that in Shabbat? According to Yisrael, if you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify with Haggadah, if you beg yourself into the crowd, you have a portion of the world to come. When you use the portion, remember to remove yourself from the crowd. Because if you notice, it doesn't say, you show yourself anything. It says, Yisrael, if you spend your life thinking about times about this and betting yourself within the crowd, which is sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunate what to come. But anyway, the battle focus, you can't do the same thing, you don't look at it, you have difficulty with actors, you remove yourself from the crowd, then you can lose your own habit. Embed yourself in the crowd, own habit will always be yours. Remove yourself from the crowd, you put yourself in danger of losing the sacred portion. So we lose the first one to come. Homer doesn't listen to the time. Somebody says, there's no resurrection of the dead. There's no resurrection of the dead. It's only says Torah is not divine. Not because, again, he says, I'm going to fight for you, see that before he says. But the Kiva says, Apakorid is fun and sorry. This is very interesting. So let's say even one of the reasons strength is also what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular what is so good? We'll have to define exactly what that means. But I don't think Salamaka, but something in silence, Malaka, yeah, we have to look at that. And someone who whispers some kind of incantation over rules. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all these things are. The Shalom says, yes, Hashem Masiyosam. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem will be said. Like that's the Yukon Dutch name, so he actually says it. Also, I welcome to Adam. That's everybody in Adam. There are three things, as well as what we do. We go down as a school, as having the wars, the country, and the world to come. You are right? Certainly, you have the three things. You love them, Achod, and an Asher. Entonces yo antes de decir la leche y luego ya hay dos nuevos y me dejo una experiencia right you both and the natural for that will be love everyone say something something ridiculous I don't know ridiculous demands ahead of us but each of these demands just overwhelming and you read that the natural should go wrong and you would say no criminal is the longest serving manner 55 years of war Sigma Nasha has the person in the world to come to him out by his power and love and you should to yourself that you should do talking about yourself and you also look at this not to let himself in trouble someone is significant trouble he dies into Hashem and Hashem was struggling to his manner to English already so when you see the you're not sure that and that's what it's you see that Hashem is about to on the other session when I who's issue but all the time over my body and when Hashem was returned again to his monarchy but he was not destructive his portion of the world to come our boy had Yokos who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come Delon we're discussing with the advisor to King Shaul after he took out one of the advisors to David and Melech who they switched sides to Shalom and the Chassid like the Gabbai of Eliyahu and Rabbi again we'll talk about all of those if you want to say the whole top Rama let's go to everything why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection not only denies consummation why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come so the Gemara says, also, by the way, just as an aside, and then we'll get into this a little bit more, there's been a focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that where you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, and then we're going to show you right now. We're going to flip back on this depending on the context. But the nice thing right now, we'll just go with the idea that every now back in is how you classically use it. The portion of comes where you go after you die. So you got two die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messiah's resurrection? Let's see some amusing things. Honestly, because if God denies resurrection and uses his Olam Haba, which you know, the God of Haba, turn up, who comes with definition? The human definition of definition. The book of definition. And that's what I'm saying. It's interesting enough. From the last piece, the last which is all over the Haba, and it's kind of actually messianic era. Because he wants to like he's a this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaNesim, and therefore again, he gets no Tchias HaNesim. It makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only those who try to find the different of and those that are those that go from works, you do reciprocity. You different of media, reciprocity. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. You know, from the how do you know? So if it's like you're looking at me, I teach the type of reciprocity. You don't know, but we're showing this to this. It's interesting where this is not what is happening. Even though there are others who see that, particularly in Torah, you see that this, but no chooses this story. That's what they're fascinated. Where are these guys? Some of them say, it's my best, so much the shadow. We shall say, so we shall go to Shai Shalom. Okay? Context. The army of Iran has been to now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available at all. You should get stuff in the middle of the city. You have that, you're not ready. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. So what happens? Now, why am I showing this? I'm showing that I'm showing that I'm showing that. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, it's such a thing. What the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. Pharaoh got no food, overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to his officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. How much days? Well, so I was excited. And what happens? So it's interesting that by the way, the end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. So I told them to, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, one of the things, they were to stand huge out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was broken the state? This officer, he went to I was going to kill us and she down the night, and maybe it was the person that used to get fighting. So I thought I was going to around, and that's fucking what you left, you know, you bought. And then the person that comes from is very powerful, even if the girl was just utter, any other cause of control, you know, so if you just don't call, they're going to serve our rebels. And then the position, to say each other when you die, my is shy, why is it so by the gate? This is shy, because this conversation that happened between her and Lisa by the gate. So if I don't say, if I love for myself, versus a super real music moving to get. So it's hard to operates the thing because it is therefore then, but the person doesn't believe is yes, listen, and probably is fine, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not getting it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Music violence, because most of the Rothschild says, this is one of the most important disorders in Kala Kala Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Purim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we trade Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. It means that what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like what you invest is what you get out. The way Baruch Hu works now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but it won't do the same for me. You know, it's very important. But again, if I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes. I do what I have to do to make sure that they just not know how to do so. And so therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of reaction to it. So then, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so you're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. That's the process. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to be something that flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You get to have a new divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's so incredible. Incredible. It says in Ramah, Christmas, and I thought that says it's fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusions to Christmas? If I did, this begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, Christmas, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in Jonah? The Rabbi includes it as the Yud card, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud cards, 30 principles of faith. Christmas, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so now everybody agrees to Rambam, but it's Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so core, that is so central, yet not mentioned. It sounds so far, it's so beautiful. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on breath. It doesn't seek out the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? Especially, that's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not starting to exclusive. Things like when I say that's what I'm saying, this is a relation. The first says, I don't know this. It's okay, if you haven't dropped by, the fundamental distinction between what is seen in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places that you will find shuls with cemeteries is in Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given like a plot of land and you had to do like not the lease and bond on the same part of land. Like it's not that you have cemeteries. But if you look like no one ever, it's not like that. We could have had like a nice culture here, a corporate over here, but I did sort of generating must be funds. Right? So like come like when it goes to funds, say like people are beautiful, like all together. Right? So the nice so what is it? Why is it that actually for cemeteries? Because it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why again the final results not by at least be a hint. Work this and it's in a post or not, but it's this is so beautiful. And it's actually in a chance of something out of that role. Plus it says you'll give your true to Adam. You must what? If you out of the only time, you're out of the what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my true to Adam, but Adam is dead. Adam is dead. So what does it mean like giving them a shul? And allowing us significance be so much in the shul. So what does it mean? And you got one behind the corner that come back to life. And then to say Christ will be there to do that should give them your shul. You can't. You can't always say that. From here, the runners two lessons, and that's like how beautiful is that? Which means also that the day's going to come, the shit's going to come, the shit's going to be about time to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our shema to our life. In fact, the Professor phrases is that way. That is a scripture with you. Because if you listen to the for today, we are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not get ahead. But today, so it's like tremendous. It's how incredible we can have us. Share everyone. Stop. You just gotta keep it. If you have to ask for it, doesn't matter.
Walk the fuck out there to be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies.
All right, well, it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for our Tuction Pay. Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of itself for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschild this year, and it's supposed to be so novels for all of our Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Abba Avinu of Torah, Terry and Steve Zinn, and Rabbi of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Acoin, Ziv Rufin, and Jordan families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Rabbi of the American Talmud Torah. All of the shows have his families in the Torah. All those who need a refuah should have one together with clothes for the Israel to 12 for America should bring our hostages home. And all these soldiers should be successful in the Torah massive. Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming Chazak ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90 on. Take test on the base, 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Snack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So when we're going to respond, he says to Amnavim as Bincha, sacrifice your son, which Amnavim responds, His point is, I have two sons. Esi Bincha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again has very unique singularity. Asher Hafta, the one who you love, I love them both. Very incredible Gemara, right? He says, you think I don't love you, Shema? You think I don't love you, Shema? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. So finally, the says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why did you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Amarino not be overwhelmed by them. In other words, we're supposed to recognize the idea that halacha myself, this would have been an overwhelming text. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming text in the beginning. In order for the Amarino to so to speak ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about sorting it out. So that's the thing. But again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was such on down. Let's just know what happened. Some of you was on his way to the Akira. It also shows, by the way, how even Amavino, and see this a little bit more, again, getting Amavino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and be able to do the Akira is also a process. It's also a process, as deep as Amavino was. It's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akira. It took time to be able to ease into it. You mother like the kid was not doing that. So the sucker tried to sabotage Amavino on the way to the Akira. Amaro, Lisa Davai Rafa Kila, you know, you start to ride yeah, that love for that's a question to another. Alka Kawa Rafa, right? So there was a the part of it at the end of the process is every part of the instruction was a Lisa Davai Rafa. So the Satan says to Amavino is Adam, does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you and asks you to do this. So the Satan is trying to feel logically sabotage Amavino. And essentially, Amavino to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the restoration. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, "How you law? That's what I'm so scared. Could it be that God loved you so much to rescue something, you know, in which your entire future hangs, where your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah will bless you in this way? I'm alone. I need to meet it. It's just such a beautiful Gemara. Because I'm not going to respond. I walk in my simplicity, like Tommy Piano, something like that. Simplicity, completeness. What I'm going to say, he says, you know what I mean? Is what I mean represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to what he's going to say. It's about this. I'm about to myself question. I'm about myself question. So therefore, I'm going to just myself, and it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I move with continuity. I walk with completion Like for the Shara who, whatever the Rebbe tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Oh no, I will Yirasva Tzirasva. So the son says that's all we make. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. I don't know. Is there anyone who has put their faith in Hashem who has been lost? What I've been says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about Amira, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, both you have the drop or not, meaning not the other. Is anyone who took the Amira and construction of the end of the list? Has there ever been a person who put a disadvantage? This conversation is probably the essence that every person with Emunah goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is now whether the Satan is speaking on the leader or whether Amir was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, can you do that not see what you just do? And what's the message? I don't understand it, and therefore again I just give myself over to the Ribono Shalom. This podcast, that's what I mean is I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I'm going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in their minute responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the chazak, the low kashami alay. So once the Satan saw that Amavinu was not listening to him, Amrale, Ve'ilai davar yikunov, Kach shamat me'achari apargun, Hasel yo'olah, ve'iyitzchak yo'olah. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, by the Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God is going to ask you sacrifices. Good news. Right? At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep. And it's not this stuff, which was interestingly enough, the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. And yet, on the low, I'm going to say this up and this is the punishment of a liar. They will say again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then his last speech after, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice these countries. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the star from Amavinu. But he was trying to say, don't worry about it. It's not such a test. He's actually have to do it anyway. So you couldn't stop them. So at least if you take away the reward for doing this, you should take away the immune control. The time of it says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are trustworthy. Incredible. So remember it's like this. I'm going to Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, as the sucker is having a conversation with Amavinu. So Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, you think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only comes Sha'atam after the Shmoni Yomi. Vani Ben Shlosh says Shaya. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 18 years old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was pushed like an adult, 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In Omer, we have to start up with right? Ultimately, again, I used to come here to tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. Immediately after that, I was just young. After that, he actually becomes most of that. What's the shit with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the Makar for that may actually be this tomorrow. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, there are two Nisas Amar, so Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when the Baruch Hu tested him. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch Hu gave him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that Rothschild, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The suffering don't start up with you. The slows don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of beauty, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over there, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abraham, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. So this is one of my favorite Vartok of all time. Actually, by the Yaakov, what's at the end of the Yaakov? Hashem says to Amnon, don't get into the boy, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, in the isle of Bayard, in the isle of Nechaz, the snap the Canada. Rabbi goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Rabbi goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asked the Kutzker, having Rabbi know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon. After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Rabbi know to offer a carbon? This is something amazing. He says, because Rabbi saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the custom says like this. If the aisle would have run up to Rabbi's feet and lay down in his seat, Rabbi wouldn't have offered it. He says, something that easy, that's from the something. And when he saw that it was stuck in the road, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out there before. Right. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but can you imagine, right? There's the thorn, behind the struggle. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's struggle. As we even saw, where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So when there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, is absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. That's the opposite. It's the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but lockdown for the experience. Incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shitya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. Let me show you the time. She says you get to say. So the Gemara says, and remember again, so when you see the scene of Navi Shitya, it's like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, and remember, those who try, he or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. The Skila, I'm sure on the phone, the thing says tonight, Navi Shitya, the Skila, 9 times Rabbanon. So Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah. He gets Skila. Why is that? What's logical for Rabbanon? He was the Asla, Hadaka, Mimesis. Open the exam, shut up from Mises. Mala, I want the Skila, I can't Skila. Open the Shilling. Lisa Skila, the Shilling says, no. By the Navi, it says, Lisa. And what's the halacha? But the Misa Mula B'Torah, Stam Eir Elachara. In general, any Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is Cherek. Madicha Eir Nidachos B'Shiva, my time in Rabbi. So why is it that Madicha Eir Nidachos? Because still, what's in Rashi to Rabbi? Coming Hadacha, only makes this, only Rabbi Shuvia. So they make it zero Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Isis or from the Rabbi Shuvia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi. Never kind of. The Ligma in Macy's. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not take zero Shabbat from Macy's? The Gemara says, Ligma in Macy's. Done in Macy's, Rabbi in Macy's, Rabbi. They ain't done in Macy's, Rabbi in Macy's, Yochid. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and we have to get a Shabbat from Macy's, Rabbi and Macy's, Rabbi. In this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Gzera Shabbat to a like type of insider. Back to the opposite. I'd rather learn how to again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and that's a common insider from another who incites. That we shouldn't say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a Hedron. He no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hedron. Or if Chisda says, I was going to say top of Shad, 98. Machlokes, so in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or basis. Now, obviously, he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas b'chavim, v'kiyom mixas u'bitom mixas ta'avodas b'chavim. I want to say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but and then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi started with Machlokes, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. We must say that obviously both Rabbi Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Rabbi Sheker is going to be 5 Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. This is that's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says Machlokes Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. The Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas b'chavim. The Amar mitzvahisi v'rach hakodesh v'yakura le'his navot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas b'chavim in Torah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies this and he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, and to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or the kind of mitzvahs to the back of mitzvahs, the hybrid becoming Rabbanan Skilot, which is supposed to, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. But let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to read it. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Yeah, one of the Minagah, even if it's like as the Torah says that the Navi who will try to bring you from the Derech, Minagah. Minagah means even if he just tries to get you off part of the Derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker Haguf B'Shar Mitzvahs, Divrei HaKol B'Cheres. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes there, Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not doing Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by faith. The key mixas to bitter mixas to Shamish is about Potter. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and say uproots part, but then he goes ahead and maintains art by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Pater will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So again, also says 2 categories. Category 1 is a Zara. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's not focus of the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Tzchayt Misa is a stila, is a kind. That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chedek. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is in love and mitzvah, you uproot part of it, maintain part of it. Interesting, what's that look over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that the reason is not putting him to death. So you must be massive of him, is one second. Malachas, now, the pasuk that you must quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom. Since it's talking about the Navi Shepherd, the false prophets, the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Malachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Malachas, Zum Mitzvahs Aseh. This is the first Rabbi commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvahs Mosaseh. Prohibition. What does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like Avodas Kochanim Aseh, Avodas Kochanim Rechem Mishkach. And if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, the most like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Krista, Tenitatsta, there is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? Which is supposed to break apart the staples, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamnuna Amar, supposed to be Hamnuna, therefore has another version of this. Hamnuna says like this. But it was like first of all, tremendous Mazel Tov from out of the on the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost, like Mazel Tov, Shem Bush continue not to listen to Hashem, following the ways of God, Salah Kadisha. But everybody else, really is an opportunity. This is Ari's second machine on the job. And Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shoot at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom and here today's message, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem promotion and occasions. So thank you really for all of this. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I make a rhyme. I never get around the applause. Wow. Okay, I'll start making the coffee. Right. Rabbi says as follows. Rabbi says like this. I'm not focused, but okay, I'm booked. Being Bible is coming in Shabbat. Every Shabbat. So once this Rabbi comes along, Rabbi he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime a false prophet comes along and uproots something, totality, something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Rabbi is coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this Shabbat or whatever it is no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates 2 categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable like that. How about here, mitzvahs, bigger mitzvahs, strong mitzvahs, to be called pater. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, like we said before, you wear shinies on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. You pater. Then I was otherwise. I missed out the last part of the Torah. So listen to this. the Navi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And the Rabbi say, once again, the Bais over here is not just the issue of the Torah or anything else. If the Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies, okay? Or afilu ulabato fine. The kind of mitzvahs ulabato mitzvahs. Let's say when he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And Shimon called that. And Shimon says that you're puzzled. I have all desire. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. The other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abai is so like that. So therefore, say now we have essentially two different roads, three different versions about how this machlokas ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like a Chisda, so let's just go through this. So Abai holds like a Chisda, or Mitaris like a Chisda, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava all seems to say. Rava is like Rav Hamina, and Mitaris like Rav Hamina, Rava holds like Rav Hamina, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamina. Here we go. Abai is like Rav Chisda, Mitaris like Rav Chisda, so Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Here we go. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah, now what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, particular doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shai mitzvahs. Now, what it is, give that called the Chene. Everyone agrees. The Kayim mitzvahs will about mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter, Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. What din Rabbanon? And so do Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees that is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Marki this name, marki this. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chelek versus skiva. Of course, that's Abaye. Rabbi Sarah like Rav Hamuna, Mukasik Rav Hamuna, Rabbi like Rav Hamuna, and interprets the Bais like Rav Hamuna. Hamisnavi lach for David Minatorah. They, Avodah come being the shamus. This chayif, marki this way. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation, whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, chayif misa. What's the misa? Again, according to this approach, machlokas, Chelek versus skiva. Fine. The Kayim mitzvahs, the Rabbi mitzvahs, the Shai mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah? What's the Rabbi Shimon Poter? Shimon says that Poter. What do Rabbi? So do Rabbi. Over others, when it comes to idolatry, after the Omer Hayom Kipur the Machar Betulah, Chayiv, idolatry, even partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Marki the Israel or Marki the Israel. That's the message. Okay. So let's say, what's interesting to note is this. So really what it comes down to is the machlokas is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone has agreed with. If an Rabbi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is it, chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Rabbi comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially Avodah Zarah, everyone agrees, Chai. The machlokes in these cases, what's the definition? But again, particular halachas, everyone's agreeing. It's fascinating. Good. I'm ready to go on Yochanan. The call, Bakol, in Yom HaLachon Navi, over Al Divrei Torah, Shema, Lo, Chutz Ne'avodas Kol Chavod. So let's say this is fascinating halacha. When you also know Yochanan, in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafilu Mamidlo Chama Be'em Sarachiyah, Al Tishma Lo. Even if the Navi literally can perform a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to stop in the middle of the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to him. I will say, that this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have a couple of questions. So this is yesterday's Dr. Young Navi, right? The Harakana. The Young Navi is such a prize to do something that is good with the privilege. I need to worship, to offer others outside of Israel. So it's Mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Hora Asha. You see this concept. You see the exception of the line that we done by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so someone said, if he's performing a miracle, obviously someone said, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The Makadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, but Yosef was the owner. He hears all this stuff. Like the Shavuot Kofavim. I will say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands a little bit again the logic of Avodah Kofavim. Mificha nitna Torah mem shavava. Shafilu ma'ibid lecha chama be'em sarakiya al tishmayo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Mem Shalaba Kiroma Afilu Tira Oso Navi Moshava Oso Kirsona Besid Benasem Elefa Os Umofis. So this is interestingly enough, and the Yosef means to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because if the parents do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is putting off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here the Prophet is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef says that Rothschild sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain things, to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Rothschild, so to speak. And therefore again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, he's going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Hello. He goes, and the keeper says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? Well, so where does it arise? Well, fortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. In other words, that you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They will say, even in other words, there's a commissioner of Abba says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says, that's the case of the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time, he was our true God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavira, the Muslim spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry, last part. Behind you, what's the number again? Last part, number again. But the last point, what's your point? By last point, you miss the what's your punishment? Sleifa. So when Mishka said they get interesting enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get what that's straight. And rather, what do they get? They get him. So does her adultery, right? Remember, we finished with adultery. What's behind the realism? Amrav Acha Beikav Ikav, Yisani Rav Yossi, or this is not Halomar, Basisen Lo Kasher Zaman, Lasos V'Achi. The Pasuk says, for even Zolim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So he says, why? If you should call Hamizominim, Shevitorah, Zolmein, or Pauline, Kiyotzi. So in general, you're listen, the way Edom Zolim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The one is Kiyotzi by him. Bas Kohen, he was here. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery. She is put to death with Sefer. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because he doesn't Torah hands down that you need punishment for her. Zomin, any odea. In law of shoes, or that they do zoning. Like someone says now, if two people committed the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Basco is going to get straight. The guy is going to get credit, right? So, which what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer lasos la'achiv." Interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the agents are given a punishment whatever they wanted to do la'achiv to their brother. So you see from here, is the general reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chilikas. So, Hajr Allah, Elohim, and Nechim. Let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like, what we are about to engage in now, let's say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazeh. And these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah. Kol Yisrael. Yesh Lam Chelik Olam Haba. Okay. Every year has a Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar. V'amech kulam tzadikim. V'olam Yershu Ares. Neitzer Mata'ai Ma'aseh Adal Yisrael. So it says the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Those of us from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, literally again like the creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Yisrael. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the pasuk that we're going to be focusing on over here. So by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death, right? And now, so that's exactly what. Look what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, you're talking about that penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying. What Rashi is saying at the moment. We get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no, this beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Spirit can't go on top. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Bezdin, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, going to be about tshuva, literally again until their last breath. See, here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy saw you to the temple. Every year has a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Sfefa, by Arab, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion of the world to come if you die as about tshuva. Incredible. So let's say that it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, you know, if you look at the concept of Mishnah quoted, the Amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, the Amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. You know, every year is a big tzad. Right? Every year is a big tzad. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rothschild is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the incultural Sadiqim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, everything was possible as a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of what we can become. And every year has such incredible potential, and therefore, that's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So, again, I want to say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. Right? Yeah, you know, so what's the shot? Everyone has, every Muslim, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So we'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of the world, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Hashem Echad. It says Ve'elu should either be Yisrael or Ve'elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Bala Traders, you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, all Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Rabbi Koris. Again, Rashi says on the first minute, two Rabbi Korises. Rabbi Kiva says, this is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads Spartan Services, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. As someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his nose, like that's the good thing possible word, who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim from the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achab, and Menashe. We'll say, Achab we were yesterday. Actually both Yeravam and Achab. And they're right? Both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe in the Gemara. And we'll say, okay, so I don't know if I mentioned. These keepers, like each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. But then Rabbi says, Menashe should go Valhalla. Rabbi says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the one who used 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yisrael Elad by Yishmat Shinaso by Yishibu Yerushalayim Apuso. He also went on this. Menashe got himself in trouble. So he was significant trouble. Shot into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So when you see that there, Menashe got him, and the situation was answered. You see, you think that Hashem is without Shuvah. And they said to him, no. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of it. Arkoa had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of it. Gilam, Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Shalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. First Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. So, Gemara is jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, that someone denies the resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, Just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more. There's a machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch to the flip-flop on this and the context. But for myself, for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But again, we'll see some allusion to this again, but that's all this. I understand, because a guy denies resurrection uses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, it's all Rachama, who comes to Chesed. If he rejects the notion of Chesed, the Fichach, what do you have no Chesed with Chesed? But listen, I'm curious, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's species, notice that it's like Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a community. This guy, he rejected the notion of Chesed, and therefore, again, he gets no Chesed, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. As well say, the way that devotion works is in reciprocity. Tit for tat, reciprocity. How do you know that the Baruch works with reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara is after. Even though there are other drugs in the Torah, which seem to indicate this. The Gemara chooses this story. It's actually quite fascinating. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened? There's famine. Obviously there's famine. So there's no food available. You should get stuff in the middle of the city. So do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there'll be overabundance of food. So what happens? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, if such a thing occurred, or if the officer was saying there's no food here. So then we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. What happens? There's an interesting okay, by the way, the end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. Also, I'll explain the reasons. And they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. He was either Dilma Kilas or Yishudama, right? But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. And then the curse of Chacham is very powerful. Even if it's just any other important function. If you lift up cross, or you may serve by others. Advanced petition, so you said the trouble when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? I'll just be Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Say that once I slip a lot from myself, you must see from here, you can never be done. So the Shpar operates again because we need. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in the destiny, then don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. You need to believe it to understand. Rothschild says this is one of the most important episodes in Torah. The Rabbi actually bases it on the Pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem's Tzilcha. So often we say that Hashem's Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rabbi says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way it works in our relationship is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain it. I don't want to try to do so. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, we're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want Nisim in the course, then I have to become supernatural in my own business. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You doesn't have any doubt. The Bible is constantly, Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's incredible. It says in I'm ready to open on my business when I thought about it's fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusion to Testament? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Testament, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rabbi includes it as wisdom and prayer, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yiddish and 30 principles of faith. Chesed, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees to Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so close and so simple yet not mentioned. It's not sure if I'll explain so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, sounds like a nice, that's what the first makes an amazing observation. The first says, how did you notice? If you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of land. Like that was just often because this would be given a pot of land. You have to do like you have to live and die on that same pot of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever so you would have generated much more funds, right? Beautiful, right? All together. So the moon says, why that should go similar. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's even not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why again the final two verses Gemara asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? Where it is, and I tell it to Leonard, and I saw this is so beautiful. And I saw to Leonard two months of something Aaron Torah. First it says you will give the tumor to Aaron. You know why? Because the Aaron the only time. Well, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my tumor to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is my tumor to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Now he's Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Israel. Aaron when he died, he had the vote. He never came into Israel. So what does it mean I'm giving him a shmur? I'm allowing us to be witness and smell no full of shmur. So listen, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's such a prize will be Zofi to give him their shmur. You can. Let's listen to it. So here's a lemon to Knesset. So let's say help you with that. Which means also the day's going to come. The Knesset is going to be basically your adult unemployment things to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Tumah to our Nefesh. The fact that the Chassid phrases is that way, that is a scripture which we discuss. So we'll sort of stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. For today, those like tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. Shkaya everyone. Good morning. Let us begin a book of rights. As a book of Hashem. Begin the week. Turning up the police out for Lord Hashem. I'm going to the sun and you down for Lord Hashem. Beautiful walk. Actually, I want to read how many chapters this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good to be able to think that starts with this Lord Hashem. I guess it's the beginning of the year before this morning is the third hour. I don't know how to tell ourselves to protect sleep and hold. The culture is back up to self-dedicated all the things okay as it's close. So the sun is coming from the sky. And the very responsible for the life of other kindness to Zoom and loving learning of Chinese fathers like the Harry Times, Steve Hurt, Ben Yosef Hakoin, and the Zug and burning families of memory and obviously one music, Zach Schwartz and the soldiers when you drop off. Local and American by Tommy Dodo, all of the Chinese out there, the families in the promo, all of those media food shoppers in the course, I mean, it's what we say, it's a vision, all our hostages, all our very soldiers to be successful before what we might see with them. And as we watch, we agree that the state tax, 81, we are picking up at the Mishnah on the tax. The Mishnah says as follows. Thank you, hope you do your homework. You do your homework. Let's go show some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right track on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, of course, if you look ahead, we have some incredible highlights this week, but some very long gap in ahead of us as well. So I'll give myself a fighting chance. 7 minutes now on 10 talks, 89 and 80 minutes to know stuff. So this morning again, we are still on the incredible studio of Executive Monday. Saying this to ourselves, one of the things we have a little business in the outlet. So here again, we learned already how much is concerning when is up in my name is put to death, what type of hits and really making this was up in my name. One of the things the actual execution of is up in my name. So this says, we do not execute in the basement in this city, nor do you execute in the basement in the outlet. By the way, what's the basement in the outlet? Look at that sheet. That sheet is about 2 days after that, but all of this is the outlet. Initially, the basis of Mishpat Hadosis. On the other hand, because we will show you that I should also select the beginning Yahweh, that Dina Bayis Kayan, that I can hold it to the Kilo, really say some Yahweh. So, interestingly enough, Yahweh was one of the features that should be significantly exiled. So, the mission is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the second number, the Sanhedrin government has been situated in the Mishpat Hadosis in the chamber of the stone, in this compound. So for each episode, is not sitting in its place, microplace, even if it's able to stay standing, you can't execute the second number. Now you also these are going to Yerushalayim, you take the second number up to this and go to the high court in Yerushalayim, and Yerushalayim also ad Hayayim, and the Nisi also Berego. So what we do is we incarcerate him, you put him in a holding cell, but so the next upcoming Lego, the next upcoming one, take one of the gummy, they such rules for this, there's no thing for that, remember again, this is the first adopted, the first foreign adopt, and what is it that's left is two, so they're going, like, everyone's on a journey, everyone not is like, we're always journeying to something else, and the thing that you use, right, the use is never dictionary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. You're always traveling towards some next thing. So time is not behind us. Once again, we have the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of the time, we got things a little bit behind us. But no, I go back and say, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new right in front of us. Exactly right. So we keep again, first the first day in Mishnah Suit, and keep possessing memory in a whole week up until the next level, up until the next Yom Kippur. And we reach that level, we execute him on Yom Kippur. Which is fascinating. Now, why? Why should it not? The color on Mishnah, we know for the residual of the Rabbi Akiva. Because the person saying, the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He knows what it is. What the second Rabbi Akiva says is like this. You gotta make a spectacle out of this. Whereas people have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing, they see this by cycle, also people see certain things, and there's no show. So when people says, you got to go experience over the government, so you don't have a spectacle. The Yuga says no. Even on this, you don't show that. So the Yuga says no. You know, to delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. However, the mistake also does, so it can be from executing immediately. It comes when the short and the sleep are children that they don't call us. But what do we do? So that's the issue. Everyone agrees that you got right, so you need some element of publicity. So it's not from that, you know? The publicity component essentially is established that doesn't really talk about it, like 16 years ago, or something like that. But you just say, no, you don't do that. Or is it in the audience that you do not corrupt because if somebody's liable to that correctly, you execute them. We're not going to go ahead and hold them potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. So that we say each one is how we celebrate them. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. So that's got it, and we will send it out. We'll send it out. Not just about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute something on it. That's how it works. It means also, motivation is not just a blind soul, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Rabbi says as follows. In the Eastern also, motivation should be so we don't execute something that there is motivation. The motivation should be out there. Not even if there's not there. Once again, there's nothing out there. Not there, it's itself. It's exiled to. Hello? Now that also things is over to Yerushalayim. That's where again when we do bring the second member up to the high court of Yerushalayim, the Mishkan is also outside that now. And we need to be holding, holding himself up until Yom Kippur. And the Nisi also below. And we execute him on Yom Kippur. Shnema, the Chava, on Yishu, we roll, do the Rabbi Akiva. As the Pasuk says, someone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the call of. When you're going to have a time when everybody should hear about this, but it's probably to assemble you shall not feel it. I'm going to let you go. Now, you know, does the Pasuk say, oh, that they should hear and they should see? In other words, that the key is making us about that people should see the second member executed. As we said, does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, the leader says, as long as people fear about it, they don't need to see it. So we're going to hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the judgment? Rather than legal shows that. That the user understands this to be like an even the limit of corruption of the day. You know, it's interesting something like, you know, life is, you know, every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that case, if I have a joke like the marriage one, I thought it was kind of like is whatever is going on in life, you need to just be into it. You know, again, you spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. It's getting into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just getting into it and just going through. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, sometimes that the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm just like, I'm like, oh, maybe it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So sometimes you're like, no, actually going to turn out. That's what I know anxiety. But then, I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this, why don't you do this to this person? You do yes to do exactly my life. So that execute them. Definitely execute them. But why did you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this motif before that you really have to execute someone. You have to execute this Rachmanis. That might sound like a little bit but it's one of those things that for things that can be difficult things, the difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's like a moment, okay, he's got to say the that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? That's it. So how do you release yourself? You have the coaching yourself and look this thing is highly celebration. And then how do you prepare for this increase? Like letters, send out the letters for all the different communities. So-and-so's asking as is up and down. So this is the very right about this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi how you execute something around it. Okay, we gotta go. Stand up on it. I go see the last lesson. Now, it's interesting also because clearly, as we see this as a nominator, it's not just that we executing, but there is this bit of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's on this. You must be, by the way, there are four other situations, where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Mamesis is the one who goes and recites others to worship above his Allah, and Surah right? Zaki Mame, and Ujin Solomon. Interesting, all of these four new factors of the United States. Now she says that as Raza, when we lose the vision of Shabbat Abayasi, they will us as happy. So so-and-so executed because they didn't particular idea, but all of this is done in order to create a public easier. When I people should policy, you know what I'm saying? Coincidentally, the Quran, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, so all of these situations, because the Quran, the entire nation, will see. Interesting enough, the Khalisab is resolving the Khalisab is resolving the Sharim, the local Amor Khazin Gasa, which is Sahab Bishasai. Because it's interesting enough by resolving the Russians behind the Sharim. Those are left over. Like this word means. Why doesn't the group the same space of Russian open up the village Quran on the Holy What's the reason? The reason is because by English, not everyone is picked for English. English is always more limited to a why. As they once said, there's some cases the person gambles, they can't go out and do English, right? Person can use that they can't go sit there, but can't do English. So because English itself is not open to the general public, therefore the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be not as smoothly as the other circumstances. Okay, because I said, beautiful Gemara, let's go. So we keep talking about Great. Mishnah, Navi Shaka, Navi Shaka, next guy is hiding something. Navi Shaka, both laughing. Okay, so what is he? I'm not in Mashama Shama, in Mashama Nehemalo. So what's in Navi Shaka? So there's a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting, very aggressive thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush, a lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevu at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get Nevu at Kiddush, right? This is by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying for down body, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben. Ruben gets Nevu. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nevu. Like case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, we both have to my friend is Nevu. I heard how that happens, right? I heard Nevu, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category of under the umbrella of Rabbi Shepherd. In these cases, necessity the outcome. So these individuals, like Rabbi Shepherd, is executed in by force. Kodesh people also. So let's say this is kind of say Kodesh people also. Someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like a cut or something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Then the doctor I'll give a Rabbi. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi. You Rabbi Sha'abra, Azure Asmo, only Rabbi who receives Nebuah. But violates the only Nebuah that we receive. So all these cases we suffer, we suffer, we suffer in Yerushalayim. All these individuals again that meet in Yerushalayim. That's at the hands of heaven. That's at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shemai, I know he has great Yerushalayim. And the study we should have all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces from it. And the study we should have all this stuff. If somebody prophesies and the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was wrong, I'm not all this stuff. And again, the person's little bit again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. People keep it inside the first one, even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because that's what a person from the Lord says. We're about saying the name of Avodah Zarah, but one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay. And so even though he's not saying no, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what he believes as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah, that definition makes me out of it. So there's a man in the prayer, it's really to the night. Even if this is very little, has not yet lived with her husband. So she has checked the sin and not be seen. Or they just got my hand with sin, but again, they do not yet live together. But what it is to be born out of the adult world is person punished by Torah. If someone that has stronger than Allah, so ultimately there wasn't excuse to remember. A box scoring commits adultery, that's again, straight up. But remember again, that's unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Zolian, like many witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMidyan, Makilim HaOsam, it's a book who's only that's calling about, who's zero again. They're also, again, the way it works with even Zolian is what? They get reciprocal punishment. That's the most actual Zolian. The exception to this is, even Zolian by a bas coin, if she gets slaver, but they and those negotiate will get credit. Okay, incredible. So that's how it was. Says the Lord. Chosen the sons of the Lord, and the chosen the sons of the Shemayim. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them also make their are killed by a book. Three of them is the Shemayim, of the Shemayim. And the Shemayim Marshal of Shema, and Marshal of Nehemiah. This is how ultimately you're going to person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, so it starts a prophecy that was going to say, that was essentially their inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy meaning of the Torah, right? So they can just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or, and it's not that you should have all this stuff having, right? It's not that you should have all this stuff having. And the person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the suffering of the Adam, all individuals are executed by a human force. According to the also, another will receive the Lord, but does not share. And the Bible does not know, somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi saw after the Asma, or Rabbi disregards the own prophecies, we suffer in the ultimate again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You know, so it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama, I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I receive your word from the Lord, you don't make that to the other receive. I understand there's a few of this stuff. It makes sense. When there's a prophecy, but I say, but if I go ahead and I get a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that's not good. Why is it a few of you say, like, what's that word? I'm not looking at the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, let's see the positive. Let's see why it is. So let's say, like, start with what's wrong with it. Let's say, the worst idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, your whole life is never to be someone else. Your whole life can become the best version of you. So when a person gives out a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become you guys. But yeah, they're trying to become someone else alike. That's such a purpose. That's such a purpose. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to learn from every individual. It's easy to talk about what you come up. I'm like, I got to learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you think you know who are that was given to someone else, and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic obligation. That again, my objective is to be you and to be the best version of you. You pick someone else in your world and you make it your own. Tell yourself. Tell yourself. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you learn to be told you outside, you always try to become someone else. Like there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go like this. Let's go on. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you know all this stuff. I'm not going to cut this because itself. I'm not going to show you see the data Bishnu. So it says, open the field and the lobby. So with intention, try to say something over my name. That is that. Zan is not much of a show. That person cannot even invent a prophecy and doing over something that is not given to him. Okay, next. Now, share those cities. I do not command it in. I don't have to be sick, but that refers that I do command it to another level. So what is that referring to? Zan is not very much alone the Amarlo. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives out something that was not said to him. Not saying that I'm saying that you're saying not to him. And you will go ahead and see something over the name of another God. Zan is not to another prophet. Careful for someone who prophesizes and you don't know what God is. You don't know what's the proof of that. The proof of that is even if what? Even informationally, what you are saying is correct, the fact that you're overall of a design makes it liable to that. It said, in all of these cases, what is the prophet say? The mace and Rabbi Hagi. This prophet was what the last. From this time, they were the first time in the elephant. And once they were stand, whenever the source says the Dr. Rabbi, it doesn't identify which Dr. Rabbi is default is. Good. So we'll say that's our first thing. Next, according to this video, so on the back, I'll give it a W. The Rabbi I'll give it a W. Let's look at the next three. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. Or number three, a negative virus is own Rabbi. So all these people have put the rest to this and I really know this one. You can see it by each I share the Yishma. So let's say the Pasuk says the first one up there. You will not listen. Kari Day, Kari Day, you're Yashmiya. So you burn that down in the Yishma, but what Yashmiya, you're not making people, which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Day, the Kari Day, sorry, Kari Day Yashmiya, the Kari Day Yishma. Of the way they have the exceed and make it address the email to the Shemai. Look, it's what I saw again. And that one pastor is someone who gives it, disregards it, cites somebody who has a prophecy, disregards it, or somebody else who hears the mission, whoever disregards it, and you never ultimately already is covering us with you also, does not share his memory. And it's not enough to share it. It's not enough to share it. Also, rocket cut. They were going to tell them later. On the study national Shama, the person prophesizes something you do not hear. So you might give an example. It's to go Sikya Ben Kinano. It's Sikya Ben Kinano. Who's Sikya Ben Kinano? It's Bayash, Sikya Ben Kinano. Kind of myself. This is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacked with God and stone. And the interesting alliance, there's a strict kingdom of Marcus Israel, and of Marcus Judah. The king of Marcus is always never in of Apple, and the king of Marcus was never in of Yeshua. And so what is that? This Apple was just that he was righteous and kind. And but they realize that they have to form an alliance in order to combat the harm. So it's not like I'm very good, so I need some practice to back this up. Because it's like a triple unholy alliance. You need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I just the trouble that like this, I think we are lucky. So Akam produces, Akam that sort of deal. You can make enough money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So Akam's producing hundreds of profits, and then your stuff is not exactly convinced. So what's this other guy? Silkia Benkiano. She's an instance. What is Silkia Benkiano? He fashions, he makes iron horns. I was supposed to symbolize the fact that college is going to your allies. You're really successful. Okay. So you learn some of those fellows. So my hobby is so again, so now there was one of my guys. Silkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy, but ultimately what we're going to see is a triple false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in the battle is Akram is killed in this battle. All of his fortune was on his way to lure Akram into battle so that Akram would die in battle. So the Lord says, "My having on the other, what should Silkia have done? Nabos Ati says, this is a wild story. So Silkia was deceived by a spirit. Who's the spirit? The spirit of Nabos. What's like the name sounds familiar? Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Akram very much wanted. So the Nabos means self. So Akram has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Akram to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges to have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Akram takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and under the spirit of Silkia, making it look like it was actually a battle in order to get Akram to go out to battle so Akram would fall in battle. Okay, you know, that's it. They're not done. You thought that's Akram. So y'all be up at the most killers, so I put out a point for the summers. Who's willing to go down and pull out of me to go to war? I need to tell you, I'm not sure. So Spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Akram to go to war. Remember, they got two talks say, but optically, or you might say, what does he mean? It's also said to the Spirit, it turns out to be the Spirit of levels. Go, say what she says. You have to leave me. So it's exactly incredible. I think that was taking the same thing. It's not one of the determined points people you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The Nirvana is all on us. And something that is not on us cannot reside inside of the confines of the Nirvana Shalom Celestial Sphere. My love, and I'm not going to. Yes, the Nabos is Israeli. So ultimately, it was the spirit of Nabos who is Israeli, who was there to avenge his death, and misleading Akram during adding to battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Silkia and Kinana. So what's happened? So Silkia should have been able to do the joy. The release of signaled effort over the common being, the initiated here in the start of the signal effort. There's an interesting enough. You can have many classes that have the same prophetic message, but each of them is better in a different way. It's exactly really fascinating. That prophecy, you get multiple prophecies in the same message, but no two prophets. You see, but for that matter, again, the word about the powerful in the same way. You know, like that background, Zogo and the background is Siaka. You know, Kifata Star is Siaka, Zogo and the background. The Hasagan is examples of being conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting with everything in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the war represents almost like the highest thing of each of the highest property. So what did you want to say? No two people can have the same relationship. People often receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. And each is telling you something, of course, the message is true by the viewer, but it's true by every element of our relationship that comes forward. No two Jews have the same perspective, the same kind of listeners, the sin of locusts, the sin of shekel elek. There's the end of the lady relate to God, and it's an act of salvation. How would that be powerful? God is going to be making this country, but now the message of God is to do one to the next. Incredible. So the mother's like that. The mother says, so ultimately, it's a sick person of your life. There wasn't sick of your life. Again, so I've had hundreds of prophets that are saying the same things. And there's hundreds of people saying the same things. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's just that you realize there's something in there of your eye that you know says, you don't know how to let you know the high level stuff. So what's happening? Maybe Cynthia didn't know these things are research. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe you can figure out his halacha. The Lord says, no Shabbat Hashem, the Talmud, it's the moment no Shabbat, I ain't following Rabbi, no Shabbat is there, and no Shabbat is this. That's why no Shabbat, even though I up to these pages of the year, no Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So listen, I feel like how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our intellect and powerful, but all of us interact in relation with with ourselves. And I say, let's just say that problem stuff. Listen, sometimes we feel like, let's do that. Let's be open to what problem stuff. Can you imagine when you actually sing the same exact thing? That's what I'm talking about. Thinking what says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of you saying the same. You know what I want? I want hundreds of you saying different things. And if all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with each other, that's actus. That's actus, folks. And we have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So hallelujah. Never happened, never happened. I said it a million times. That's what I'm actually saying about I see on your Isha card, or later cards, when people with one heart, like they always say, it never says Isha card with their heart. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart, or people with one heart. So it's just so, my phone is a little bit more. And yes, I said there should be a world in which you see the city's orange backfish. Literally, everyone, my wife, look at this. Great shape of it. Okay, so I'm not going to go over that like this, but the rest of the people seem to be very shook by this particular member of my family. And what it was like, and then what was so beautiful. Is that after a podcast like this one I forgot, it's not talking about 3 hours, but it's killing time. So it might be like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, everything is slow. But it's the way it ended. I don't know how, I don't remember that, but somehow, it's not like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men living each other's side. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if we disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. But you think that what they're saying is uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So you see hundreds of people saying the same thing as us, you know, we like to surround ourselves, but people say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so that people live like in an echo chamber. But the echo chamber, that's not right. It's sort of like cloudy stuff. If you get cloudy stuff, I'll say there's a lot of Jesus, a lot of things, and there's a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just the way. Feel free to see me after this for all the correct opinions, right? two something different in life. I'm not even kidding. There's a but the nice so what happens? When you see hundreds of people that all saying the same thing, that's not something's off there. You're going to meet with a bunch of people that are saying different stuff, and stuff. And actually, is that moment that you can embrace, even after I go to the first argument. So what is like that? I'm going to let you go, honey. So what happens? So your shopper says, I need some money here. So I said, what do you want to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the man says, I'm all right. How can you keep lying with this? I'll be Abba, I will to my father. Signal effort over the family of you. The age being you understand the signal effort. So ultimately, so what I learned is this. You do that prophets all espousing the same message. But they're not probably about 500 up and about. Like they go, but you know, none of them give it over in the same way. Like they all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that, you know, somebody is saying this, and these hundreds of prophets, well, I just want to point out, these were not, the prophets were actually receiving the message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the fact he wanted Ankh to go out to work with children down. He was shepherds like they're saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherds need to use it. Okay? So the man goes like that. So Master, good. I'm sorry also on that level. What's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not silver? Things to go. And now you have that also. You claim you say, you say, can I use it as well? What happened to I use it as well? You claim you have a shit out of you know it's standing in the marketplace, but I'm like, colonize and some of those. Then you show as close as Elon. So Yemi is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yemi says that the prophet is going to go out and break the boat Elon. So there's no revelation Elon. I'm going to break the boat Elon and defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Not I know you're probably the last one. So for now, here's this prophecy of Yemi, and it makes powerful. That's the powerful. Come on, Yem Shalom, Elijah, and Margo. I'm not going to show you so as precious Elon. So Elon, they can tell Pablo. That the prophet is going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat him. Now, that is part of the camera. Trust me, excellent, I like the sound of the camera. But the response who is coming to his breaking the primary fold of the show. So he's going to break the secondary fold of Christ. We'll say that about Christ. So can anyone come up over the Christ prophet is going to go and defeat Elon? He's going to defeat Pablo. So what happens? So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies his possible to shook attack. Well, I'm like, come on, Shavuot as old Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So Kananya gives a prophecy of Lilio. He needs to have a color from that prophecy. And he expands his new prophecy. Only when it shows. The prophet didn't say it. What he didn't say it. But it's about virus. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Kananya makes this up. He made this up. This demons is Caleb, his Yah, and Kabbalah, and the Levish, demand the Ikman dummy. So I hope you again, the Ikman dummy, we go in there now. Those say, ultimately, we're coming up with a prophecy. Because he's the Kabbalah, and because Kabbalah is on the accidental principles, he's like, it's like a curse of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the son of the Father was an example of one who prophesies in the name of God. So what's the last one? He's going to be about. So what is he about? So again, Baal was a baby Baal. He had his own Nevi'im. And had his own Nevi'im. So again, as he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. So go into school now, so much incredible. That's an example of exposing your own prophecy. To learn, you don't know what that means. Right? Young men is in order to get the prophecy, what does he do? So let's say, just understand what the public is doing. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we always feel on the newspaper in that way. What does he say? It could be great. It could be great. You can accomplish great things. So right, says just like his enemy, says every day pass from your faith and says, he has volumes of it. Every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's coverage level also. Every day prophecy comes first. Every day responsibility comes first. Every day opportunity comes first. The self-actualization becomes great. But if you suppress it, and you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called coverage estimating also. No guy. From the back of the Rabbi, so what's an example of going just about the rent of it? That's on the days. On the days, so he says, Chagro of the Nicha. These are the friends of Nicha. Yeah, we the friends of Nicha. That's what says Chagro of the Nicha. It's so you each up on the Nicha. I'm not all the old guys. So how do you know is that? How do you know? Then you know. So it's not the whole Sayom al-Achab Nicha B'Yad. So again, this is also one of the prophets was prophesizing that day about Achab. It's so that you just Achab in the end. I'm not all the area of the Bible saying, no. So there's nothing new for us. They're going to the God and saying, the name of God, quickly. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Congress is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that's after he's going to fall down. I mean, the already talked about so the man refused to air his fellow, and what happens? It's sick, but another I'll give it a slow. That's an example of a Nabi dividing with his own words. Everybody his own words. He goes ego and Nabi. He never ego. What's what happened with ego? It's so you can see what I see. And you can see that says, what's this? So ego was ultimately again, he was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. And Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split markets. Rabbi ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was a part of that very powerful. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to the people? How has that connection with people? Rabbi ben Nevat understood that he was going to celebrate his news with all the markets he said. He had to prevent Jews from raising his innocence. Because remember again, even once the letter is split, if he's unified with raising his innocence, everybody has to be able to love that. But once the thing is that Rabbi said, people are going to be subservient to the king and not to you, so that's still the way so. So what can we do? You may know what can we do? That's what we want to do now. We go two of us. We go two regular clouds. Now in the beginning we said, it's not what is that? It's quite wonderful. Because I'm sitting in your trip, you go ahead and go over to the base. And look to serve Hashem, serve you. Serve you. But what happened? Ultimately again, it's the power in trouble with sorrow. So ego confronts the Rabbi when he's offering his Kabbalah's by his grandfather and the Rabbi sticks out his arm, like in a physical way, and his arm shriveled up. So ego went for the Nabi, but it wasn't an ego. Where you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You need to focus on your mission, okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happened on the way back? It says, I don't know, Cameron never come over. So ultimately, what happens on the way back, he goes back to look at the mission package. Somebody invites me to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't get a profit of down on the mission. And I says, you're not going to eat. You're not going to come come in, right? We eat together. So he goes out there and makes a mistake and goes into his guy's house and eats. By instant, he goes, sit, I hear that thing say, I do. What happens when he goes left after his meal? He was deceived by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own word. Violating his own word. This is also rather, it was also such a, this story is such a profound metaphor. And one perspective of our ego. If you want to accomplish something in life, then you have to listen. Set me focus. Let me focus on it. We call it exactly from Shah as Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? So why is Jesus? Jesus is necessary. He's not only teaches us because more often than not, the easily and accomplish in life is why. Why? Because I don't know, so I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and my task is to get distracted. Stop working. I have to do this, and I have to do this, everything in life. Just get distracted. And so, I'm so how I can focus on those resources when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Rabbi is saying over here is this story is an action story, very metaphorical, not just story. But the metaphor process is so rapid. You don't never make food. Don't go and eat. Don't get distracted. Don't go and just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lions. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is also, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning through sequence. Right? There's always been learning sequence. To learn for a certain amount of time, undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning through sequence is better than 45 minutes of distraction. And you know this. This is what happens. What happens? Like, I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. And at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's something where it's not like it's fun. We're always having some help. You guys message. Be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get this environment. Such a good way. So, come on, come on, stuff. The coach is giving us so yoga. So this is this. Once it goes out and the hope is prophecy, he gets noticed. It's noticed. I'm going to learn the opinions that I don't know. But it's all this is a community specialist. What it means, one of each inside of the basket should get noticed. Now, what's on the inside of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So there's no purpose. We're playing down there. It's so special that seems like what do you do? They're going to say, here, you're going to ask you over here about what a person is going to do with prophecy. What he actually is, how is anyone going to know? Like they will say, you have nothing on you, like nothing on the prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he is not prophecy? So you listen, I'm not stupid. He's giving you my surrender. I'm not buying it. How do you do? I'm sorry. I'm going to have a how do you do? So I'm not buying it. So he's going to start prophecy. Okay, so again, we said before. And this is interesting. But how the practical prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know the particular level that shares. Okay, if you're not high way, so that's the next thing. Or maybe it's a start for a mixed basket, or maybe doing a delivery change in life, simply changes life. And using the 100 days, they do have other modules in the again, the concept of God sometimes changes the bliss. And if you were to do that, then what? You would inform, I have a hard yoga. I do this below, dude. 1 second. By yoga, so yoga. After the Father changed his mind, and he didn't tell yoga. He didn't tell yoga. Like yoga finds out that everybody else is always got this training day. The Father did not go ahead and give any advice warning. First, he knows as well. The other name, Kara, means that you have purpose coming. This is very important. The work of your yoga said, the old are going yoga. The meaning that you have purpose. Now, what does that purpose mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 50 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change could be that you all become a victim of Valley Children, or the change could be the same thing you destroyed. So in those words itself, there's the actual possibility for two circumstances. Anyway, either yoga, either toga, either well. Again, it's the open ended here. Again, I'm listening to you, I gotta ask you a point out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why do you read Sicilian literature, right? Is the part of the United States sugar. It's also not another story, and metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. It's not just to me, but I've gotten them to know what happens. What do you mean? What do you mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. Because a lot of people know what they're going to do, how they're going to do it for us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-oriented adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, consider your is going to be overturned. This is good, or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, what's going to come, it's up to you. Okay, I'm about to do Rabbi. So let's say, so ultimately, again, one is more of the work of it. We know more God, so let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if the Rebbe says something, I don't even do that. So someone says, I say in the name of God, right? They say, right? So I'm like, how do I know that he's a Navi? But I have to answer him. I have to answer him. You know, give the son, how does the rest of the day? You gotta prove, like, you can't trust, right? So you can't just know when he's answering a Navi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, so I'm Miko, the Lord Yahweh Osriel, at the Miko Dimitrios, in the Son, in the people first that you are communities, or that communities is Miko. Therefore, the looks of shame, you are different. And listen, nothing doesn't have to be in place every single time you say that you are. Right? I will say, why? First, you're not going to mix up me, and then he's not. It's not okay, so once you know you're not, you're obviously one person, you'll say this. You know, think off this, if you don't say this, I'm from the Hara Maria, they must summer in Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? Again, and I don't know who says Yitzchak, and no Shakti. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak never said, that's a little bit, when conversation died, he's doing something, a nuance, and he's kind of speaking in metaphors, but if you know the fact that there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was another, Yitzchak was another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. This was the ultimate showdown between Elios and the VFI. Remember the story? Everybody goes off. Elios goes to altar. And the VFI goes to altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever wins fires down from heaven first is God. Who's God? So what happens? So again, another thing that we have out, we're crying out, all kinds of crazy stuff. Right? And other night, these submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Kicks fire comes up from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except we're going on top of. There's a huge use to offer up Kabbalah's outside of being this place. So what's happening everywhere? So how do we say that these speakers? Again, 12 Golden. Now we all, come on. Like those things need to be nice. And then what's the one you see the way you want to say? You let it ever wait for the next section. Once the prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath or more. What's the better? You know what the next story is, right? And you're going to be about what happened in the next part. Probably started worshiping Baal again. This is what we know that he gives his famous statement. I must say, I can post him upstairs. How long are you going to straddle the place for? But let's say it's also used like the very point you said, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They don't. Again, listen, you just pass this back also. Thomas was saying that how Sinai. And what happens? So you know what that. Miracles don't work also. How many times do you take? How many missiles will fight for that end? Like, how many missiles will fight for that end? And not one. Not one hit. So you look at the big fires in the underground. Massive killer movement. Octopus everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are like fireworks. And what happens when you don't like fireworks? What happens? You see someone that comes back from 4th of July, you know what? That's like, you know? I am just going to be a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. Like you see all the videos from the miracles going around. It's like, what happened? People just sort of like, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from our program. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work you put in and get out. Incredible. That's what I think. Somebody's at the place. It's just something in the night for these. And I like, those are like, those are now, but that was not really there. It's like, I think this is ridiculous, you know, so watch this. Here we go. But now that we mentioned Avraham, Avraham did not need to give, Avraham did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was mixed up. So he goes like, yeah, he's like, yeah, kind of going like, another thing says, Avraham. After what? He says it was after these things, and then Hashem says, Avraham says, yeah, please go. So after the age of the Satan, what did the Satan say? It said, Vayigdal Hayod Vayigdamal. The Prophet said, Yitzchak, that's the word of Yitzchak, the one that Rabbi was reading. He grew up and he was reading. Now that he was reading like a big suda from reading. I'm not sucking it like that. The sucker is actually a dry sense. He goes on. He's not things that. He's sucking a person when he's on this actually. Like this old man. So Hanan, when they shone out, he got there. She gave him time to get down to his own. He told people, I said, no, I don't know. It's like, go after the Hashim. So the sucker says, you know, he got to beat his own man so much. And all these things that he made, he offered you up a real couple. He never even has a prison. I told him that nothing. I'm going to get nothing. I'm going to go I already never know. The problem is something. Everything I can do for a son. And then the other way the man can bring about the Fanai, you have to say, if I could tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. So he's going to do it. If I asked Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, then the priest does Adam. And then afterwards Hashem tested Adam. So listen, this is interesting. So he's nice to understand the genesis of the Akudah, what this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. By the way, afterwards, Hashem took on a little please. They take a new stuff and look around. I'm going to be seeing that out of it. Any not how much on the kasha. Now, Noah is a request. So, listen to this. You know, it says, Marshall and Malak Basar, I'm sure I'm going to have no power target. So, what can this come together? It's going to be great for people. It's going to wait too many days. That's especially the immediate pipelines. Vaya, people effort. They're not fun. And this thing, you have like one, big guy, like the one dominant warrior. So he was like, really responsible for all of his victories. Remember, Allah the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, please, I'm not even going to come and see. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So that you will return us in battle of knowledge. Because if you stand in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take us every 2 years victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not only that victory here, but it's to make the previous victories again. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. Sometimes I take out like, we see from the common issues, but giving more tests over the years. But I'm not a time of the club, and you be successful in all of them. Akshab Amod Libin saying, now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Shalayoni in manifestation. People should not say that there's no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? So first of all, is the tremendous is so human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you fail someone, generally human nature is that what you remember the failure right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. This is just interesting. Hence, if the self, the valiant warrior fails in this time, all of the success in the past are relatively. What is the best part of the village? So there's a beautiful idea of Sassanis. Sassani, as Bertie, he says, he says, I do a sign of service. But it's not on the village. The Spanish teach what our programs to the Israel, which is Scaba our heaven on the service. With every single one of the village's service, what he did is he embedded another core in the DNA of Scotty's side. And the village are father. And it's every test that he's succeeding, every sign that he ever did, he is behind us. with a certain level of strength. What did Achilles' stroke represent? He says Achilles' stroke represents, at the end of the day, what Achilles' stroke represented was a willingness to give everything to God. I'm not going to already demonstrate willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the total willingness to do anything and everything for the revolt of the world. After his powerful to be a complete, that I'm going to says, you need to pass this. You know, I need to pass this. Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your sin and you raise the offering of the carbon, but you embed within Klal Yisrael is the core and the ability to do anything and everything for our Kodesh Baruch Hu. And that's what he's about to say. If you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you lose the people decision. And that's isn't it incredible? At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test as you know. And if you engage with the laws, it's called you say, listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times like this. Now, I think there's got to be the stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. That doesn't you see one of the most striking pictures or stuff coming out of our today. And you're really good. You're dressed up as a damn burger. Dressed up as a damn burger. You thought you should face with every single definition and I know that's in front of us. Why? What does she represent? What does she represent? She represents this incredible cause. It's called the shot. This is called the leadership. It's called the meaning. It's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that power? And Rabbi was willing to go and subdue everything to our father's policy. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if the result is confident peace, and if it is a children, you have to pass this test. It's not to you. Strike you're going to sell it, the strike you're going to muster for this Messiah is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that they're going to access throughout the ages. Because I'm going to be successful in his Messiah. He gave us the power to be successful in our Messiah session. I'm going to say, tremendous, right? Again, so not much, again, I say a lot of these, this is a lot of our things, so tremendous together of us. I'm sorry? I know. I'm fine. It always balances out. So,
Yes. What made you want to run this show from this fall 2023? Because it's got something to say. It's the leaders of this channel defense.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a bit of off. It's the first Baruch Hashem to begin the week. Journey up to Nissan Kanir Hashem. I'm going to go with a new daf here. It's Hashem, beautiful daf. Really, I want to even come in the attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. As I say, to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should change our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory and of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechron Midracha. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of those Shalom Savin, the families in the Kama, all of those who need refuah Shabbos in the cold for Israel. We should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before Maaseh Yidden. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully the homework. Rabbi Rector signed some homework last night at the end of the year. if I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agata ahead of us this week, but some very long topic ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Peites 89a, Even Yisirosa. So let's just remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakim Mamre. Zagi Mamre. Same with these also. Mama Visa should be Yoga, Mama Visa should be Yapna. Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zagi Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes and Zagi Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zagi Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Bezdin in the city, nor do we execute him in the Bezdin in Yapna. So by the way, that's the Bezdin in Yapna. So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 lines after the time, but all of these are Yapna. Initially, the basis of the Lishkas Hagozis. From Rubahem, the Chazal of Iro was Shai Yamim, Ad Shegosa Sanheti Bigolo Yavne. Vadain Abayis Kayim. Yachar came horror to the Tila, Eolisnos of Yavne. So it was interesting enough, Yavne was one of the creatures that the Semitic was exiled to. So the Mishnah is saying like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zeki Mamre, the Sanhedrin of God has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagozis in the chamber of the stone in the Lishkas compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the Zeki Mamre. Ella, Malin also the base of Yerushalayim. You take the Zaki Mamre after the base of to the High Court in Yerushalayim, or we shaman also at Haregel, and the Nisim also Beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate the whole himself until the next upcoming Regel. So the next upcoming Yom Tov, where they go, based on Shavuot. So this was the calculations. Remember again, this is the first document, the first post-Purim doc. And what is it in reference to? The Regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone around is like, we're always journeying to something else. The gift is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. We're going to the residents of Yerushalayim. So again, that's just why we saw Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new like in front of us. So again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, we keep the Zakim Mamre in a whole cell up until the next level, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we start level, we execute him on Yom Tov. Which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shneimar the Chala on Yishnu Viro or Yezidin of the Rabbi Akiva? Because the Pasuk says the entire nation will hear, they will hear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He was Rabbi Akiva. Like I said, Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of it. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing when you see it by socials, or people see certain things, it has a notion. But Akiva says, you got to get extreme over the government, so that should become a public spectacle. So Rabbi says no. In the animals, you know, shows that. So Rabbi says no. We do not have to learn something. There's absolutely no need to do that. So what you do is you execute immediately, because then the shulchan the whole makom. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Midoraisa needs some element of specificity in this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the Regal and then executing him again on the Regal. But Judah says no, we don't do that. But we'll say Ima Anias has been used. You cannot corrupt the person. Somebody's liable to death penalty. If you execute him, in other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying, each pointing is Chinese services. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So it's a fundamental focus about how we go ahead, or to say, when we go ahead and execute the document. Quick, let's analyze. In recent also, Lower Basin should be here. Suppose it's not markets of Lysa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Lysa says as follows. In the Misan also, Lower Basin should be here. So we don't execute the second number in this local Basin. The Lower Basin should be Yavne, not even in the Basin Yavne. Once again, the Basin in Yavne is when the son had to get sold, was exiled to. Hello, Malin also the Basin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? The second number up to the high court of Yerushalayim. The Yishamid also at Hareka. And we wait to be holding, like holding the holding cell up until Yom Kippur, and we listen also the Rega. And we execute them on Yom Kippur. Shnema, the follow on Yishmu, the Yiro, Dibe, Radi Akiva. Because it says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? And fathers was assembled in Yerushalayim for the right. I'm already Yehuda. So does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? Because when Yehuda is making us about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, because the pasuk says that they should hear and they should see. All it says is that we should hear and we should fear. So essentially again that Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. They don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? You know, so that it's interesting that Yehuda understands this to be like an inward, even believes the corruption of the day. You know, it's interesting to say that we know life is, you know, a little bit of an ending joke. I can't call it a joke. You know, every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So I'm not going to go ahead and go for months. What I've always tried for my kids is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just be into it. You know, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just getting into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just get into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be strong, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting is sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's like there's sometimes you're like you don't know how something's gonna turn out. That's what I'm anxiety. And then I know what is going to happen. So people say, why don't you do this to this person? I got it. You know, you see the execute. He's nothing wrong, right? So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's we've seen this make before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Well, that might sound like a little bit, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's nothing not making, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just let get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, you have to meet Wilson, you have to close in the shop and before Mokum, Ish Brony was kind of the basis. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity? Write letters, just send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so is executed as is like a number. Someone says, this is the letter of our focus. Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi look at how we execute this as a number. Okay, incredible. Turn about it. Someone says, turn about it. How about Tzrichen HaFrasa? Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see this like a number is, it's not just how we execute it. But there is this deal of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. So you see, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Now, Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorah and Moreh, Zakim Mamre, and Hebrew Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafraza. They need announcements. Rashi says that the hafraza only meets the basin of Sha'abra Berazu, but they lured us as hafri. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because of the particular idea, and all of this is done in order to create a public example. Like people should follow suit. Where it says, So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, hold on. So like all of these situations, this is the whole the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, the Chol Yisrael, the Edom Zolim, the Chol Yisrael, the Edom Zolim, say by the Shari, the local Amo Chol Yisrael, the Sahad Yisrael. So it's interesting enough that Edom Zolim, the Lashon is the Shari. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Russian ultimately again as Kol Ha'am Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Abus, not everyone is fit for Abus. Abus is always more limited to it. Why? Because they also said there's limitations. The person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Abus, right? The person commits an Abir, they can't, or certain Abirs can't do Abus. So because Abus itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, you can also say beautiful Gemara Mishnah. So we keep 12 and saying we've already done a whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. So it's like next guy is hiding something. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama. So let's say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So that's a thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people do get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for those problems, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Reuben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is, I prophesied something that the prophet didn't say. Case number two, the Moshe gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard how that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'Di Adam. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Kodesh is also. So let's say this is kind of saying Kodesh is also someone who receives Nebuah or refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is a counter cycle, so receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi Sha'ava Al-Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only word that we receive. So all these cases, we suffer all these individuals, again, that need to be shalom. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi et Rosh Ne'ino. I'm starting to share all this stuff. I'm also going to get into all these pieces of it. I'm starting to share all this stuff. If somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what I was and again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him lying. Haba, ha-ish, yasish, a person is adultery, even shenichnis al-rishos abam l'nisyon, avapish lo nivelo. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had innocent and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they do not yet live together. Halacha is the adulterer is punished by Sarah. His Zomame Baskoina Ba'Allah, so ultimately again, it wasn't excused, because remember, a Baskoina commits adultery, what's his name? Sreifa. But remember again, that's a unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon. Like when he witnesses to testify falsely about her. Shekal, Shamuzian, Makiman Ocean. It's supposed to be Zoran Baskoin Obal, because in general, again, the way it works with even Zoran is The exception to this is if the someone will buy a bas coin, she gets slifa, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get money. Okay, incredible. Says what's the rest otherwise? Says the Gemara. Tarabanan. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court. A few of them is missionary. And it's not a marshal shama, or marshal ne'emar lo. This is ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something. This was a prophecy that was not said. But essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So, a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else, but not to them. Or, Hamisnadi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Hamisnadi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, or a person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of Avodah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Gidei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is the Rothschild, and Rabbi who receives the water, but does not share it. And the Vata Divrei Navi, or somebody disregards the word of the Navi, the Navi Shaba al Divrei Asmo, or a Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa Midei Shalayim.